LATAM regions. This is number 47, and we have, I believe, 11 teams playing today. Now, if you want to know where we are in the bracket, make sure to hit exclamation point bracket, stay up to date with it. But with no further ado, we have two wonderful casters sitting next to me. I don't know where Draku is. I think got a
I'm so out of here.
Screen there. He just left.
Before it's even started.
But we got some commentators here. Let's go to the one that's actually here. Bridget, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. A little tired. I just realized I never turned on my ring light. Hello.
There we are.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I was like, why am I so red? Oh. But I'm good.
Awesome. Good to have you back. Got another Underdunk today. And then I believe this is, I think, the first time Draku's commentating on my channel. We've commentated together I don't know how many times at this point, but I think this is the first time here on this channel. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. Nice Thursday afternoon. I'm usually in the office at this time, but have the opportunity to hang out with y'all. So excited to get back to Underdunk. It's been a couple of Underdunks since I've been a part of it, so it's cool to see it still thriving and going.
Absolutely. Well, for those that may not be aware of the format, it is a best of 3 on the winner's side. Lower side is a best of 1. Grand finals is a best of 3 with a best of 1 if the lower side team is able to win that best of 3. So there is a little bit of handshake agreement. It is on the Start GG page if you're interested in that. But pretty standard for a lot of the grassroots tournaments. But like I said, North America, LATAM, it's another fantastic tournament. And we haven't had any sort of patches since the last Underdunk. But we do have a new speedster that's entered the fray, and today for this tournament, it is banished to the moratorium since that is pretty new. However, I do want to hear from both of you about this thing. Let's start with Bridget. Bridget, have you had a chance to play G-Dash? How are you feeling about it? Is it too strong?
Well, it's kind of interesting. I actually have gotten to play it. Usually I would never, but I was influenced by my chat one day when I was streaming to give it a try, and I actually really enjoyed it. If I can play it, it's probably a little overtuned and play it and get dubs, but I actually think it does have some... Okay, agility's broken, but the Unite move isn't too crazy. Zoixter actually did a report card for Rapidash release, which was pretty fun. We'll probably keep doing that one, but yeah, we think it's okay. Like, I don't think it's necessarily as meta-breaking as some releases have been, so I take those.
Yeah, it's kind of how I felt about it. I've played against it. I haven't played it yet, but I played against it, and I was like, this is strong, but it's not like Darkrai fully banish it every single time. Draku, I don't know if you feel the same. How are you feeling about G-Dash?
I haven't been playing a bunch of Unite recently, just got a bunch of stuff going on, but just some thoughts about when the release came out and a couple of days after. I think the more unfortunate thing, in my opinion, is that it really just blocks out certain Pokemon. It takes up that space so well. Like, for example, Greedent, it basically does everything that Greedent does, but so much better. It gets online a lot earlier. True. It does a lot of damage, more than Belch. Obviously, Belch was nerfed a couple of patches ago. Let's remind us of all that kind of weird stuff going on with the development team. But that's, I guess, the more unfortunate thing that I think about. It just takes up the space of Pokemon that I feel like needs to be in that limelight a little bit more. Of course, there's one player that loves Greedent. I think we'll see Gatlu most likely playing a lot of Rapidash if it does go off of the ban table.
I completely agree. That's actually a really exciting development for him. I know he loves playing like those really big pesty Pokemon, like Dodrio, Greedent, like you said. Speaking of tournaments coming up, we have the February Cup Finals, our Open Qualifiers Saturday, February Cup Finals on Sunday. How are we feeling about the state of the game, state of the meta? We'll start with you, Draku. Where are you going to be this weekend? And I guess, how are you feeling about it?
Well, I can't say where I will be. I will be casting one of the regions. I will say that much. But I think the metagame has... It's definitely very much in favor of all rounders and defenders right now. I think we have seen a couple of tweets from some attacker mains on Twitter, for example, their category is just not doing so hot right now. I think there's
Yeah.
only a handful, I would say even like a less than one singular hand of the number of attackers that are really strong right now. Maybe Miraidon, Inteleon, the top two, and then everything else is kind of like a supporter attacker, EXP share attacker kind of realm. And it's not my favorite metagame because I'm an attacker main myself, but I have been loving all of the all-rounder and speedster practice that I've been getting.
Yeah, there's a lot to love, but we are going to be getting into the game. We do have both teams that are set and ready. We got the band phase going on. If you see on the left-hand side, Bridget, we got some of the top picks, top bands. How are you feeling about, kind of the state of where these bands are coming?
Interesting. So, just a clarification question. What are these from?
These are from the January Cup finals.
Gotcha. It's honestly interesting to me to see Blastoise so high up there. Looks like we maybe had an error on the first band there, so I got a little distracted by that. But maybe they just wanted to go with one band. I don't know. I don't know the technology. I am surprised to not see the Blissey band, considering it was the #1 pick, and I know there were some data points that came in from the SEA, ACL finals that happened over this past weekend, and Blissey was just a monster when it was picked. It was like a 60% win rate, and it is very good. So snagging that bad boy, I think, was a really great call from, is it Chaotic? It looks like it's there.
Yeah,
Chaotic
80
is on the
Chaotic
left
grabbing
side.
that Blissey first. Draco. And we're seeing this kind of 1-2 punch Miraidon Umbreon. How are we feeling about this to kind of combat that Blissey?
Well, I mean, this is obviously the best attacker in the game right now. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. It was nerfed a couple of times, but it's still really strong at applying pressure onto goal zones. Of course, that passive ability just so strong at pushing onto goal zones. And then Umbreon, I think the uncontested best defender in the game right now. It is the most banned defender in the game right now, as you can see on the top left. And yeah, I mean, it's a really strong composition. It has a lot of burst potential with the damage from Miraidon and, of course, the Unite move from the Machamp. So it looks like a pretty good all-around team from T2. I'm interested to see what this 10th pick is going to be.
Exactly. And we already have that Aegislash, another Pokemon that received a couple of buffs. I am going to go ahead and see myself out here, but Bridget, before I go, how are you feeling about this double all-rounder comp from AD Chaotic?
Well, I don't remember if it was you or Draku, but someone called it that attackers are so out and all-rounders are so in. I feel like single attacker, I mean, with the double all-rounders, pretty common for the meta right now. Interesting seeing that Leafeon last pick.
Yeah.
Leafeon used to be like a demon. It is kind of interesting to pick that into such a bulky comp, but it does get online super fast, and if you can shut down that Glaceon, it is so huge.
All right, thank you so much, Kyle. We'll check back in with you later. Yeah, just to mirror your thoughts, Bridget, I'm kind of a head scratcher. I literally actually just scratched my head. But this Leafeon is definitely a head scratcher for me, just like what you said. It's a very bulky composition on the side of AD Chaotic, and with vision of that entire team, this Leafeon is going to do really well in the early game, as most speedsters tend to do. But once AD Chaotic starts to scale, gets to their later stage evolution, this Leafeon is most likely going to struggle and miss out on maybe some of those KOs that it was getting in that early game.
Yeah, definitely. I like that call there. I'm kind of looking back over at our drafts. I do think the Trevenant is a little interesting too. I mean, I have the Machamp is weirder. I would say I'm like glazing over the Machamp pick on T2's side, but Trevenant I kind of think is in an interesting spot. I do think it has a lot of utility and value, but when you do have such a hands-on, up-close, even kind of a mid-range comp, it can be really easy for Trev to kind of push your targets maybe a little too far away. So as long as the Trev is keeping them close, I think the synergy is there. I just know that can be a little more challenging.
There's a couple of interesting synergies with Trevenant for this specific team composition. When you have that Unite move, you apply that curse mark onto anything that you hit. It also increases the auto attack damage that Pokemon receives, those that are marked. So it does really well with Aegislash on your team, obviously with Glaceon right next to it as well. Just some synergies that maybe they were thinking about, or it might just be something that they're comfortable with.
So true. Yeah, I'm so excited. First game of the day. We got this. Looks like Leafeon is already sprinting through their jungle rotation off screen and is going to harass this poor little Beldum. It wants the red buff. I understand red buff is so yummy, and it looks like it was able to get it with the help of the Eldegoss.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to not see anyone on the side of AD Chaotic head into the central area. You can see that Honage maybe going into the central area. No, they're just going to pull off on those twins. And yeah, between the 3 Pokemon that might be going to the central area, kind of struggles in this early game. Again, pretty surprised to not see that Blissey head to the central area to help out that central area carry.
Yeah, I must say it doesn't look like there are a ton of in-main bonds on the side of the orange team, but I mean, Leafeon just literally needs like one piece of farm in an early game and it's already locked in. Machamp actually getting this KO on the Aegislash, make it 2 KOs, and they are charging at this tier 1 goal.
Yeah, trying to get to that T2 very quickly. Obviously, their name is T2.
I get it.
You got it. Leafeon's going to be heading into the central area once again, and kind of like we were predicting, again, really strong early game presence, able to head into that central area, maybe capture some of AD Chaotic's central area wild Pokemon, maybe even getting a KO here. Leafeon is going to be heading to the Pokemon Center, and here comes the rest of AD Chaotic, getting a really high value KO going into the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, super important to get at least a little bit ahead before these birds in this central area. Seems like they kind of go a little bit either way as Miraidon is beaming into that little alleyway and putting on a ton of pressure. Level 7 on the Miraidon. The levels on T2 are looking nice.
Yeah, level 7 on the Miraidon. This Machamp, or this Machoke at this point, is well on their way to becoming level 9 with one more level to go. They might even score on this tier 1 goal zone. The Doublade, unfortunately, is going to maybe get KO'd here. No, the Blissey there to support the team. Maybe just stalling some time, but Machoke really close to becoming that Machamp after these birds in the top path. Should be able to get the evolution.
Yeah, wow, Miraidon doing an incredible job holding that goal zone against 3 of the enemy team, while the rest of T2 is doing what they do best. They're on the tier 2. Good prediction from you, Dracu. Trying to see where the priorities look as the first objectives start to spawn on the map. Wow, Leafeon loves the enemy jungle. They are hanging out.
That's what tend to do, and I kind of called this out like maybe 6 to 8 months ago, but EVs tend to wander around the map quite frequently, especially those that head into the central area. Registeel in the bottom path is going to be melted by T2, and this Registeel buff is going to go very handedly as they push onto this tier 1 goal zone. Barrage Blow is going to get a KO onto the Trevenant, honing those fists on the side of that tree. They're going to continue to move on forward. Again, this Miraidon doing so good at zoning out the enemy team, and they are going to collapse onto this tier 1 goal zone.
Wow, I mean, T2 just took such a commanding lead in that fight. I mean, I don't even think the Umbreon was there. They were just chilling, dunking top, hanging out. But man, the levels on the side of T2 are looking rough. Obviously, Chaotic has that top lane farm now that they've lost that goal zone. Looks like we're finally getting a Metagross, which is honestly not too bad, but in comparison, they're definitely a bit behind level-wise.
I agree as well, but the game doesn't really start until this Metagross gets online. Right now, they're going for a 1v3. The Blissey is maybe questioning on whether they should help the Metagross, and now in a 1v4, and kind of unfortunate loss there. 2 members in that top half. But like I was saying, this game doesn't really start until this Metagross really hits the field. They did use a Unite move in the top half, and they need to get one of these goal zones down. Here comes the Eldegoss, here to support the Umbreon to defend this tier 1 goal zone. The Regieleki is now heading to the tier 2.
Wow, yeah, that Miraidon has done such a stellar job guarding that bottom goal zone. It does finally go down, but just in enough time for its allies to come and help. Lucky is going in. It kind of feels like even if T2 is outnumbered, they're holding on so formidably in these fights, making it hard for Chaotic to make a push through.
Yeah, I think one thing for AD Chaotic, to give some advice from the sky here. Again, this is a pretty dire situation they're in at the moment, but one advantage for their team is they do really well when they're playing in pods just like this. I mean, taking a look at T2, they have some, like I was saying before, really good burst damage with the Unite moves from the Machamp and the Leafeon, but if they're able to stick together, quite literally play like the game is his name, Play United, they might be able to burst through the damage that Tier 2 is responding the other way. They really do need to break a goal zone, though. They are quite down significantly in points. In this bottom path, they are going to lose one member. Trevenant is going to be the first to fall, and everyone is going to fall after that.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they're trying to play smart and, like you said, really like group up, but it just doesn't feel like enough. 2 KOs do go over to the side of the Metagross. Levels are looking at least a little better on our attackers for AD Chaotic, but Leafeon 13 at like a 4-minute mark is pretty scary. I mean, luckily its scaling isn't too devastating for the late game. It obviously excels in the early game when it can sprint out your jungle. You can't really do much about it, but I think AD Chaotic just needs to focus on their farm. Maybe we try to avoid fighting a little bit. Get on any Unite moves that we might want to, I don't know, get rid of before it's Rayquaza time. Oh my gosh, these pointers looking a little more unsurmountable though after that one.
Yeah, this is becoming a very steep hill to climb, Bridget. 412 to 42 points, have not eclipsed that 3-digit margin on the side of AD Chaotic. They need to find some sort of win here. I mean, the Aegislash right now is going in 0-1 before he used that Unite move kind of to no avail. They're going to continue to push on for another Unite move, compute and crush. They really need to calculate some of their decision making here, because even though they do KO 2 members, it is just their supporter and that Miraidon, who is only level 12 at this point. Level 15 on the 2 players that you want to get that experience from. Leafeon at 15, Machamp at level 14, Bridget.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the Metagross was gaming. In that tier 1, but I just feel like they maybe overextended a bit too far. We maybe could have pulled back sooner, gotten them off their base, maybe taken the fight closer to the Alecki, cleared the Alecki so it's not charging at our goal zone as Rayquaza is about to spawn and the 2-minute mark begins.
Yeah, Reggie Alecki is going to be going the distance, as Hercules loves to say, all the way to the tier 3 goal zone this time. A lot of Unite moves available on the side of tier 2, still waiting on that Metagross compute and crush. They did use that around the 245 mark. Glacial Stage is going to be used in the central areas. Leafeon makes a mad dash to that tier 3, 88 points, and even in a 4v3 situation, essentially here, they are losing a lot of members on AD Chaotic. Only one left standing is this Trevenant, and you know what they say about trees, if they fall in the woods on their own, do they make a sound? Well, definitely is going to make an impact, as that is going to be the white flag on the side of AD Chaotic, and kind of their team composition is actually really good front to back. They do have range, they have bulk, they have really good rip, they have really good secure. I think it really all comes down to how they approach the game itself. You can have the best team composition, but it's all having to do with execution. It's also very important too, Bridget.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, and kind of like to your point, they really wanted to be more of a death ball kind of comp, all running at them together, but the other team, the orange team, T2, did a really good job of kind of kiting out their backline, getting them separated. You can kind of see in that Rayquaza fight, a couple members of their team were getting super pushed out into their own jungle, whereas the other side of the team was kind of on like the behind them, and they just couldn't really like collapse to make something happen.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage numbers here, it doesn't look too bad in terms of damage numbers. I think the only disappointing thing here is maybe that Aegis Slash not eclipsing 20,000 damage there. But I mean, like I was saying, they had a really good team composition. I think the one thing they had to maybe be a little bit more cognizant of is the presence of the Leafeon. Leafeon's game plan has not changed since it was released. It is definitely a nerfed version of this Pokemon since it's been nerfed a couple of times. But I mean, they should expect that Leafeon may be heading into the central area or to the top and bottom path at level 4. And the one thing that AD Chaotic really struggles is in that early game, so just maybe identifying where this Leafeon is and countering that to the best of their ability.
Yeah, maybe even sending their Glaceon into their own jungle for at least that first rotation, just so it can get online just as quickly. I guess I would argue that Leafeon's level 4 is a little bit stronger than Glaceon's, but you just give your Glaceon that blue buff off cooldown. I think that's probably a fair trade. Give the rest to either the AG or the Metagross for the rest of the game, maybe just I don't know, feed both of your carries and make them kind of excel at the stage of the game that they need to be excelling in. Because I do feel like once the Metagross got online, it was doing its best, especially in this top lane push that we had. This was honestly a decent fight for them, but I feel like the Metagross got pushed a little. It got a little too far in there and leaving its backline exposed. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of an allocation of the support and tank who is playing with who is kind of peeling for who. But who's to say? There's a lot of different avenues they could have taken.
Yeah. And then as we head to the middle point of the game, right, we were also talking about how they kind of were not playing together. The Aegis Slash would engage, and then they would go down, and then Metagross would somewhat be right next to the Aegis Slash, and then they would go down, and then the rest of the team would kind of fall after that, because that is essentially your front line. Of course, they have a Trevenant on their side of the field, but both Aegis Slash and Metagross, they have defender-like qualities. They have really, really good bulk and sustain, natural shielding with all of their abilities, and if those two Pokemon go down, the rest of the team kind of just goes and follows, or at least just scatters across the Sky Ruins. But this is, of course, a best of 3. So AD Chaotic, who is now on our orange side, by the way, so we're going to go ahead and switch on to our second pick side. They have a couple more opportunities to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. I think if there's one thing they need to pay attention to is, again, their draft was really good. It's just how they approach the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe you pick something that's a little more... It's like crazy to say that Glaceon doesn't do enough damage, or that like Aegis Slash didn't do enough damage, but maybe it just like wasn't their game, right? I do like the bans we've taken this time around. Get the Umbreon out, get the Blissey out, get the Miraidon out. Like, this feels like a much better ban situation, I would say. Probably for both teams, but...
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the classic 4 Pokemon you're going to see in that ban slot. One Pokemon that is not up there is Darkrai. By the way, Darkrai is a Pokemon that is available to be selected. Moving forward, it was unbanned in UCS, and so all the grassroots attorneys are following suit as well. Going to be picking a Snorlax and the Chandelure as their attacker of choice. Chandelure, I mean, it's a really good attacker, don't get me wrong, but a lot of attackers right now are what, in draft, I consider them kind of reactionary Pokemon to select, meaning they're more powerful in the later stages of the draft. That also means they can be countered very easily. For example, Pokemon that have longer range than Chandelure, say Decidueye or Venusaur, Mew, Inteleon. There's a lot of other attackers that outrange the Chandelure. That's why I think it's a lot better at closer to the end of the draft, but we'll see how it develops.
Yes, definitely. I mean, so far, T2 is definitely picking some up-close and personal guys. I thought the Eldegoss pick was kind of interesting as a first-round pick, but man, getting that Garchomp, I think, is just so strong. Garchomp is crazy. And it looks like Chaotic has taken the Leafeon of their own this time. I like it. Get them out of their comfort zone. Mr. Mime as well. Man, I feel like I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah, I have a lot of displacement on the side of AD Chaotic in that middle to short range. Of course, Mr. Mime is not a traditional healing support. It is more of a disruptive support, kind of like Sableye. Some would say it can also slot in to the defender position. Don't let Toon Slim hear me say that. But The draft is complete here. Mimikyu, Pikachu with the EXP shares going to be on the side of tier 2 for their 4th and 5th pick, and then Leafeon and Ceruledge for that last pick of 80 Chaotic. What do you think? Any predictions for this game just based off of these drafts and not necessarily on how they played the last game?
I mean, gosh, getting Mimikyu last pick just feels illegal. Its Unite move is so strong. I mean, just getting to shut down pretty much anyone on the other team, it's really, really good. Even Trick Room has pretty good utility, especially into a speedster such as Leafeon. I'll be interested to see if they pick that one up. Personally, I also just love Pikachu, so I love seeing that guy. He may not be the premier attacker right now, but like you said, they kind of got to be in the reactionary position since they picked up that Chandelure so fast. I guess I could see them going Mage build or the Volt Tackle build in this scenario. I guess it depends how much you want to shut down the Leafeon or how much you would rather have that like Mage build for the extra range. And you get to play a little bit safer. So I like that T2 is still going with that double all-rounder comp. I think it's just kind of probably the ideal setup right now.
Yeah, I think it was Slash that posted a tier list of Pokemon that are really strong. I think he called them draft monsters. I think was the category that he put down. And Pikachu, Chandelure, Decidueye, for example, was on some of those draft monster categories because, again, like I was saying, very good at reactionary picks. And I mean, this Chandelure, I mean, looking at this enemy team, there's not a whole lot that can counter it. I think one thing that I've got to pay attention to is this Garchomp using that Unite move to cleanse all of that hindrance on AD Chaotic with that Unite move, but they got to get there. Level 9 is a pretty long ways to go. But game number 2 here, and tier 2 is already off to a really good start as both the Pikachu and Nenify able to get a 2-player knockout here in the bottom path. Also steal some of their wild Pokemon as they make their way back to the left side.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Pikachu Swinub is such a cruel and unusual lane. Oh my gosh, it hurts me. But Snorlax's also really, really great in lane. I'm not so sure about the Leafeon in the bot. I'm sure it is doable, but it is definitely not as strong off-rip as the other two. And I did like the adjustment from AD Chaotic. They had their Mime, I think, helping them clear the jungle path for their Chandelure. It seems like this lane is going a bit better for them in this 3v3. Our Leafeon has gotten online as well, so a little more of a stalemate. I think that jungle invasion definitely had them a little thrown off that first game, so I like to see these adjustments.
Yeah, I think on that same point, you take a look at T2's team composition, there's not really anything that would threaten them with an invade. Maybe like a Mamoswine or a Swinub heading into the central area. Yeah, maybe just that. So it's a good adjustment, but I think that Leafeon heading to the bottom path, especially when considering a defender like a Mamoswine and a Pikachu in that bottom path. Yeah, well, again, trying to make some adjustments based on the last game, really good, but let's head into the central area as these birds spawn onto the field. Leafeon is going to take all of this damage, going to be put in a blender by that Volt Tackle Electro Ball combo. 2 members down in the central area, make that 3, and this might be a full team wipe going in favor of T2 as they chase down the Chandelure.
Yikes, yeah. Okay, 1 HP in the jungle, bro. Chill out. I know the red buff is yummy and delicious, but oh my god. Please. That's my teammate. I'm freaking out. I'm like, please, just back. Sorry, got distracted by that, but wow, such a good fight for T2. I feel like how the middle birds go could be actually pretty indicative of the momentum of the game, especially into this first Reggie, and I mean, KO after KO for T2.
I know, they have 30 points here. Really good veteran prowess there to not take that goal zone off of the map. Really take all the value you can in this bottom path. I think they were able to get one more small score from the Eldegoss and then take that Indeedee right underneath that tier 1 goal zone. And you can just see how strong T2 is and how they approach this game, right? Even trying to maximize goal zones to the best of their ability. You can tell this team has been playing Unite for quite a bit of time.
Yes, definitely. Good on AD Chaotic for securing this top Aleki. I like this adjustment as well. You know, if we're not winning the team fights, let's not be where they are. So I like kind of going for the opposite objective. Mimikyu with that Unite move, though, just kind of... Oh wow, Pikachu is also popping off too. I mean, all of the attackers on the side of tier 2 are really getting the job done, seeing their opportunities in these fights, and I feel like honestly getting so many KOs.
Yeah, I mean, we have a Garchomp online at level 9 as well. That's quite literally matching the enemy team's central area Pokemon. It's definitely not a good sight to see if you're on the side of AD Chaotic. Kind of like in Game War 1, they need to find a win somewhere on the map. They need to all push a goal zone together. One thing you don't want to do is you don't want to go in a 1v1 against a Garchomp, especially if you're Speedster at lower level than this Pokemon. Again, they're going to score here on this tier 2 goal zone, just as their namesake says. They're going to go into a 2v1. Really nice Revenant Ren finds its way onto the Garchomp and to the Mimikyu. Fortunately, they are going to be sent back to the play box as a Blue Indie's going to continue scoring on this bottom platform. Oh no, Play Rough is going to get the KO, but they're going to respond with a knockout of their own.
Ego ult them. That Mimikyu is a monster. I do not think they've missed a Shadow Sneak. I also cannot believe they got that dunk off. I was like, you're trolling, but what do I know? This is why I'm talking, I'm not playing. Wow, I mean, talk about a risk, but yeah, at this point, you're like, I probably need the stack, need the level, need the money in the bank. So good on that Leafeon for getting that KO and getting the dunk and also getting out.
Yeah, when you're at this point in the game and kind of behind by almost double your score, you have to take some risks. You gotta get some scores on the board to get your stacks in. This Garchomp actually did the best that it could to stop that goal zone score. It used a low animation ability with that Dragon Claw. Another objective going over to tier 2. Actually, both the top and bottom objectives heading to this tier 1 goal zone, and they're gonna break this wide open. That originally, like, he does crash in, but their scoreline is starting to balloon here, Bridget. 244 to 82 as we head to the halfway point of the game.
Yeah, score's not looking great. That Dunkaroo is also not looking great. I really can't remember if they were shacking or not. That has to be my only assumption on why you get that in, especially if it's unguarded, uncontested. You might as well YOLO for it. At this point, you're playing for Ray. You want to be as prepared as you can for that objective. I know the points and the levels are still on the side of T2, but AD Chaotic looking so much more alive this game than the previous one.
Yeah, I think this Leafeon, if it didn't change its held item, I think it is going X attack as its battle item. So really trying to lean into the burst damage with that Unite move. They're going to go ahead and trade some scores in here. All 5 members of Tier 2 scoring on, lo and behold, the Tier 2s of AD Chaotic. AD Chaotic is going to respond with some scores of their own, but they have quite literally doubled their score in the last minute, Bridget. 412 to now 194, 1 minute before the final stretch.
Yeah, T2's macro is just really putting on so much pressure. Like, not only to be coordinated enough to get those dunks off around the 3-minute mark, but to like have enough points in your pocket to get that many more points at this point. Like, really, really great job. I mean, they're gaming. They're kind of playing the game, I would say.
Yeah, it really shows, like I was saying, how much veteran prowess this team has playing together and playing against a lot of other teams. They're going to take this Registeel off the map, and it's going to be a very polarizing objective. It's going to give them that global EXP. Of course, they are already at a level advantage going into the final stretch. This is really good for AD Chaotic, maybe taking their advantage and using their cooldowns on maybe just a couple of the members of Tier 2, but this Pikachu is going to get a KO streak of 2, and now a KO streak of 3 for all of Tier 2, and it's going to pave the way to take this Rayquaza off the field. Livid Outrage, maybe in celebration, as the Rayquaza is ripped from AD Chaotic's hands. A really nice Revenant Ren, maybe taking some shields off, but man, Tier 2 got a really high-value KOs by KOing 3 members in that top path and then pivoting onto the Rayquaza.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that engagement alone really spoke to the team dynamics. I feel like Leafeon had a shot on the Mimikyu, and I definitely don't think that was a bad call to, like, get that guy out of this game. But unfortunately, the Mimikyu responded with a Unite move of their own, which kind of trumps out the Leafeon ult, unfortunately, and you saw the Pikachu ult, the Garchomp ult in that top path to kind of back up their boy, and no one else on the orange team was able to get their ult off, or maybe they didn't think that was the engage, or it can be a little, it happens so fast. It happens so fast. So great on T2 for getting the fight and winning the game ultimately.
Yeah, really shows their maturity in playing Pokemon Unite. They knew exactly where to go. They played together when they needed to. I think the one thing that was in favor of AD Chaotic was maybe taking that final stretch fight early, recognizing that there were a couple of members in that bottom path. But Pikachu, it was buffed the last time. I think it was on any sort of balance. It brings down so much thunder from the sky, quite literally, putting on a what's the name of the move from Pocket? A circle circuit across that top path.
I've never pulled a Pikachu EX. I wouldn't know.
Oh, no, well, I play. It's been my source of nightmares for quite some time.
I wish it was mine. I just haven't. I have 1,800
quite
cards.
Quite literally just
Pikachu
running
EX.
circles in that top path. But yeah, really valiant effort on the side of AD Chaotic. Drafts look really good. I think just maybe watching a couple more competitive Pokemon Unite, just maybe playing together as a team would definitely be to this team's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Pikachu literally did the most damage, and I could not take my eyes off the Mimikyu and the Garchomp. I think Garchomp is so strong. I am like always kind of aghast when I see it in games. It just feels so powerful. The pool with Dragon Rush. I mean, we basically saw it rip like every bottom objective by itself. Like, it's just a monster, and Mimikyu just can hard counter some of these top tier mons, such as Leafeon, with its Unite move. So,
and you can see there just that in that one highlight of the Garchomp trying to stop that Leafeon. I kind of addressed this earlier, but you can see this Garchomp player actually has a lot of hours on this Pokemon. It tried to stop that score with an ability that has really low animation time. That Dragon Claw is really short startup time. If they were to use that full combo, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop the Leafeon, but it used Dragon Claw specifically. And so I've been saying this in almost every broadcast for the last couple of weeks, maybe even a couple of months now, but Garchomp is one of my favorite all-rounders right next to Buzzwole, because it has so much pressure at all stages of the game. It is a stage 3 evolution Pokemon. It needs a lot of EXP, but it has a lot of impact in the early game. It doesn't need to stack. It has very fast auto attack pressure. It doesn't need to stack in its own in the top path, so it can prevent stacking Pokemon from scoring on its own goal zone. And then, like you were saying, really strong at level 5 with its pull abilities. Level 7, it gets both of them. And then at level 9, it gets that Unite move. And it continues to scale all throughout the game, but I think the one thing that Stage 3 evolutions struggle at, say for example Gengar or Tyranitar or Metagross, they need to get to level 7 or level 9 to really make an impact on the game, whereas Garchomp needs to be at level 1 to make an impact on the game.
so true. I've been thinking a lot about it. I'm like, what's the story with this Chomp guy? Because I know, like, it is just so strong. Like, I kind of know it is pretty, it's weird to say it's meta defining since it's been out since release. EU was onto something, I guess, when they wouldn't stop playing this guy. But wow, I really like the way you broke it down. It makes like a lot of sense why so many players are attracted to this mon, even though this like top path has so many options right now.
Yeah, like I was saying, all-rounders are really saturated in the metagame right now. Garchomp has cemented itself as one of the best all-rounders in the game in all regions of the world. But that is going to be our first set of the evening for Underdunk 47. We got a lot of Pokemon Unite still rearing and ready to go. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk 47 rumbles on right after this very short break.
one. These teams are ready to go.
Yeah, we're off and ready to go. Underdunk 47. My gosh, 47 underdunks is pretty big achievement. We're like a month or so away, pending any breaks, on hitting our 50th underdunk. Is pretty crazy, Bridget.
Ooh, that will be a big one. I'm excited. I'm happy to be involved. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be involved in that, but I'm here right now, and that's what matters. I don't know. I signed up for this yesterday.
Bridget's putting her name down for the 50th underdog. You have to bring her in now.
Yeah,
it's already written in the books.
Don't know what day it is, but I'm there.
All right, the players are ready to go and into, I think we're in the winners quarterfinals already. Looking back at the bracket, El Yoshi Arms, who is our orange side team, they did win their last set against Dark Toast in a 2-0 fashion, just like the last game. So looking at two teams that are pretty well off and away in Underdunk 47. Pretty common bands here. Darkrai Aegislash heading up to the ban slot for Simply Surreal. El Yoshi Arms, just like we saw in the last game, Blissey and Miraidon. Paves the way for a lot of defenders. Like we see their top picks on the top left corner of your screen, and Blastoise is going to be a good one.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I'm surprised to see that Darkrai ban. I feel like some people think it's a little fraudulent, but not surprising seeing that Umbreon first pick. It is incredibly strong. They cannot nerf this guy enough.
Yeah, another dark type Pokemon heading up to the first pick side, and I'm actually surprised to see Snorlax up here. I think this might be just a regional thing. I know North America loves Snorlax. Shout out to Zugrug, is probably the best Snorlax player maybe in the world, but Hoopa also another really strong supporter, especially when Blissey is banned out. Yeah,
love the Hoopa pick. The macro option, incredible. But Simply did pick the duck, and I am a big duck fan. Stop nerfing this guy. He's fine. I love him. Another pick I'm excited about is that Espeon. Oh my gosh. Miran Sejong, aka Zora Tigers Gaming, their new name, who won ACL for SEE, was playing so much Espeon. It looked bonkers. So, don't know if that's why they picked it, but I'm excited to see it.
Wow, we might be seeing an Inteleon and an Espeon in the bottom path. I haven't seen this matchup in quite some time. I mean, they might still be the central area Pokemon, but I feel like it's been, I don't know, a year or so since we've seen these two Pokemon. Really strong early game presence. For Swift EVs, I think Espeon has the best securing in the early game. It gets even better once they have Psyshock available to them. I think that's what they have with the held items that we see this Espeon having on itself. And Mimikyu, that last pick option, I love this 10th pick from Get Yoshi. When you see two speedsters on the other side, pick the all-rounder that is essentially the anti-speedster Pokemon that Unite Move Play With Me can lock down a singular Pokemon and maybe even KO that speedster in that veil.
Yeah, wow. Is Double Speedster the technology to play into Double Tank? It's not what I thought, but maybe if you burst them, they can't do much. I was pretty surprised by that one. Absol, incredibly strong. Honestly, had such a great showing in January Cup. I know Zara had its moment at Worlds. I forget, what is, like, Zara was like a hard counter to something, and that's why I think Tune and Overlord were playing it at Worlds, but I'm kind of misremembering what exactly it was countering.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a counter. There are some like natural counters. For example, Zeraora has like a natural weakness policy built into it. That's its passive ability.
Right.
Plasma something, I forget the name of its passive ability, but it's essentially whenever it takes physical type damage, it does increase the amount of damage it outputs for a short period of time. So it does really well into all-rounders or other speedsters, and generally also does really well into other speedsters because it does so much burst damage onto a singular Pokemon. But when I look at Simply Surreal, this is quite literally how Luminosity Gaming has been approaching their game. Two very highly mobile Pokemon. It might be Zoroark plus a Lucario. We saw that in the Aeos Cup play-ins. It might be a Leafeon plus a Mimikyu. We've seen that with Trainer and Overlord with those various Pokemon. This is a very common archetype for North America right now. It's really on the backs of Luminosity, kind of pivoting towards this type of gameplay.
Yeah, honestly makes a lot of sense. LG obviously seeing so much success in just about every year they've ever played the game. So not a bad team to be modeling as we get going in this game 1 for our quarterfinals. Lots of EVs on the screen right now, but it looks like they kind of took a split jungle approach for the side of Simply, getting at least a lot of XP across their attackers, but nothing too substantial yet in terms of our little team fight.
Double speedsters in the top path, a really squishy top path. Of course, that duck is going to be there most of their bulk here. Absol's going to hang out in that top left elbush, waiting for the central area birds to spawn on to the field. Get Yoshi, central area carry for El Yoshi Arms. It's going to be heading up here. It's a little bit late for the engagement. I think a lot of that experience going over to Simply Surreal, just making this team fight all too simple as they're able to score onto this tier 1 goal zone as well.
Yeah, and as I see that team fight play out, I'm like, oh, you can't really reset in a Hoopa portal if you have 2 speedsters hitting their buttons on you. So I see the vision. I see the vision more clearly now. As Simply gets another KO on the spot side and getting their dunks in for their EVs.
Okay, I'm envisioning it right now. If this Zero Aura player can use Discharge Volt Switch to its absolute maximum potential, that's kind of a fun there because potential is like electricity, you know? But if they're able to like pull with the Discharge away from someone going through the Hoopa portal, I'm gonna quit Unite.
Yeah,
it's such a cool tech.
I honestly forget about Zera's pool quite a bit. Don't think about that guy very much. Don't really like him very much on a personal level, but he does perform super well here. Simply, honestly, doing an amazing job getting all of those middle birds, getting this early level lead, a slight point lead. Honestly, looking good as we are about to get into these first objectives.
Well, is that a Night Slash, Absol? Take a look at that. I was looking at the minimap, and it did like a weird arc in the central area, which leads me to believe this is a Night Slash. We'll see that once we head to the top path once again. But El Yoshi Arms is going to start to pivot onto the tier 1 goal zone, score a lot of points, 27 points from the Mimikyu. And this Espeon is going to be playing the stored power variation. I do quite like this a lot, considering the mobility maybe getting away from this Mimikyu. But, you know, I mean, looking at this team composition, they're kind of lacking in the range category, but I guess they don't really need to worry when this Inteleon is playing Liquidation, to be specific.
Yeah, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Oh my gosh, I thought the Absol like stole the Regis. I was like, whoa, that was the top objective they got. So, got at least a bit of a trade there as El Yoshi Arms are pushing for this objective, or for this goals, and it seems like they're maybe able to get some off here. Oh, actually a big reset from the Hoopa. It does not look like they are going back. Snorlax's gonna 1v5. That was a good try, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Maybe try to say Gandalf, hold the line, maybe. But yeah, here comes Simply Surreal, making this a reality, quite literally taking this goal zone off of the field, and they got a really strong early game lead. It's actually to be expected. Of course, this Blastoise doesn't get online until level 7, and again, getting that evolution at level 9. And like we were saying with the Leafeon in the earlier set today, these speedsters do really well in this early game. So what El Yoshi Arms really needs to do is they really need to pivot off of this Mimikyu, getting an engage, getting a Unite move onto one of these speedsters, and then going from there.
Yeah, definitely. This is the time where El Yoshi Arms needs to kind of like regroup, get their farm up, get these ults going, and kind of make a push for one of these tier 1 goals. It looks like they're obviously making moves at this top path. It looks like almost all of the team here in Unite are going wild, Draku.
Oh, I know. The Unite move from the Espeon actually preventing the Inteleon from going back into the Hoopa portal. Of course, they are still staying on the field, and the huge team fight going another in the way of Simply Surreal once again. I mean, when you take a look at their Unites, their Unite moves are devastating. That Midnight Slash, cleansing all of the damage for the period of time they are in that Unite move. That Espeon can pull anyone up, turning off the gravity from going into that Hoopa portal. We saw the Unite move from the Psyduck, also really strong in those team fights. Lots of really, lots of circle Unite moves in this game, actually.
Yeah, I was just about to say, a lot of the Simply's Unite moves are kind of like, almost like team AoE bursty damage, whereas the right side is disruption, single target, not as like bursty in damage. They do have this Hoopa Unite, and they are hungry for this top goal zone, and actually are able to get a KO on this Umbreon and get some points in, but man, this Absol and Zera duo are making it difficult.
Yeah, Hoopa's Unite move is kind of like a circle Unite move, question mark. It's like
there's a circle involved
in the vertical plane, whereas like all of the other ones are in the horizontal plane, right?
Oh, yeah, like the
Blastoise
X-axis.
Maybe Umbreon, right? Yeah.
I understand what you're
lots
saying.
Lots of circles on the field right now. What is this cast that we're doing? But we
No,
got
this is
2
good.
minutes left
Shapes are
before the central area fight begins. The rendezvous at 2, as I love to say, but. Yeah, Simply Surreal really leaning into that early game presence. You would think this team really struggles in the mid to late game, but they got a level 13, almost level 14 Absol heading into the central area.
Yeah, this Absol has been crushing it, and honestly the Espeon as well. This is the build I was hoping to see from them that got Lord Tigers Gaming, aka Mira Zhejiang, their big dub in ACL this past weekend, and wow, they are pushing into this tier, honestly using a lot of Unite moves on the side of Simply, and they were hungry for it. You know what? Take it. You got it.
I mean, you don't need the Rayquaza if you score all your points before the 2-minute mark, right? It's so simple.
It is so
330?
simply surreal simple.
Yeah. 330 to 145, they are more than doubling the score that El Yoshi Arms has put together at this point in the game. Both teams have lost their tier 1 goal zones, about 45 seconds left before the final stretch. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawning. This is going to be a Registeel. We've seen quite a number of Registeels today, at least not in this game. In that previous game, lots of Registeels forming in this bottom path, and it's going to be so favorable for Simply in this endgame fight.
Yeah, that is definitely a huge one to have going into Rayquaza Pit. Honestly, El Yoshi Arms has really great positioning here. They took advantage of the other team kind of like going for that bot objective to get this priority positioning. Psyduck kind of giving them a hard time with that Psychic move. I love seeing Psychic on the Psyduck. I think it's such a fun one, but just kind of some pokes so far. Snorlax getting caught out just a little bit. Oh, the circle got him. It was his downfall.
Yeah, they're going to be able to score on the tier 1 goals and in the top path. It's not a one-score game in favor of El Yoshi Arms. They do need quite a bit. There's a Shedinja Doll on the field. They are going to be picked up as the gravity gets turned off. Another Circle Unite with a Hydro Typhoon kicking up a couple. And Midnight Slash by the Absol is going to be united by the Mimikyu. Play With Me is going to be the tool of choice to lock down this Absol. But unfortunately, El Yoshi Arms is going to have to watch as Simply Surreal starts on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they were actually able to get so many of them pretty low. Blastoise is in the mix now, taking back that Hoopa portal, but just the timing was a little bit off. It actually seemed like El Yoshi Arms had not horrible picks on that fight. It just kind of seemed like they were almost like split up a little bit, hitting different guys. Obviously, our Lax getting caught immediately pretty much was not ideal. I don't hate that the Blastoise went for the dunk, but if you look at their Unite moves, we almost really needed the Blastoise disruption to make something happen, or at least like stand on our Inteleon and maybe unite anyone that tries to jump on him. It's hard with like the Absol Unite getting like the iframes, like, you know, not a foolproof plan, but I don't know. Kind of fell apart there at the end. Great job from both teams, though.
Yeah, I think one thing with Blastoise in top path, I mean, kind of like I was talking about with Garchomp, right? It's a stage 3 evolution Pokemon. It needs a lot of experience to get from the Squirtle to a Wartortle, then a Wartortle to a Blastoise at level 7. And it really struggled throughout that game to be the top lane carry that it needed to be. Only 31,000 damage, actually being out damaged by the support player on the team, unfortunately. And I think Blastoise does really well when you have a really strong early game presence. Maybe even a Leafeon would have done really well as that last pick option. I think that Mimikyu, again, really favorable into a double speedster composition. But I guess the one thing about bounded type Unite moves is that you can only use it on one. right? You're able to use it onto the Absol, but wasn't even able to knock out the Absol in that central area fight. And now that Unite move, which is probably into Speedsters the most valuable tool for those categories of Pokemon, well, it didn't get the KO that it needed to, right? And so maybe even a Leafeon would have been better to leverage into the kind of lacking early game presence that Blastoise has, get that going early so that Blastoise can actually have an impact in the later stages of the game earlier on.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that one. I feel like the Blastoise could have maybe made some bigger moves, especially in terms of its Unite move, but man, the burst on the side of Simply was just really difficult to deal with. Wow, yeah, that double speedster was hitting so hard.
The double speedster is also not the easiest strategy to pull off, right? It's very volatile, especially if those speedsters get at a level neutral or level deficit relative to the enemy team, and your team fighting prowess isn't very good because those speedsters like to cause a lot of chaos, a lot of havoc on the field. And quite literally, it's leaving the other three members to stay as a pod together in sometimes a 3v4 or a 3v5 situation. So it's really up to the speedsters to use their mobility and use their burst damage to tear apart the enemy team before this pod moves forward. It's a really hard, again, composition to really pull off. That's why Luminosity is one of the teams that can pull it off to very high proficiency. But Simply Surreal did it really well in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, watching back some of these replays, like maybe on the Mimic, I'm lost in the sauce here, but Tricker Mimikyu, I feel like maybe like puts a hard stop on a lot of these mobility guys. I mean, it's a pretty big area of effect that your Trick Room is in, and it does kind of mess up their engage when they're trying to jump on you with all these different melees. But another thing I noticed was Blastoise was Surf build, which it's like, dude, how are you hitting a Surf on any of these guys? Like, I like that hard, tall order, I feel like, for your Blastoise player, and with all of, like, the stored power on the Espeon, the mobility of the Absol and the Zera. I mean, it's just, it's hard to even hit them with your Blastoise ult. Even from the second you proc it, they can get out.
There wasn't a whole lot of crowd control on the side of Simply Surreal, so I feel like the rapid spin, to your point, would have also done really good too. But it's hard to make that call, especially if your early game doesn't go really well.
Right.
Because Rapid Spin Blastoise does really well if it has, level parity with the enemy team. And I feel like they made the decision to go Surf Blastoise after that first engagement. If they were to wipe that first, I think they would have made that decision to move to the other moveset.
Very, very, very fair. As to draft of our game 2, looks like the same drafts on the side of both teams, same sides as well, it looks like. So far, draft going the same as well, was simply picking up that Umbreon, which, I mean look is just no fun gaming. It really shut down on some big plays that Yoshi was trying to make last game.
Yeah, Umbreon is quite literally the best defender and the best supporter in the game. One of the best supporters in the game. If you have Blissey banned out, it has so much burst healing with Wish, and you have a really strong engagement tool. Even if you don't have foul play because you're opting to go Mean Look, for example, you have a Unite move that takes shielding away from the enemy team immediately, but also over a period of time with that Unite move. So it's just so strong in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. So our drafts have gone quite different lines than last time. Yoshi stealing away the Duck. Good call. Duck good. Also stealing away the Zera and picking up the Armarouge. What are your thoughts on Armarouge? Because I cannot say I'm a big Armarouge believer right now.
I mean, we'll see after the final preparations what this ability set is going to be. It's one of those Pokemon where you can actually tell what the ability is going to be going towards once you see the Hell item it has specifically. It looks like it's going to be going Armor Cannon. I'm kind of disappointed that this Pokemon was nerfed so heavily.
Yeah.
Just almost kind of immediately, it kind of got the failings treatment, in my opinion. It was kind of a meta-defining Pokemon for a little bit of time, and then it was nerfed kind of to the ground like some of the other attackers. It's an attacker that I think is kind of bland in its moveset. It does really good burst damage. It kind of stays on the battlefield, kind of like a Venusaur if you're playing the other Fire Spin ability. But it is going to be pivoting over to a full heal. It might be going Fire Spin in this situation, but I think kind of like Venusaur, it only does really well if you have an active healer on your team. And when you look at that team, well, the side deck doesn't really have any healing ability. So we'll see how well this Armourouge plays into something that stays on the field for a long period of time with supporting type Pokemon. I'm talking about this Water Urshifu. That's definitely going to be on the side of Surreal.
What? Water Bear confirmed? Wait, I'm excited now. I wasn't even paying attention. I just see Bear and I'm like, ugh. It's not LG, they're not playing. Like, everyone is picking Dark Bear, I feel like, which, valid, super duper strong, but I think Water Bear is a little bit underrated, so I'm excited to see them play that.
Yeah, there's quite a number of Pokemon that I was saying in my last comment that really needs a support pocket to do really well. Armourouge Fire Spin is one of them. Venusaur Petal Dance is another one of them. Water Urshifu is also another one of them as well. Maybe a couple of months ago, that would have been definitely a different comment that I would say. Heading into the central area, so we'll get to level 5 very quickly, but Water Urshifu with a Pocket Eldegoss, Pocket Blissey, even an Umbreon Wish support is very scary to deal with in this early game.
Definitely, and I love seeing an Eldegoss into Speedsters. I think that was a really good call on the end of Simply. I think they picked it up maybe even before the other team was picking up their Speedsters, but I mean, it just can really slow down the momentum of those guys. As you just saw, its boosted auto is just irritating, so getting off to a good start in this top path for Simply Surreal.
Yeah, Simply Surreal is also pulling out the Lucario, definitely feeling themselves in this game. Taking a look at the band, it was just the Aegis Slash, so there was quite a number of Pokemon all-rounders to be selecting that top path. Maybe Lucario is just something in their pocket, quite literally. Lucario is definitely not the best all-rounder in the game. I would not even say like the top 5 best all-rounders in the game, but we'll see. Let's see what Rosaya can cook here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Lucario is just one of those guys that it was just so dominant for so long, which it feels like eternities ago, but so many players just love this mod and like still love to show their mastery of it. Surreal holding on by a thread. Oh, but the duck is good. The duck is good. I've been saying this as Bluebear gets in their backline, and oh, mama, they might be online already.
Yeah, this is a picture that we've seen so many times in our ranked environment. A Pocket Water Urshifu heading into our tier 2, even though our tier 1 gold zone is still on the field. And as soon as they clear that, they're going to head into the central area. Lots of members in El Yoshi Arms to defend their central area wild Pokemon. But take a look at this. IKEA Shoes supported by this Eldegoss should be able to make it back to the left side. Oh, look at this! The Snorlax coming in to help the team! Can they make it away here? A huge fight breaking out in the central area, but Rosaya with the E-Speed Lucario is kind of smirking a little bit there, but we don't see E-Speed all too often. Like I was saying, Simply Surreal feeling themselves in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I honestly thought Yoshi Arms had it there for a second when their Lax was trying to flank, but oh, it was just a little too much whammage from Simply Surreal. And yeah, honestly, I like E-Speed here. It's not like they have a particularly thick composition that necessarily stops you when you're trying to zoom all around with your E-Speed. So definitely kind of a fun one. Maybe an ego pick, but it looked pretty good there.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely been watching LG's games. I'll tell you I think these are both of Overlord's pick. I think Trainer usually picks something like Leafeon or Mimikyu or maybe even Zoroark. But I mean, like I was saying before, 2 very highly mobile Pokemon causing so much chaos in that mid to short range, and then this pod right here, Eldegoss, Mewtwo Y, and this Umbreon kind of just hanging out together at every point in the game.
Yeah, definitely moving as a unit. You can just see how locked in Simply is. I feel like they are just, I don't know, feeling the momentum off of that game 1. It does look like Yoshi Arms is getting some movement up in that top path, hoping to maybe get a little tradesies here, get some more points on their side. They do get Not the best overdunk on that goal zone, but you know what? It's gone, and now this Lucky can head towards that tier 2 and put in some pressure.
I think this is a full heal Armourouge, and they are playing Armor Cannon. Yeah, so not a whole lot of mobility from this Pokemon. I don't know what the held item is, maybe an X speed or an eject button, but yeah, really having to rely on the defense of its front line, and they have quite a bit of front line with that Snorlax and that Psyduck. A fight breaking out here. Psycha Boom is going to be the tool of choice for El Yoshi Arms as they push on forward to this tier 1 goal zone. They actually do stay alive with the Meowscarada. I think that was the double team that I was looking at right there, but Mewtwo Y able to get a KO streak of 2 in this bottom path.
Yeah, honestly, good plays from both ends there. Both teams have that T1 still up as they try to kind of regroup. Simply still dealing with that Alecki, maybe getting some farm up. Honestly, both teams kind of like trying to get control of this map. No one's really leaving anything totally out in the open. It does look like Simply is going to be making a push for this top path, though.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this team composition, this kind of scattered-like gameplay for both of these teams does a lot in favor of Simply Surreal because these two highly mobile Pokemon simply have less to deal with. Or Cannon is going to send that Meowscarada blasting off again, but it is going to be a cat for a dog. Lucario heading back to the left side of the field as well. Zeraora able to get a knockout on that Mewtwo Y. They got to be very careful, maybe scoring on this tier 1 goal zone. They have a jump pad, as you can see them flying in here. They're going to lose their Psyduck and potentially the Zeraora if they're not careful.
Yeah, great game awareness on the side of Simply. Totally respect El Yoshi for trying to go for that cap. You never know. Points are good in this game, so I respect it, but really good on Simply for being there at the right time. And it looks like for the most part, all 5 of them are down here for this bottom Regirock objective as they start to rip it.
Yeah,
and they got
objective going over to Simply Surreal. This is a much closer game for El Yoshi Arms. In game number 2, there's 2 minutes left before the final stretch. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the field state. Level 12 on the side of Simply Surreal. That Urshifu is your highest on the field so far. So El Yoshi Arms, lots of level 11s, a little more even on their side of the field. I think they just need to win a team fight, kind of similar to what we were saying in game number 1, but they are just right there, Bridget.
Oh yeah, this is not unsurmountable at all. I feel like the adjustments they've made this game have really proven that they are of an equal caliber to this team. It kind of just comes down to draft and how you play, if you can believe it. That's really all it is. Eldegoss getting a little caught out, probably didn't realize, you know, like 4 people from the other team were like right in the middle, but it happens. Weird fight in the jungle right now. I'm not exactly sure the vision, but for sure, okay.
And when you're down at a deficit, it might be good to take some risks here. The Urshifu trying to score a full pocket of 50 points. Snorlax doing a really good job at holding on to that tier 1 goal zone. That score would have given them the lead, so really good to leave at least one member in this bottom path. It's come to about a stalemate for the last minute or so. They're going to score a small score of 5 in this bottom path as they retreat back over to the left side, but they have vision on at least 2 members in this bottom path. Umbreon is going to be going down here quite slowly because supported by that Eldegoss and that Wish, but 40 seconds left before the final stretch, and this final stretch fight might be beginning soon with the Southern Roulette Reggie spawning on the field.
Yeah, I mean, El Yoshi Arms has pretty much their whole team down there. It looks like Meowscarada went back to get a buff. I mean, Lucario and Mewtwo were like fully gone for a good minute there. Obviously, Yoshi Arms did not realize that, but I mean, if they had made any kind of push, I feel like they would have had a really good start to this Ray fight, but they're taking it a little more cautious. They're not, you know, running it down. I guess that's a good idea. And they are getting positioned for this Ray fights. They are a bit spread out in the middle area, but it's kind of hard to defend both of your tier 1 goals at this point in the game.
Yeah, right now, Simply Surreal is taking full advantage of the NDs that El Yoshi Arms does not have. Of course, that tier 1 goal zone for Simply Surreal in the top path is gone, and they are still at a point lead at this point in the game. There is a 1v1 in the top path. I think the Lucario right now is chasing that double team. They are able to get the knockout. That is huge for Simply in this endgame.
Yeah, I mean, such a major pick to get the highest level out of here on the side of El Yoshi Arms. I don't know if they got the notification that they were in the lead or if it's a close game, but it seems like they're still taking their time. I mean, usually when my team gets a pick, I'm like, go, go, go. But I respect this. I respect this. Slow and steady wins the race. They're just kind of forcing the other team to make that move. So kind of seeing if they can catch them out on a mistake. Meowscarada is back in the mix. Umbreon is down, though, as Unite moves are going off everywhere.
Oh, Me2Y is going to bring down the airstrike. I think they are going to be really close to getting knocked out here. But take a look at this. Simply Surreal has lost 2 members of their team. Their Umbreon is still back in the Pokemon Center, just now coming back on the field. Elyoshi Arms is going to start working on this Rayquaza, but unfortunately, they do not have enough rip onto the big green dragon in the central part of the map. They were able to score on that bottom tier 1 Golzum to give them the lead, though. I don't know if Simply Surreal knows this, though. They are down by 6 points with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I did notice at the 1 minute mark they were able to see that at first the blue team had a small lead. Oh, wow! But over at the 50, I don't think that there's gonna be enough time for Yoshi to get that point lead back. Oh, they were actually so close. Honestly, such a great team fight from Yoshi, but they just seemed a little scattered. The Zera and Lax were still kind of fighting the 2 remaining players up. Arma was the only one really able to hit the Rayquaza. And if you look at the comp on the side of Yoshi, no one on that team wants to hit the Ray. So I'm not surprised. Maybe they didn't realize it, but man,
yeah,
that was a nail biter. I was stressed.
I agree, and that's one of the advantages and disadvantages of having your tier 1 goal zones in the bottom path. It makes for a really easy score. Obviously, the closest path is often the fastest path as well. Coco Trio getting the MVP score, 25 points in double time, making that 50. They needed much less than that to take the lead in the end game, but looking at both of these teams, I think the only Pokemon here that has really good secure is that Lucario. Everyone else not the best secure, so like you were saying, very hesitant to take the Rayquaza off the field, and it's obvious why.
Yeah, I mean, Simply does have excellent rip, I feel like, with the Urshifu and the Mewtwo-Y, but obviously they were KO'd or zoned out, so not a lot of guys putting damage on that Rayquaza from either side of the team until the very end. So great work from Yoshi. I feel like they adjusted super well. That game 2 was like, oh, I kind of thought it was theirs for a second. So good fight, good fight.
Yeah. I really love the strategy that Simply Surreal has put together here, winning 2-0 in this match against Elyoshi Arms. This is a very strong team, Elyoshi Arms, even though they did lose out 0-2. But I think Simply Surreal, it just shows that these players have been playing a lot together. I think this is kind of a newer team. I know that some of these players have been kind of rotating around some different teams, but it really shows their individual prowess as players, but also shows how strong they are with playing with other people, maybe with less experience as playing together as a team. But pulling off, like I was saying in game number 1, pulling off a strategy like this, like Luminosity Gaming has been playing the entire year so far, is not an easy thing to do, and they made it quite simple.
So simple. Yeah, they kind of like showed their flexibility too by running kind of 2 very different comps. So it kind of shows their draft knowledge, how they can, use different strategies when they're actually inside this game, and being just like aware of their win con and aware of like what the other team's win con is as well. So really, really impressive. I mean, it was kind of cool to see both teams do this like double speedster compositions with like different speedsters. I guess Zera's the star of the show, but I honestly love Meowscarada. I love seeing it in 5-stack comps. I think it's super strong, maybe misunderstood. It's a hard one. I actually do really like Meowscarada, but I wish I could see it like soar in a 5-stack. Maybe it's not its time yet.
Yeah, I think kind of the reason why Meowscarada and Zeraora aren't picked very often, I think Zeraora is even the better example of the two, is that they kind of require a lot to get online, whereas other speedsters
True.
like Zoroark or Leafeon, you know, at level 4 and level 5 respectively, even Talonflame kind of gets okay at level 5. These Pokemon need quite a bit of experience in this category to get the maximum value. Meowscarada gets its primary damaging ability at level 6, and then the same thing for Zeraora. When Zeraora was buffed a couple of patches ago, I was saying in order for Zeraora to become, I think, meta relevant, all they need to do is switch their 5 and 7 abilities. If Zeraora got Discharge at 5, it would be a completely different Pokemon, and I think it would scale the speedster hierarchy quite significantly.
I don't know if we need it all. Maybe he doesn't need all that.
I think so. I mean,
Maybe-
for the
maybe
longest
keep that
time,
one to
it
your
had like a
thought-
level
yourself.
14 power spike. Like,
Okay.
it was like a level
After
14
it
power
was
spike.
like,
It also had like a level 10 Unite move, if you remember back to Unite Year 1.
okay, but she was like too broken on launch, and I for one will never forget. So I think we are going to take a short break before we get into our next round. So we'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back to Underdunk 47. Draku-san, more like PNG-san for today. Bridget on the mic for the earlier part of today's broadcast. Never follow the timers on our broadcast, by the way, because we're more than likely to come back early as we had for the last couple of breaks now. But we're going to be bringing you some more content here. We were going to be heading on to the winner's semifinal round, but we have a bit of time, so we're going to hang out in the quarterfinal round where we're going to be bringing you game number 2 between Team Shock and Lazy Boys. Bridget?
Yeah, so as you'll see, Team Shock is already up 1 match, so we'll see how this next game goes for them as we are getting into our bans. Wow. Tanks and supports are not allowed to play, and I don't like it, but I respect it.
Yeah, right now Bridget is looking at like the Psyduck in that ban slot with a head maybe on the head, a headache, if you may, because you're not going to be seeing some of your favorite Pokemon heading to Thea Sky Ruins. I have quite a bit of experience casting at least one of these teams. Team Shock, also known as the Flaming Hot Dodrios, they were the Flaming Hot Depressos, they were Team Go-Go for a little while as well. Now going back to this new team of Team Shock, I've always had a lot of love for their team compositions, especially Tetchin, who's one of the best Zero Aura players in North America. Recently, just picking up Mountain Mew. I don't know if it's permanently or just for today, but this is a player that has really sprouted in this last UCS season. I think getting 1 top 8 in the earlier part of the UCS season really showing out this year.
Yes, big Mountain Mew fan, big Christian fan, love the Team Shock, Flame Hot Dodrio, etc. Friendos, so excited to get to see their games. Also super excited to see Mountain Mew on her Mew, very notorious for that mon. Going up against this Miraidon, boo, stinky Miraidon, and wow, another Mr. Mime. Am I sleeping on Mr. Mime? Is this the technology?
Mew Mime Glaceon is about to come out for Team Shock, clearly,
oh my
right?
gosh.
They just need one more of that last piece of Glaceon. They will have a, I would say the most, I would say toxic metagame that we've, the earliest metagame that we've had that I can remember that is the most toxic in my opinion. But take a look at this. We have a Tinkaton coming out to play on the side of Lazy Boys. Let's give some love out to them, by the way. I've actually played against these individual players a number of times on the ladder. I think Dari, Lazy Water, and Twerksy is in my server, so a lot of experience playing against them, and they are quite experienced across their various categories that they play. Oh, Mew Mime Glaceon, take a look!
I know! I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was like, wow, they're listening! You actually literally called it. I guess that was their favorite meta. It definitely wasn't mine. Honestly hilarious to see this, like, trio. I actually don't think I've seen it since the Sky Ruins came out, and I really didn't need to see it again. But honestly, I guess in their current states, it's fine.
This is quite literally like day 1 Thea Sky Ruins. This was like the meta game. I don't think it was Snorlax. It was something else. But of course, Steroids was released very early on, or a lot later on. But this was a very scary composition because you have so much displacement from Mr. Mime. You have the easier non-skill shot point and click abilities from Glaceon. And if you remember release Mew, it was a monster. That boosted auto used to do something like 2,000 damage for free. So you had 2 non-skill shot Pokemon on the same team. Very scary.
Even Solar, I will never forget when I left my little area and I saw a Mew Solar Beaming the bunnies for the first time. Disgust. I cannot, it will live in my brain. When I am old and have dementia, I will remember the Mew Solar Beam leaving the base. But I won't need to worry about that today because we just have to get to this game 2 of our quarterfinals with Lazy Boys and Team Shock, with Team Shock up 1-0.
Yeah, Team Shock ended up winning their first game in quite an interesting way, if you knew what happened there. But Mountain Mew heading to the bottom path. Of course, Mountain Mew may have a buff by simply being named Mew themselves. Don't tell player this because I know a lot of players love to be named after their favorite Pokemon.
That would honestly be kind of cool, but also would make the username market, like, egregious, which maybe Timmy's interested in. I, for one, am not. It kind kind of feels like this bottom lane is actually a little bit in parity. Mew kind of one of the only guys that can really match Miraidon's range. I do think the Miraidon is running that Shedinja doll, unless they perhaps changed it. I would think they might have, since that Shedinja doll drift interaction isn't quite what it used to be, but we'll definitely find out. Looks like no more blue bear for us. We do see that dark bear as we go for these first birds. These junglers taking split lane choices, but no big momentum really coming out of either, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, in the top path, I think it was this Tinka Tough, who's currently a Tinka Tough. Actually, no, it's a Tinka Tink at this point in the game. It really struggles in this early game, very similar to Kubfu for Urshifu's first line. But unfortunately, the one downfall of Tinkaton, unfortunately, is this early game. It really struggles to get to level 7, whereas Urshifu, it kind of has that same value, only needs to get to level 5 to unlock that Wicked Blow. But quite a lot of burst damage. It has both Wicked Blow Urshifu and then Tinkaton on its team once it gets there.
Yeah, she's definitely working on it. Getting caught by that mime was not ideal. Glaceon does go down to the Urshifu, but it looks like the rest of Team Shock will be able to get away. Oh, but Urshifu, oh, that was just from before. Anyway, not the worst, maybe not the best. Oh, Tinkaton is having such a bad time, though, and I feel like we're kind of seeing why the Tink is not entirely favored. You have to do a lot of work to get its hammer stacks throughout the game, and being level 4 at 7 minutes is not the start that you like to see.
Yeah, fortunately this Tink is not looking very tough at this point of the game, but they are level 5. It's definitely not where you want to be at the 7-minute mark as the top lane carry Pokemon. Level 9 for Techen for the Cerulege. He's going to walk directly into that tall grass. He's going to be very careful. Going to be chipped away even further by that Hoopa hyperspace hole. It looks like the Urshifu doesn't have that Unite move available to them, so in terms of Unite move economy, right now Team Shock has 2 of them.
Yeah, doing a lot better in that regard. I mean, that Cerulege almost went down to the Urshifu in that top path. I thought it was such a good catch on the side of Lazy Boys, as it looks like Lazy Boys is keeping their characters up in that top path where Team Shock is going all in on this Reggie Ice, but not even to much avail. Miraidon is getting KOs.
Yeah, they are a Charge Beam Miraidon, but they do have a Shedinja doll. You don't see that quite often. You normally see that pairing when they're playing Electro Drift, because that enhanced version of Electro Drift does come out even if you activate the Shedinja doll. It's kind of a gimmicky strategy, but does really well in some instances. They're going to start to press forward onto the Tier 1 goal zone. Glacial Stage set onto the field. KO streak of 2 for Techen. Continuing to get more KOs is Team Shock, quite literally shock and awe in this bottom path. They're going to close this out with a really nice 40-point score, make this a 31-point overtime. Exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really beautiful job on the side of Team Shock. I mean, I was getting a little worried there in that first fight when they were kind of going down, but they clutched up. They did have the numbers there, and it looks like Lazy Boys didn't even have enough points to break that top goal zone. Maybe they were just looking for some stackies, who's to say. I mean, we really needed to get our Tink online, so I definitely don't hate them kind of splitting and dividing and conquering. And yeah, to answer Pina in chat, I do think they patched out the Shed Doll Drift interaction.
Oh, they did? Actually did not know that. But I mean, while you were talking there, the Tinkaton actually did get a knockout onto the Cerulege, and just like that, they are right back in this game. They're still at a level deficit, level 10, but it's the KO that you really need to get back into level parity with some of the carries on the side of Team Shock. I don't know how many stacks they have on this hammer, but one of the cool mechanics for Tinkaton is as you progress in the game, naturally higher levels, but your abilities get more value by more hammer stacks you have in this hammer.
Yes, exactly. Which you want to get by auto-attacking your enemies, which typically in a comp game, your enemies are not going to want you to touch them. So it is a little harder to find than, say, a solo queue game where they run it down a little bit. As we are going all in on this Aleki, Hoopa ults, but it wasn't quite enough as Shock gets the KOs. They get the Reginald electricity, and he is walking into that tier 1. I don't think they'll be able to break it in time, so not the best overdunk, but hey, let's just go to the tier 2.
Oh, yeah, gotta be very careful here. There's that Sterilage going down once again. The tickets are at level 11, and they have got way too greedy going on to the tier 2 goal zone. They are down by more than 100 points, but now, I mean, look at their carries. They're level 12. Miraidon's struggling at that level 9, or now level 10. Tinkaton at level 11, so they have access to their first plus ability. They are slowly clawing their way back, and that score is going to bring them in a one-score game in double time.
Yeah, it looks like a big fight is breaking out here on this Reg Ice, but no one really making moves toward it quite yet. We're just getting damage down. Glaceon's able to KO the Trevenant, but one down on each side. Lazy Boys is falling as Mew is able to get its Unite move off. Tink trying to get towards his backline, but oh, it just keeps going and going.
Yeah, Elapoppy able to get a knockout onto the Miraidon, who, like I was saying before, really struggling in this game number 2. Oh, Tinkerton is looking the wrong way. They do get knocked out, unfortunately. And the Mr. Mime not clowning around here is Team Shock as they're able to pull the Reggie Ice to their side of the field. That Reggie Ice, again, global EXP, but I think more importantly, especially in these endgame team fights, that buff that any Southern Reggie gives you is going to be so valuable. More passive healing across your team, and it's going to be really good because you don't have an active healer on your side of the field.
So true. I mean, and just like that, Team Shock is looking great with Glaceon at this level 14, but he's not far behind at all. It looks like our Urshifu is working to get his Unite move. He's able to get it. Tink able to get theirs. They're kind of locked and loaded for this last objective, whereas I know the Glaceon and the Mew ulted in that bottom engagement, so theirs might be a little late. They do both get it back, I guess, pretty quickly, but not quick enough for the beginning of this engagement.
Oh my gosh, Miraidon is going to take a Solar Beam to the face here. It's going to kind of send them reeling here. There's another Solar Beam just missing shyly. Oh, really nice heavy slams to interrupt the Miraidon and that Trevenant from going back through the Hoopa hyperspace hole. And that Trevenant is going to be hacked at the roots as they're sent back to the left side of the field. The Ceruledge, or actually no, the Urshifu is going to be the next to fall. And Team Shock quite literally has an electric fight starting to break out here in the central area.
Christian is my goat on that Snorlax. What a perfect heavy slam, just totally changing the momentum of this game as they're able to keep getting these picks off. Hoopa ult tries to get the team back into this fight. Lazy Boys does have quite a few ults left, but so does Team Shock, and they have control of this Ray Pit. Actually, Team Shock has all of their Unite moves somehow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that after that one Snorlax play, it's the kind of the best counter to Hoopa, preventing them from going through the Hoopa Hordle. But here goes the Rayquaza, is going to be taken down, and Lazy Boy somehow squeaks away with that one, but they have two members still back in their Pokeballs, and now a mad rush by Team Shock to go to the left side of the field. The Hoopa is actually going to recall to stop goals going into that tier 2 goal zone, and that is going to give the lead to the boys.
Huge play by that Tinkaton to block those shards so the Miraidon could get the second dunk off. That is a team player. My teammates would never do that for me. That was beautiful. But it looks like Team Shock is still trying to get some dunks back there, but Lazy Boys with the defense. Miraidon still has the shield, man. I mean, Mew just can't really do the damage needed to kind of get that off quick enough in terms of like the dunks going off, but wow. I really don't know how Lazy Boys secured that with like 3 of their team up, whereas Team Shock had everyone, but I'm sure we'll get a little replay of it. Maybe it was the charge beam. I'm not even really sure what it was from the Miraidon, but wow. Way to keep in it, Lazy Boys. That was nuts.
Yeah, as one of my coworkers from the OC region loves to say, when there is a Ray, Sometimes there is a way, and definitely that was the only way that Lazy Boys was going to get back into this game. It was actually not that big of a scoring deficit. It was like 193 to 120-ish for Lazy Boys at a deficit at that point. It was still a one-score game. They could have scored or pivoted towards that tier 1 goal zone. I actually don't know who started the rip on the Rayquaza. They didn't really have the best securing tools on their side of the field, at least on the field at that time. I don't know if the Urshifu was still up. I don't know if the Tinkaton was still up, but it was the Miraidon. It doesn't have the best securing tools. It does have really good rip potential, especially when you have both the Unite move on the target and then using or stopping the Unite move right before it gets knocked out or captured to use your Charge Beam enhanced ability. But nonetheless, went over to the Miraidon. 77,000 damage on that Pokemon is your damage leader of the game. I feel like that just went everything in the way of Team Shock. They had a beautiful engage by the Snorlax, preventing a couple of members from going to the Hoopa portal. It sent all of Lazy Boys scattering. The Lazy Boys just played into their win condition, and that was the sometimes most frustrating win condition for a team that was so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that Hoopa Unite probably ended up being so clutch. I'm not sure if or how many members were able to get through there and probably be there on time for that secure. So excited to see what we can get from that Rayquaza fight on our replays. But first, we're going to be looking at these Reggie Ice engagements where Team Shock was able to secure, even though it looked like Lazy Boys was almost going to beat them in that 3v5, but they were able to get it done. I mean, Team Shock had such a great game. It really just came down to like the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, this highlight reel is going to be all in favor of Team Shock for most of this game. It's going to be a game 3 scenario, exactly what Lazy Boys needs to stay in the winner side of the bracket here. I mean, a couple of key points here when you're watching this game. I think Tinkaton, we saw in full display why this character, or why this Pokemon really struggles in Pokemon Unite competitive, is because right now Pokemon Unite is so high tempo that the early game dominance in certain Pokemon just kind of leads your way through the remainders of the game. That's why you don't see Tyranitar very often, because it's a late scaling Pokemon, and Tinkaton here really struggled in the early game to even get to level 5. It was at level 5 at the 7-minute mark, where you want your top lane carry to be level 8, sometimes even level 9 in the best of games. You can see right here a couple of KOs going in the way of that Tinkaton, getting the knockout on the Ceruledge. But I'm excited to see this end game and how Team Shock kind of just lost it in the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was like quite a few Unite moves going on. It was pretty chaotic, as raid fights typically end up being if you don't get that kind of clean team wipe. So yeah, I'm definitely pretty curious too. I mean, it just kind of seems like Miraidon was a bit of a game changer for Lazy Boys, obviously securing the raid, but even kind of watching these back, the Miraidon was doing a lot of work, especially to keep up the momentum when their tank was definitely struggle busing a little bit to get involved, which I think it's definitely more of a tank issue. Gosh, that slam was so good up from Christian.
Yeah, it's a beautiful interaction between the two. Any sort of crowd control that lifts you off of your feet is going to be really good. But timing that for the heavy slam just shows you how well Christian is on this Pokemon. All right, we see here about 120 on the clock. Rayquaza about 75%. You see both the Urshifu and Tinkaton are down at this point. I want to see who starts the engagement. Dari goes down here. Does the Urshifu go back through the portal? Here comes the rip on the Rayquaza. It looks like the Urshifu was able to make it back in here to work, so you can see them right above the Rayquaza. Here's the Unite move from the Miraidon. You can see the notification is just blocking it there. I think it was really just a lucky meteor fall here. You can see, where is it? There's that meteor. There's a secure. It's going to be the last one. It does the most amount of damage too. So not the best securing tool for Miraidon. Really just a lucky secure for Lazy Boys, and it led them to the end of the game.
Wow. That is pretty wild. Yeah, I was able to see the Glaceon ulting on top of it for Team Shock to try to get it done. But yeah, I mean, other than, I guess, your Ceruledge, there really wasn't like a super clean secure tool for Team Shock. But regardless, game 3, unexpected, but I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm sure Team Shock is quite a bit shocked at
Less
going
excited.
to a game 3 at this point. I think this entire set for Team Shock has been a little bit surprising in my opinion. You know, especially with their
that.
game 1 win off stream. If you know what happened there, you'll know why. And then kind of losing this in game 2 kind of in a in shocking fashion, quite literally. But we're going to see a game 3. That's what casters love to say.
Yeah, and already the drafts are a little bonkers. We do see the Urshifu and the Miraidon bans this time around, which I totally understand, but leaving that Umbreon open to a first pick, as well as the Slowbro. Glaceon getting, I can't remember who was playing Glaceon last time. We're seeing Glaceon again. We're seeing the Chomp. Double Speedster is the theme. Apparently... That's the juice, which I've always kind of enjoyed, but we get to see Tetsuyan on the Signature Zera. Not something I thought I was going to see a lot of. Gengar, I don't even know what to think about Gengar anymore, so...
This is, like I was saying when we first started the broadcast of this set specifically, I have quite a number of casts for this team. This is... of course they've had a brand change. This is the Flaming Hot Special. You're gonna see Tetchin in the central area getting as much farm as it can. You're gonna see Elo Poppy in the top path is where they've played this Pokemon. Not stacking by any means, so I'll be surprised to see Elo Poppy anywhere else. I've also seen Elo Poppy play an EXP share Gengar a couple of different times, but the kind of the reason why I in particular have loved to cast this team is they have so much ingenuity. Even Tetchin, their central area carry, plays a number of really interesting carry Pokemon. Their signature, like you were saying, is the Zeraora. They also play a lot of Cinderace as well. We haven't seen that yet. I think there was like a grassroots tourney that Battle Hub was doing where then the Flaming Hot Dodrios played against Luminosity Gaming in a qualifier match, and Luminosity banned both Zeraora and Cinderace against them, clearly target banning a certain Pokemon. So this is the Shock Special. I'll call it that now.
Yeah, oh yeah, that alliteration. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely so fun to kind of see the unexpected. Obviously, like, when the meta is changing, it's kind of fun to see, like, what draft lines teams are, like, interested in. I mean, and this is such a fun one, especially before our February Cup, which, I mean, after this, it kind of kicks off a lot of, like, the EUIC, the ACL finals. We're going to start getting our first teams qualified for Worlds, so we are just about to get into the thick of it of UCS, and we get a good glimpse of all of it right now.
All right, Speedsters are actually going to be swapped. Gengar heading into the central area. Zeraora heading to the top path, going up against the Gibble. You got to be very careful in that top path. But as we head to this bottom path, double EVs on either side going to be going at it against each other. I think that's Christian on the Umbreon going up against Lazy Water and Revdos on their evolutions of their own. Really interesting bottom lane matchup. Don't normally see a Venusaur going up against a Glaceon specifically.
No, just about never. So at least nowadays, way more Glaceon today than I expected. They are able to get their level 4, which is huge for them. Start to get some of those stackies online. Ooh, big pull from the Kombuskin, but Elo Poppy just not letting this guy get away. I think he'll be able to get the KO. Yeah.
Oh.
Almost gets out, though, if Zera wasn't there. I don't know about that, actually. So, good backup from Tetsuyan as they get up here to harass the Gibble, try to make sure he does not get that level 5. In fact, he cannot even stay on the map right now as they push toward this tier 1.
And the Predators, the Speedsters are on the prowl in this top lane. Really nice pull by the Combuskin player, the Blaziken player to pull them through that portal. Gotta be very careful as these portals might not be the safest place to go back through. That Hoopa, just like its passive ability, is gonna be made to disappear. And more members are disappearing in the top path. And this is exactly what you don't want to see if your team Shock. This Garchomp getting a KO streak of 2 on both of your carries on your side of the field. Now almost level 7 going into the central area.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, Gabite/Garchomp can reset the narrative. I really was like, wow, Double Speedster, I guess, is the answer into these Hoopa portals, but man, when you just have Gabite, Garchomp putting on that much pressure, I mean, literally stealing the farm away so they cannot even contest it, all going to the side of Lazy Boys as they kind of shift this momentum around and catch out Tetsuyan. He almost gets him, though. It seems like he might be able to escape. Luckily, He is out of there, but
Yeah,
I
really
got scared about
interesting
the Slowbro.
relationship there. I was talking about it earlier about the kind of built-in weakness policy that Zeraora had. So we saw the Garchomp kind of pull the Zeraora to the tier 1 goal zone while the Zeraora had the discharge activated. Literally, by damaging the Zeraora and being in that discharge range, you're actually doing more damage to yourself. The Garchomp was able to make it back to the goal zone, but it's a really interesting relationship to see two carry Pokemon, this Blaziken and this Garchomp, going to be going against the Zeraora. I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Yeah, a lot of kind of shoves on the side of Lazy Boys into these highly mobile speedsters. So seeing them get pushed and shoved around, crazy burst damage from Lazy Boys. Wow, that took like literally 5 seconds for that to get gone and get secured up by the Blaziken. Blaziken, I also think kind of a sleeper pick. I feel like, weirdly enough, as it used to, I feel like, run the top path, there's just too many guys up there. I think Blaziken still has so much good utility, but Team Shock putting super duper pressure on this bottom tier goal zones as Lazy Boys gets the Alecki up top and tries to get in some points of their own. Seems like they'll be able to get a pretty good overcap. Blaziken getting some stacks in, and they're going to try to wait it out as long as they can so the other team does not get those Indeedis as long as they can stand it.
All right, top path. More Unite moves starting to come out. We finally do have a Livid Outrage Unite move from the Garchomp. Unfortunately, they are going to be put in a bubble. Oh, man. Really nice. Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo finds its way onto 3. A really good job by the support player to keep their team alive. If they didn't put the wish on the correct Pokemon, I think that could have been 3 members for Team Shock going down there. Another score going in this bottom path. It's a very close game, quite literally in Unite terms, defender one-on-one in this bottom path. But as we head into the halfway point of the game, both teams are fully scaled, and this is going to be a very high velocity map. These Unite moves are quite devastating on either side. I think a little bit more in favor of Team Shock. That Venusaur, as we know, quite literally could be a nuke if they land it on multiple team members. Same thing for the Zeraora if they land it on the correct member on the side of Lazy Boys. But here we go. Another fight heading into the central area. I don't think this Blazing is going to be able to get away here. They're going to be put in a bubble once again, and they finally do get taken down.
Yeah, Team Shock honestly overall playing really well as they like kind of move as a unit, are paying attention to like where the enemy team is trying to flank them at and kind of following each other up. Obviously we did have the Zera go down, but overall really great play. Wow, Venusaur able to get that dunk in the face of Garchomp. Kind of a theme as Hoopa unites up in this top path, maybe has a plan to defend, but wasn't able to save the goal zone, but they are able to fend them away, at least from this tier 2, and make a push toward this middle. Maybe get some farm in this middle area, pick up a little more KOs. Yeah, nice.
Oh, Zeraora used their Unite move to try to blow them away, but unfortunately got blasted off on their own. Glaceon's going to make very quick work here. And the Eldegoss 1v1 the Registeel question mark possibly in the bottom path. But let's take a look at what Lazy Boys decides to do here. They have some decisions to make. They can move forward to the tier 2 with the Regieleki, but they're getting a lot of vision in this central area. Ooh, really nice Unite move by Christian to leap over the wall to maybe hinder some of the Pokemon as they make their way down towards the bottom path. Rodvi's going to head to the sky with the Eldegoss Unite move, and not a whole lot of value from that Regieleki. Maybe one more team fight to engage here in the central area. Umbreon does get knocked out off screen. I think Lazy Water also used their Glacial Stage, and the siege might be on here in this tier 1.
Yeah, definitely. I did like that move by Christian, kind of keep them as far away from this goal zone as possible, as Mew does the bomb Unite move just as you wrote it, Dracu. They kind of exploded.
A KO streak of 3, maybe a KO streak of 4 just across their team. I think that was a full team wipe in the favor of Team Shock, and I think that's one of the kind of downsides of playing something like Slowbro very early on. It's not very mobile, especially when you have a Venusaur on the other side. That's another Pokemon, like I was talking about before, it's really good in the later stages of the draft. A draft monster, as a Slash would like to say, especially when the other team is very bulky like Lazy Boys is. Not a whole lot of mobility to get to the Venusaur in the back line, and like I was saying, if you're able to land a Unite move plus a Solar Beam combination onto 1 or 2 members, they can quite literally evaporate off the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely gonna need maybe one of these more bulky guys like the Garchomp to try to get to that backline to that Venusaur, which is no easy task. Elo Popping getting super caught out. I guess we didn't expect the team to be there, but they were indeed there. It looks like Lazy Boys wants this final Aleki. I guess to add some pressure, maybe give them an opportunity for an easy dunk during this 2-minute mark, and kind of double that point lead as Team Shock is able to kind of play off that vision that Elo Poppy was able to give them, and now they're able to rip this bottom objective pretty much for free since they know where that other team was headed.
Regice is going to give them a little bit more EXP going into the central area team fight. This is going to be a 1-score game for Team Shock. Lazy Boys can score on that tier 2 and bring in that very quickly with the Hoopa Unite move. We'll see here how many points the Blaziken has. It does give them the lead rather narrowly, but with the Slowbro scoring followed by another 80 points, it's definitely going to give them the lead. This is going to be a very scary situation for Lazy Boys, especially when they have the Venusaur that's been doing so well in the backline for Team Shock. The first to fall is the Blaziken. All the Unite moves are starting to pop here into the central area. Slow Beam lands on to the Gengar, going into that Astral Dive, into the Astral Dimension. Is Elo Poppy on one of their aces? Finds 2 members, finds another one on the Glaceon. Can we get a clip here for Elo Poppy? Lands the Dream Eater on multiple members, but the Hoopa able to disappear away.
Yeah, wow. I mean, great on the Blaziken for getting that kind of initial engage on the Venusaur. Team Shock tried to clump up to save them, but it did not work. They were able to get some of those return KOs, but Elo Poppy goes down. It looks like the only Mon with our Unite move is Venusaur, level 14. That is doing a gargantuan amount of damage. Zera coming in to clean up. It is not looking great for Lazy Boys right now, as Team Shock kind of has control of this Ray Pit.
Alright, they're kind of slow to get onto the Rayquaza, but very fast is this discharge. Here comes the Unite move from the Venusaur. Right on the money as Mountain Mew able to get the secure on the Rayquaza. Capturing that for your side of the field gives you that shielding for faster scoring, and in double time, this is going to elevate Team Shock to the semifinal round.
Wow, excellent plays from both teams, but Team Shock just able to clutch it up a little bit. I do really feel like Mountain Mew played that super duper well. I mean, good on Lazy Boys for identifying that threat, but I mean, when you have a Zera and a Gengar running at you, both were able to make, like, I think the Zera and the Gengar were able to get like doubles during that 2-minute Ray fight. Like, that's huge. Like, if you are getting that amount of picks, it's just like so hard to coordinate your respawn timers and get back at the same time so you can group up. So really, really great work from Team Shock. Rodvi and Christian did a great job keeping the team alive. I saw you. Good job, guys.
I mean, this is the exact team composition that we were talking about earlier with Luminosity. Simply Surreal did it really well in the previous set, but these speedsters just do so well at causing havoc, causing chaos. And when your dive, your Garchomp and your Blaziken, they want to get to the Venusaur in the back line, they have a couple of decisions to make, right? They either need to press forward to get to the Venusaur in the back line, you got to deal with the Umbreon and the Eldegoss, or you have to defend your Glaceon that's being dove by the 2 speedsters. So it's really hard to like manage where you want to allocate your attention to. Do you want to protect your back line and stay with a more consistent fight, or maybe take the risk to move forward to get to that Venusaur, maybe get that KO there, but then you have to deal with so many other threats in these speedsters that are really running amok through your 5-player composition.
Yeah, so true. Just like that allocation of resources, like you were saying, like where is it most valuable? Where do we think, like, it's almost kind of like a VGC mindset where you're trying to make like predictions on what the other team's goals are and how you want to retaliate those goals and what is your response to those goals, but it all has to be done within like a split second pretty much. So really fun Ray fight to watch, but we're going to get some highlights from throughout the match. Oh, this was that initial kind of push from the double speedsters, but the Gabite showing just how powerful it is as well. I mean, honestly, this has been like a really fun like matchup. I feel like these double speedster into these double all-rounder comps, like it does, I feel like so far the speedster comps have been coming out on top-ish, but it's been, the games have been very close. Like,
Yeah,
kind of could go either way.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's always risky about speedster compositions is that you need to be ahead for the strategy to work really well. For example, we saw like Leafeon in previous games kind of struggle to find knockouts because they were at level parity or even at a level deficit. And this, like we saw with Simply, the Team Shock did really well at leveraging into their lead by getting high value KOs on the Blaziken or the Garchomp by their speedsters. And if you're not able to stay ahead of the enemy team, your speedsters quite literally just bounce off of the enemy team, especially with a really bulky composition like Lazy Boys had. They would struggle if they did lose that early game team fight.
Yeah, and I do feel like for the most part, maybe other than this moment right here when Elo Puppy got caught out, but I felt like the Gengar and the Zera were playing like together for the most part, like, which I feel like makes them even more threatening because it's like you can only really deal with them like one at a time. This was that initial kind of engage in this Rayquaza fight where the Venusaur got caught out and it looked like Lazy Boys pretty much had it, but then as you can see, Gengar is uniting and doing what he does best, just KO chaining off of everyone. He does let the Garchomp get away on that 1 HP, and Hoopa is able to escape as well. If not, that probably would have been the game right there.
Yeah. And it's always good to have a securing option on your side of the field, even if they may not have the best impact throughout the game. One thing about securing Pokemon is they can secure you the best objective in the game. And they got a couple of really high value scores on the tier 2. We had the Regieleki to crash onto the tier 2. I think it was the Blaziken and the Slowbro able to score there. But even if they were at a scoring deficit here, they had so much rip. Mountain Mew did such a great job at recognizing role in this late game team fight. That is to output a lot of damage in that long range, but also secure the objective when they needed to. There were a couple of instances there where the Venusaur could have very easily just let that Unite move fly, but they had, again, that prowess or that knowledge of recognizing what they need to do, hold on to that Unite move to secure the most important objective in the game in their win condition.
Yeah, so true. Like, knowing what your specific role is in your specific comp, I feel like it's kind of overlooked. Like, it's easy just to be like, oh, I'm the tank, oh, I'm the supporter, but it's like, what are you adding to the team that no one else can do? And it's like, well, these other like goofballs don't have secure. Mountain Mew was like wise enough, like you said, to know like I have the best secure on our team. I know that is like on me, like that is my job here. So really, really great macro and micro, honestly, from the side of Team Shock. Those were fun ones. Those are really fun.
Yeah, always love casting both of these two teams. Very, very strong in their respective rights. But that is going to be our final quarterfinal game. We're going to be heading on into the winner's semifinals rounds. I think just to update everyone on the bracket, if you want to see it yourself, !bracket to see those teams have made it further into the winner's side of the bracket. But looks like we're going to be looking at Team Shock once again going up against Simply Surreal. Two teams very similar in their team compositions and how they approach Pokemon Unite. That is going to be our winners semifinals round. It's going to be a lot of fun. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk 47. We'll be right back.
Shout outs to Draku-san and Bridget, who are just casting the last few sets with us. But got a little bit of the bullpen coming in. The closers are here. I am Steel Agent Kyle. Welcome to the channel. And then with me, this is my first time, not first time on the channel, but first time we get to cast together. The Prancing Bonita. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm great, especially since like my favorite Pokemon is in the game. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see any of that tonight, but I'm super excited. I'm always excited to be here on Underdunk, and I'm of course excited to cast with you for the first time. I'm a little nervous. It's almost like being starstruck here.
Oh, get out of here. We have some amazing teams. We just saw Team Shock take down the Lazy Boys in the last set, so we are going to get to follow them a little bit. They will be joining us in this set here in the winter semifinals, and they will be taking on Simply Surreal, who have just been running through this bracket on the winner side. So it should be a pretty good matchup of two solid teams. I imagine we'll see some of these two teams on Saturday. But yeah, like you said, a new speedster has entered the fray. Your namesake. How are you feeling about it right now?
Oh man, I'm so excited about it. I mean, just I don't even have words for this, but I've been playing pretty much nothing but Galarian Rapidash, and you know the few minutes, not even the few minutes, maybe the 1 to 2 minutes I get to be Ponyta are some of the greatest couple of minutes I have ever. Looks like we're moving into the ban phase here for this match with Simply Surreal and Shock. That's going to be a lot of S's for me to get through in the next 10 minutes to 30 minutes. So.
Simply Surreal sells by Team Shock in the winners semifinals. Yeah, lots of S's. Looks like we're going to get an immediate ban here. They're going to go ahead and do a target ban on Tetchin. No Zeraora going to be played here.
And calling the no Blissey on the other side, Blissey having recently been just a little bit rebalanced. We're seeing a lot more Blissey play out here. And of course, we're going to see that pretty popular Psyduck ban with Ice Cream leaning into a first pick for Umbreon there.
Absolutely, yeah. You look at your top picks and top bans from the last UCS tournament. Blissey Psyduck kind of just hanging out there, especially after Blissey got some pretty nice buffs, as you see on the bottom side of the screen, especially that Unite move, and you called it. Immediate first pick Umbreon.
Leading into on the side of Team Shock, looks like Mountain Mew's going to go for that Miraidon, and Kristen going for that Gudra, getting that first defender to kind of counter back on the Umbreon. You see a lot of these defenders getting picked pretty early on. Everybody wants to get their hands on the best defenders. Umbreon definitely probably being the best one in the game currently. Oh, but they're going to switch over. They're making a switch over there on Team Shock, leading Rodby in there to the Eldegoss.
Yeah, Rodby, a gold badge Eldegoss main, one of the better Eldegosses in the North American scene. Simply Surreal. They're going to counter that with their support pick of their own. Ice Cream going to grab that Hoopa, and then they're going to grab an attacker of their own. It is going to be James Pond himself, Inteleon for Simply Surreal.
Inteleon is a great ranged attacker, able to pull off some really nice burst range attacks there. Looks like it's going to get counter-picked with a Snorlax and an Absol for Team Shock. Absol really good with burst damage. If it can dive in and get that Inteleon, who's going to be trying to hide in the back lanes there, it can do some pretty mean damage there, take those down pretty quick. Looks like they might be leaning into the double all-arounder pick over here on Simply Surreal, and yes, they're going to lock it in. Double all-arounder with the last two picks being Mimikyu and Lucario. Not so much Lucario being played lately as it was early in the meta for Pokemon Unite, but it's starting to make its way back.
Lucario, yeah, like you said, it has been. We've seen like Overlord really utilize that extreme speed. Lucario a few patches ago did receive a little bit of a buff to help with, you know, if you do miss your combo, you know, the better players of Lucario, not much affected by it because they're going to hit those extreme speeds, but Team Shock, you know, you have double all-rounder for Simply Surreal. Team Shock lining up that double speedster with that final pick of Gengar.
Gengar is another pretty nasty one who had a lot of real big plays early game, and then even in mid-season, and then kind of fell off as it got some pretty big nerfs, and now it's starting to come back a little bit. We've seen it be utilized pretty effectively on a lot of team comps, and yeah, this double speedster, with a nice big Snorlax, and we've got that, like you said, the gold badge Eldegoss there for some pretty good buffs and heals. We should see some really good gameplay out of both of these teams here. Pretty equally matched, I think.
I'm really excited to see this. We've seen Team Shock. They almost had a little bit of a scary moment in the winner's semis, but they were able to clutch it up with that Venusaur secure on Rayquaza. Sent him here in the winner side. Now, loser will be going down to the lower bracket where it is a best of one. However, winners will be going on to the winner's semi, or the winner's finals, where I believe their opponents already been set. It is the Goofy Cougars that are here we go. Game one, winner semi-finals. Simply Surreal on your purple side. Team Shock going to be on your orange side.
And it looks like they're already leaning into that Lucario Hoopa top lane. Hoopa looks like it's going to make its way through back down in the middle there. Absol making its way solo on the top lane there, kind of waiting for that Lucario. Looks like they're going to sneak in for some stacks here. Snorlax getting in on the center action there, trying to make a little bit of an invasion. You remember Invasion Snorlax? That was a big thing for a while there, and it looks like they're trying to bring it back here.
Oh, that's our blue buff, says Christian. Just steals that away from Simply Surreal. Also going to steal a berry on their way. Mountain Mew on the Miraidon, pushing forward, looking to take down some of the opponents' experience on their side. The Sobble looking to maybe line up a water gun. Able to do so. Actually, I don't know. I don't think that went over to them.
No, I do think Snorlax managed to secure that, but took a little nap on the job there, trying to get some HP back. Looks like Shock's getting a pretty good advantage up here with the 3v2, and they do manage to knock down the Mimikyu. Here comes Miraidon. It's going to make it a 4v1. Hoopa just here on its own. 3 members of Shock pretty low on HP there, but they're making a strong push, and Lucario is showing up just to try to push them back a little bit, maybe pick off some of those low HP Pokemon, but it's an overall pretty strong push. They managed to gather up a lot of that XP there, and it gives them a pretty good lead there, especially in that top lane.
Umbreon going to put Snorlax in a mean circle, steal one of their own berries. Christian able to grab the other one. Heavy slam onto Umbreon. Mountain Mew does see it, along with Rodby, looking to maybe take this KO on the Umbreon. Charge beams are going to connect. There's the second one. Enhanced version is going to allow for a KO. However, it is taken by Snorlax there, so nice little pick there for Team Shock.
You can see Team Shock is lining up in the middle here. They're getting ready for those pretty crucial birds about to spawn in 1 second at 8 minutes. And there they are with 3 members there. They secure that, clean it up pretty quick within just a few seconds, and then make their way back to a respective lane. Looks like we're going to see Lucario there from Surreal make a little bit of a score, but we see Shock making a pretty strong push here on the bottom. 4 members of them have converged, and they're holding off the supporters in this bottom lane. There's just not doing enough damage. Hoopa's trying to open up some tunnels and get some people down here to help out, but we're not seeing a whole lot of effort. I think they're having some troubles in the top lane of their own.
Simply Surreal, a little bit slow to respond here. Some points are starting to rain on in for Team Shock. Miraidon throws an enhanced charge beam, however, gets stuck in that mean look. Liquidation takes out Mountain Mew, so 117 to 54. Big KO for Simply Surreal, but here comes the Gengar. Absol is able to take out the Umbreon. Still pushing forward is Team Shock. We already have the Unite move. There we go. Phantom Ambush connects. Elo Poppy online. Team Shock able to close out that goal zone.
Man, that was a pretty nice setup there for Team Shock. The Gengar fully evolved pretty quick in this game, and they're going to secure that Regice, give them a nice little HP healing boost, and it looks like they've already secured the top Regi as well, so that's already pushing down on... No, actually, Surreal secured that, and it's pushing down on Shock's middle goal there. So that's a little bit of a setback, but especially since they're already on the middle, they're going to be able to get up there and push it off. We seem, Shock is up there. We got 3 or 4 of them up there ready to push this back. Almost accidentally pushing the Lecky in there with the block.
That could have been pretty dangerous. Lucario did go down there. They fired off their Unite move, trying to get a KO, unable to do so. Now we have Team Shock responding to this basement path push, as Simply Surreal is going to be forced packing back to their bags onto their T1 pads, and able to get back without taking any KOs in that bot pass. The only thing that they lost there was that Lucario, and looks like Elo Poppy wanted to get another KO, unable to connect there with that Dream Eater combo.
Yeah, it looks like Gengar's just kind of hanging out there trying to see if he can get in there, maybe score. He's holding on to 40 points, but it does look like all 5 members of Surreal are making their way to the top lane, try to defend it, maybe push back a little bit on Shock. Shock looks like they were trying to maybe take advantage of that, but it's not going to be any good. Gengar is going to unite to try to get out of that danger, and they do manage to take down Lucario and Hoopa in that mess. All 5 members coming to Gengar's rescue there.
Push on to this T1 pad. 28 points going in. The Shadow Sneak connects but can't transfer because of the score animation there. Christian is going to get hit by this liquidation. Another Shadow Snake that might be a little bit of a scary take there. Eldegoss is going to utilize their Unite move. It was a trap for Mimikyu as they go down. Charge Beam is going to be able to take out that Inteleon. Lucario is going to push on a Mountain Mew. Utilizes their Unite move. That's a double KO for them. They're going to dash on away, get out of dodge, and Simply Surreal, great response.
Good bit of back and forth there, but it did allow Team Shock to get in there and make a pretty nice score on that first tier pad. It does look like Surreal is going to go in on this Regieleki, while Shock decides that the bottom Reggie is a better investment for them, and they're putting their stocks into that Reggie on the bottom there. It looks like a Regice, while Surreal secures the Lecky, pushes it down on the second goal. We've only got 3 members of Shock up there, but it does look like Gengar and Eldegoss are going to make their way up there. They may even bottleneck this Hoopa on their way, and Hoopa does manage to get out of that danger zone. But we do have a little bit of a back and forth here, right in that bottleneck of that L bush there. Looks like Surreal might be trying to take advantage of we're going to see the Hoopa Unite move, bring everybody in to try to push in on those last few points on this bottom goal. Snorlax putting the block up, trying to say, no way, you're not getting in here today.
Trying to push in. Pushing back, though, is Team Shock. They call them Kenny Loggins because they're entering into the danger zone. Eldegoss pushing forward. Hoopa able to get the Umbreon back to base with a nicely placed portal. Right now, Simply Surreal is winning in the score game, but Team Shock is able to close that gap as they get that T1 goal zone down. Umbreon's going to utilize their Unite move. Another Aura Cannon from Lucario. We have Miraidon and Absol both going down. Lucario, they're not a fire type, but they're certainly hitting right now. This power-up punch close combat combo is going crazy right now as Gengar gets another KO. Gengar, Elo Poppy is able to close out a couple KO.
This is definitely a whole different Lucario than we're used to seeing on the circuit here. Definitely very different than the days of Lutano playing Lucario with that close combat combo. It's getting a lot of heavy damage in on a lot of these more squishier mons. It looks like everybody's kind of taking a little bit of a reprieve from the team fights. We're retreating. We're getting back into our own respective jungles to try to pick up some XP. A lot of it on the side of Simply Surreal. We've got about 45 seconds until the rays spawn, but still only about 10 seconds away to 15 seconds from the last and final Reggies of this match. Shock is already completely converged together up on the top pad, ready to rip this Lecky and try to get it in just before this Ray spawn. They managed to secure that within about 15 seconds while Surreal starting to poke at this Registeel. This would be a nice pickup for them if they can get this. We were about 20 seconds out from the Ray, and it does look like Surreal is going to secure that. It's a good buff for them going into this Ray fight in just about 13 seconds. Gengar hanging out in the top lane there, just trying to keep an eye on that Regieleki. I don't know if he disconnected. He's just kind of standing there. I don't know if he's going to score, he's going to drop that 50 points, or if he's waiting those last 2 seconds to try to get the double in, and he didn't quite get the double in, I don't think.
I think it did. 313-201. We have all of the Pokemon utilizing all their Unite moves, and just in a blink of an eye, Lucario is able to take Rayquaza off the map. It's Simply Surreal. However, they have to get some points in. They're down by over 100 points. Double KO for Inteleon. Mimikyu cleans up the Snorlax, and it's only Eldegoss standing. They're going to get their points, and here comes a Hundo Burger. They still need some more. Inteleon has a shield, though. There we go. 401, 313. Mimikyu might add another Hundo.
There goes Mimikyu serving up another Hundo Burger. He's just hanging in there, barely going to get it. And it goes. It's good. Ooh. Nice and well done burger there for Surreal. I think they got about 3 of them in there. They needed it too. They were behind about 200 points, I believe, going into that. That was a pretty quick secure on the Ray fight. Now it's just up to Team Shock to see if they can make a push back. They're about 300 points behind. They really would have to make a strong push here to try to get some big scores in, but they have less than a minute left. Can we see them do it? They made such a strong fight and then just lost the Ray in a matter of seconds. It's pretty lucky secure for them, but now that we've seen Inteleon score another 100, that puts them over 400 points behind. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch up, but they're sure going to try.
There's going to be some points coming in right there. Simply Surreal does yield that goal. Let them have it for a little bit for free. Lucario utilizes their Unite move. They're going to get comboed back by Simply Surreal. There's not enough time on this clock. Great push here from Team Shock, but just coming up a little bit short here, as a lot of these Pokemon are going to be sent back packing to the Pokemon Center. 2 KO streak for this Inteleon. Make it a 3
KO streak.
Yeah, that's gonna be about it. Simply Surreal taking game number 1.
Yeah, that's pretty solid, I say. Look at those 9 KOs from that Lucario there. We saw Lucario definitely putting in the work there. It looks like all of that training at the gym was doing it really good there. But on the other side, 10 assists there from Kristen on the Snorlax there. So pretty much at all of the crucial fights. Also 11 assists there from Rodvi on the Eldegoss. I mean, they were definitely putting in the work. They were out of the right fights. We see 9 KOs from Gengar. It really was really equally matched between both of these teams here. Even if you're just looking at the numbers, if you didn't watch the game at all, you could see in the game they were back and forth. They were pretty evenly matched both ways. It just really came down to that Ray fight, and then we just saw Surreal manage to secure it in the last couple seconds. Check out this damage, 86k from that Lucario.
Yeah. Rizaya looked fantastic. Normally, like we talked about in the drafting phase, we see Lucarios tend to favor the extreme speed build, but kind of switching it up here, going up the power punch, because you saw that Aldimas with the Inteleon did not go their secure build with the snipe shot, so it did enable that last Rayquaza, right? Like it went down to a flip, and smart on them. They knew that they had the power up punch lined up and able to secure it. 747, 471. It was all about just getting their dunks in at that point.
Yep, and they managed to do it pretty well. I like my Hundo Burgers raw, almost, rare on the rare side, but not quite that rare.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see what we've got here going into game 2.
Looks like we were trying to get some highlights in, unfortunately unable to do so. So unfortunately for y'all, you just kind of have to look at us for a little bit. That's okay.
That's okay. Kyle looks better than me anyway. He's real pretty to look. Look at that. Look at that mustache.
There was somebody did redeem a backwards hat, so I have to do that. Otherwise, I can't mark that as complete.
Nah, I should have grabbed one myself. But yeah, Kyle. I mean, you got a little bit of work to catch up to Kirk and and Jake there, but your mustache, it's getting there. It's almost on par.
Yeah, I've been growing it out a little
too.
bit. It's not as luscious as Spriggles and Dubes, but yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's see what happens.
I think you should go for something completely different. Like do like the mutton chops or like the handlebar mustache. You gotta differentiate yourself a little bit. Look a little different.
Yeah, we'll cook a little bit. Maybe I'll just do like the full what's the Fall Out Boy singer? Patrick Stump. Go with the Patrick Stump, like early days of Fall Out Boy, like just big old sideburns. I think that could work.
I think it could work. I could dig it. I could see it. I mean, it's just a shame you've got all of this like real good thick stuff going on in there. I hate to see you lose it, but I mean, you could go to like one of those specialty barbers that shave like some designs into it for you. Get like some Pokeball over here and.
Ooh, yeah, that could do it. But yeah, that was a pretty fantastic game. Back into the game, right? Simply Surreal able to take that game number 1. Looks like they're gonna stay on the same side for game number 2, and looks like It's deja vu all over again for these bans. Immediately, we're going to see that Zera Aura ban away from Tetchin. You saw what they were able to do with it a few games before, and it's just kind of a notable Pokemon for him. So it makes sense why Simply Surreal doesn't want to, deal with that one.
Surreal's leaning into an Umbreon ban this time around, so they're not going to be able to utilize it for themselves, but they're going to make sure that Shock also does not have it. Cram looked like they were leaning... Nope, they're going to go for the switch there and offer up the Miraidon to Aldamos, so looks like they're going to lock that one in, and we're going to see a Lapras pick on Shock and a Cramorant. That's a good combo right there if they're going to stick with it, but I think they're going to go for the Psyduck since it didn't get banned out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, kind of what teams had been prioritizing, and the Duck is definitely up there. When it's not banned, a lot of teams really favored that pick, and we're going to see what Rodvi's all about on it. Mountain Mew immediately locking in that Pikachu as well, and Simply Surreal, they're locking in their defender support core. It's going to be Snorlax and the Eldegoss.
It's almost like we're switching picks on the sides here. We saw Miraidon, Snorlax, Eldegoss on Shock's side. Surreal was just like, no, we're going to try that for ourselves. And we're going to see a completely different comp over here on Shock's side, locking in the Psyduck Pikachu first, and then following up with the Trevenant and Serena. I love seeing Serena get more play. It was really good upon release, and then it really fell off hard, got nerfed pretty big. And then we see it get a little bit of a buff here, so I like seeing it come back. Does look like Surreal is going to stick to their double all-arounder here. We're seeing a lot of that double all-arounder on teams here lately. Going for the sword in the Blaziken there. Sorry, lost myself for a second there.
Yeah, Blaziken Sword. It's a great combination. Obviously, Blaziken offers a lot of secure tooling. And then the Aegislash, I mean, it's the tank shredder. It's going to be able to take down Christian on that Trevenant and even potentially Rodvi on that Psyduck. And even to maybe a lesser extent, Tetchin, Serena, if it's able to scale pretty well, it is kind of tanky in its own right.
Yeah, especially if they go with more of a healing build, but it looks like they're leaning towards a stacking and crit build here. With the eject button, should be able to get in, get out. Same, we see the eject button over here on the Talonflame with another stacking and crit build. That makes you wonder, are we going to go Brave Bird or are we going to go Fly on this?
That's a great question. I could see it going either way. Brave Bird has kind of been the pick of choice by a lot of teams, especially if you're able to hit multiple Pokemon within that Brave Bird once you hit that level 13. That's the thing that got buffed and why it's all the rage right now. That extra defense is super valuable in those big team fights.
I still love seeing the Fly games where you can get in, you can get out when you're in danger, or you can get back in there, you can take down some Pokemon that are low HP and then fly out real quick, getting up and over walls. I mean, it's a really great mobility utilization of a move. And looks like we're heading into game number 2 here. We're going to see Sword go center, Sword, and Gossifleur, Torchic top lane. On the side of Shock, we're going to see Pikachu going actually down to the center there. Looks like Pikachu's probably going to try to pick up that blue buff while Talonflame runs center as well. On top lane, we're going to see that Psyduck with the Serena try to make a little bit of a push. It looks like Serena's going to want to try to get in for some stacks, but it was just a little too much burst damage there. The little baby there is just a little too squishy. But with the Talonflame coming in, another squishy little bird. It goes down pretty quick too there. It did do some decent damage, but it got taken down pretty quick there.
Bird on bird crime on that one. Torchic coming out ahead. Here, I have a little bit of a push here. Mountain Mew is migrating up to that top path, going a little bit north for the winter. Most likely for these 850 birds, so it is going to be a 4-on-3 in this top lane.
That could be what top lane needs, especially considering we see a Doublade already there for Simply Surreal, kind of hanging out in the bushes there. They're waiting to see what Shock is going to give them. And it looks like it's going to be a 4v3 here. We've got Eldegoss evolved. Going into this team fight, Miraidon shows up just a little bit too late, but almost everybody there on Shock's side is really low HP. They tried to make a push, but it was just a little bit too unfavored for them. They're just a little bit too behind. We're going to see Fletchender head back to the jungle to try to pick up some more XP. really needs to get evolved. They're really squishy, really weak right now. But on the bottom lane, it looks like Snorlax is making a pretty good push back against this tree here, throwing out the curse. Tree is going to heal itself a little bit there. And Pikachu coming in, throw in some stuns, but Snorlax is going to just take a little quick nap and kind of recover some HP there. Going to go for an energy drink a little later on.
Have a little bit of a stall here. 8-minute birds spawning in the central area, the Swablu family. We're going to see maybe a little bit of a push here. Team Shock is targeting this basement goal. The Doublade is going to just be forced to retreat back to their flux zone. A lot of points do fly in for Team Shock. Mission accomplished, leaving that goal zone at 9.
Yeah, it's a pretty good drop right there. Not much left on that middle. Looks like nobody even went in on these birds yet. With a solid 20 seconds, nobody had touched them, but that gave Team Shock a good chance to come in, clean them up, pick up some much-needed extra XP that the Talonflame could really use here. Looks like we're still in... We're not quite into Blaziken yet. There it goes. That's the final evolution right there. It looks like Psyduck's pretty much on its own, but there's the Fly that I talked about. The Fly coming in to try to clean them up, but they just weren't low enough HP. Didn't really get enough damage in there, but Fly's going to come back down, try to pick up these birds. Serena's coming in with its kicks, try to get some more heals, get a little KO action there. Does manage to take down the Blaziken. They're doing a pretty good push on this top goal here, and Talonflame is stealing some picks here and there, getting pretty good knockouts.
Yeah, Talonflame getting a nice 17-point dunk in, closes out a couple of KOs. Eldegoss gets sent packing back to the Pokemon Center. Here comes a big overheat from Blaziken. They're going to try to hold onto this goal zone, but it's a tall task as that's going packing. That goal zone's down. Team Shock taking
That's
a
what I'm talking about with that
nice
utility
lead.
on Fly.
Yeah, Fly's been pretty good here. And now we got a little bit of a Regirock in the basement path.
And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a contest there. We might see that Heavy Slam try to come in and secure that. And it does look like Surreal gets it. I think Snorlax got that with a basic attack. I don't even think it Heavy Slam stole that.
Oh, just a quick little slapped on the Regirock. Now we have a little bit of a push here on this T2 pad. Queenly Ascendant from Serena. Eject button over the wall to get out of dodge. They saw that there are 3 Pokemon looking to hunt it down. Great response here from Simply Surreal. They're going to be able to defend that no problem. But this goal zone in the basement path, it might be going down. We have Miraidon trying to defend. Snorlax going to send a little bit of a yawn. Points are in. It's only a 2-point overdunk. Serena might be caught between a rock and a hard place. They're going to try to get on out. They get some shields, but they're able to get a KO before they go down.
Talonflame coming in there with that Fly did manage to clean up a few little KOs, and it's going to get its way back out. I don't know why Tree is pushing up here. I don't know what he's looking for, unless he's looking to try to get a little bit of scores on his own. But we do see Aegislash in the top there. It's holding 40, and that's exactly what Tree's doing. He's getting in there. He's dropping 34 points, and he's going to try to get back out. His HP is super low, but with 4 members of Surreal there, just wasn't able to pull it off. Got a little bit of a Talonflame Aegislash fight here, but Talonflame's getting stunned. He does manage to get the Fly off, but he's going to go back in instead of using it to try to get out. He saw the backup come there from Serena and Psyduck, who managed to push Surreal back into their own jungle. Serena trying to get some heals there, goes for the Unite move, picks off the Eldegoss, and goes back for the Aegislash. Aegislash throwing its shield up, trying to hold them off. Serena's managed to heal pretty much all of its HP with those pretty swift kicks, but we see the Unite move from the Miraidon come in and finish cleaning up that Serena.
Miraidon able to get the KO, and Team Shock right now kind of on the offensive all match long. It's a pretty big pickoff, though, for Simply Surreal, because Serena was level 11. However, there is a basement Reggie that is spawning. It is another Regirock. This time Team Shock is in prime position to get it. However, here comes the re-evaluation from Simply Surreal. They're going to look to push on forward. Snorlax going to try to yawn. Here comes a Unite move from Pikachu, but it's Eldegoss able to take out the Regirock. That's a double for Reggie for Simply Surreal in this basement path.
Double Regirocks, that's a pretty solid pick for them right here, and Snorlax is just managing to stay alive despite everything being thrown at it. It looks like he is going to try to get back out with a little bit of help from Eldegoss there, some heals, a little bit of extra damage, and instead Shock's going to back up and try to clean up those birds for a little XP. Surreal's taking that opportunity to go in and clean up that top first pad. A little bit of a Psyduck Eldegoss thing going on here, but I think Eldegoss manages to secure that last bird in the center there. Does look like the Lecky is pushing on Surreal's top middle there. I don't believe it got in. It does look like Blaziken managed to hold it off. And it does look like they're going to try. Shock's over here trying to push the bottom. It is a little weaker. They did manage to get some scores in there, but not quite enough. And Surreal managed to push them back there. So Eldegoss looks like it's holding on to the red buff there. I don't know if it stole that off of somebody or if it secured it itself. I think we see Aegislash just trying to look for some XP it can pick up here. We're still about a minute away from rain. There's really no XP on the field for any of these Pokemon to try to pick up here. Everybody's just looking for someplace they can sneak in, maybe score a few points, get a little XP off of that. Sword manages to catch Pikachu and Psyduck out of position, but Psyduck is going to surf away from the danger.
Yeah, able to get a nice pick off of that Pikachu. However, Miraidon also getting a nice pickup. That might be even better one of that level 13 Talonflame. Now Simply Surreal in prime position in Rayquaza Pit already. They do see Tetchin. It's 4 members of Simply Surreal looking to chase them back to their own central area of Team Shock. They are in position. Snorlax setting up in the tall grass.
We're only about 20 seconds away from this Ray. We do have some XP that has popped up on the field, but it does look like Surreal is making a pretty strong push here up against Shock, almost pushing into their territory. Shock is actually going... No, Surreal is going to secure that Regice there on the bottom. They managed to secure it with only a couple seconds left going into this Ray fight. It's a really nice pick for them. Shock is pretty well caught in a tight area here. Going into this Ray fight, nobody's really pushing too heavy yet, but now they're firing off for you, Kyle.
Oh, yeah, we got all the Unite moves going out. Pikachu is able to get a couple. Simply Surreal, 2 members down already. Talonflame also going down. Miraidon going to try to Electro Drift into the back line. Back to safety. They're going to have to Unite move there. Trevenant was looking to hunt them down. Meteors are flying through. The last one connects, takes out the Trevenant. Tetchin on their heels, going to look to try to take out Miraidon. The Snorlax is surviving, but with 3 members pushing them, they're going pack into the Pokemon Center, and we're going to have a little bit of a reset here, but Team Shock's in the lead.
Barely. Only about 30 points in the lead. It really is still anyone's game. We could see Surreal decide to try to sneak in for a goal here and maybe take it. Blaziken's kind of hanging out just above the Ray there. It looks like they're just kind of feeling out their opponent's positions. Serena trying to push them back there. Talonflame trying to get in and find out where everybody is. Sword going after the tree. Looks like they might have tree locked up. We're going to see some more team fight action going on here. I think they know they need this on Surreal's side.
Yeah, Blaziken's going back to the Pokemon Center. Tetchin's trying to get a KO. There's a couple. 3 members down for Simply Surreal. Pikachu able to get a couple, and now it's just Miraidon. Writings on the walls. That's a team ace for Team Shock. And they should be able to secure this Ray no problem with those KO timers. However, this Rayquaza has hands, sends Elo Poppy back into the Pokemon Center. But that's no problem. Points fly in. And Team Shock, they're going to even up this series. It's going to be 1-1.
And we're going to go to game 3. Really was close. Both games actually were close. It really was anybody's match there. They were both pretty close going up into the Ray. And Surreal really needed to either score or take the Ray there to just try to get ahead.
Yeah, 328, 197 is going to be your final here in game number 2. Likely more points go in, but the GG, the writing was on the walls. They're saying, let's just get on to this game 3. Let's go to this winners finals. See, for one of these teams, they're going to be going down to the lower side bracket, but big KO numbers here. You see Tetchin 6 and 10, but Elo Poppy getting 9 KOs leading the chart.
Pretty good numbers on the side of Shock there. Tetchin getting that 10 assists. Rodby getting the 12 assists there. Psyduck showing how strong it really can be over there.
Yeah, Psyduck looking good. Yeah, 12 assists. That's kind of tough to deal with. And when you have a couple Pokemon, right, like Blaziken, like Aegislash, and even to a lesser extent, like this Electro Drift Miraidon that really want to play on top of the backline, the Psyduck passive, kind of pesty for them, just kind of keeping them at bay with those headaches, pushing them back to really the Simply Surreal side. And you saw in those big team engages how well Rodby was able to play that.
Look at that 93K from the Serena. That's nothing to sneeze at either there.
Yeah.
Taking a highlight reel here, checking out some early game video here. Here's a little bit of mid-game. Here's the Serena getting in there, getting all that damage down, getting some scores in, dropping that bottom goal there to 3, and then breaking it with just a few points of an overdunk. But Serena just using all those kicks, healing, getting in, getting out. I mean, that's a really super mobile Pokemon that's able to kite, but it did get taken down by Blaziken in that moment.
Yes, it is really tough to deal with, and this is that big catch here. Trevenant was trying to get in on that Eldegoss, and then Pikachu sees the opportunity, utilizes their Unite move, able to take out Blaziken, and then they're able to continue to push forward. Psyduck uses their Unite to kind of help shield the team, give them extra damage reduction. Miraidon tried to go on in, and Tetchin finds the back line with a great engage, and that's going to push and force Miraidon to pop their Unite move there.
Seeing them meteors coming down. Getting a lot of picks off of that meteor there. Pretty well placed meteors, if you ask me. I mean, they did manage to get that 5 KO right there in the last couple seconds. Things weren't looking good for Shock at first, but then they came back. They managed to bottleneck Surreal in, pick them off here and there, and then get some pretty massive KOs. And then once they got that 5 KO down, it was pretty much over. They were able to run in, secure that Ray, while Trevenant ran up and scored those last few points had been carrying. Sword going down in that moment was pretty big. And then picking off the Miraidon in the bottleneck.
Yeah, the bottleneck, and that was about it. Rayquaza did have one final stand, and it took out Elo Poppy, and it's unfortunate for Simply Surreal. They are on the wrong end of that one. Team Shock is able to even up the series, but we'll see how they line up this last game. Teams are, again, staying on the same sides. We have Zeraora. Once again, it's like deja vu all over again. Rizaya is going to go ahead and ban that away from Tetchin. Tetchin likely going to ban this Blizzard.
All right, so they are leaning into that target ban again, like you said. And this time we are going to ban out Psyduck. We decided, no, you know what? Psyduck was a bigger threat than Umbreon in this case. And we're going to ban that back out again.
Banning it out once again. Yeah, Urshifu, kind of an interesting ban, but with some of the buffs that it's received lately, especially to that Surging Strikes Urshifu, a lot of teams don't want to deal with it, especially if there's a good one on the opposing side. Ice Cram does line up that Miraidon for that first pick, that best attacker, going to enable Team Shock to figure out what they want to line up.
It does look like they're leaning into some similar picks, but with Umbreon not being banned now, Christian is going to pick Umbreon for themselves over there. Ice Cream deciding to lock in that Miraidon once again. We saw Miraidon be pretty useful in that last match. A lot of those Electro Drifts were able to get some good picks off there, and it does look like they're going to go for Slowbro for defender on this this time around. Slowbro doesn't even know what to pick.
I know, but Mewtwo Y is the pick. We've seen kind of this Pokemon rise in popularity, specifically in the Eastern region, where a lot of these teams in the ACL are utilizing not only Mewtwo Y, but even sometimes an experience share on it because it doesn't need to evolve.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y, I mean, that was when it released, Mewtwo Y was like the heavy pick on the Mewtwo with the Mega Evolution. It was able to really do a lot of damage. I always liked Mewtwo X better in this game, but it's nice to see it kind of coming back. Looks like they're also going to go for the second all-arounder and a Buzzwole there, another Pokemon that has been getting a lot of play lately, but I think they're going to change their mind and maybe try to lock in this Lucario again. Yeah, we're going Lucario Absol.
I like it. Absol's been also rising in popularity. I thought we saw it played a lot in the January Cup finals, not only utilized by the Orange Juicers, but also Luminosity. And we've seen both builds of it. We've seen the Pursuit, we've seen the Night Slash. So we'll see how Simply Surreal wants to line it up. You have two people that can really pilot. I've seen Ikea Shoes use it. I've seen Rizaya use it. So we'll see how they line it up. But for Team Shock, they're going to combat that with the Serena once again, along with Elo Poppy taking the Charizard.
Charizard has just been so good pretty consistently. It only had a little period there where it fell off after it got some nerfs, and then it got rebuffed again, kind of rebalanced. Interesting pick on the Mime, though. Haven't seen that yet this set, so it's going to be interesting to see how this Mime comes into play here, especially with the Serena and the Pikachu. And even the Umbreon, especially if Umbreon's going to be throwing out mean looks, this could be a pretty lethal combo here on the side of Team Shock. I know they definitely want to close this out and take this win and finish this out.
Gotta finish it out. One of these teams will be going over to your winners finals where Goofy Goobers are waiting for them. The other team, they'll be going down to that lower side bracket where it is a best of one. And you don't really want to be down in that situation. A best of one's always really stressful. It's sweaty. You don't know. You could lose something to a quick flip, and just in a blink of an eye, you're sent packing home. But
I think Lucario's giving you the stare down from behind your chair there.
He is. He's actually wait, this way. He's patting Dracu on the head.
All right,
Very
here we go.
purposeful.
We're getting into game 3. Surreal on the purple side, Shock on the orange. Absol heading for jungle. Then Miraidon with that nice new Hollow Air from the new event going in the top lane. We see Mewtwo, Slowpoke in the bottom. And we're going to see the Serena and Mime top lane. Umbreon Pikachu bottom lane. Pikachu's going to try to get in here and secure that. I think it did manage to get it, in fact.
Yeah, Thundershock secure. Water Gun was just a tad late, but look at that. The Umbreon was able to take some of the farm as well. And Simply Surreal, kind of on their heels early on as Team Shock is playing super aggressive. Christian's able to get a couple stacks in, and already that mean look is working. Mewtwo, why? Trying to get away, but they're just going to have to peel back. A lot of the farm going over to Team Shock.
Yeah, it looks like Shock secured pretty much the majority of the farm on that bottom lane and got a good few amount of stacks in there from that Umbreon, getting it evolved early on. That was pretty crucial there. Absol's kind of leaning towards making its way to the top here, seeing if they need help to push back Team Shock if they decide to advance on Surreal's side. So we have 3v4 going into this 850 Birds. And it does look like a lot of that was secured by Shock. They're being super aggressive, like you said here, but Absol's going to come in and pick off the Charmeleon. It didn't even have a chance. And Mime is going to take this opportunity to kind of get back to pad. And we're going to see Umbreon manage to get 10 in. Unfortunately, Slowpoke just does not do enough damage fast enough to stop that scoring.
Not at all. 4-22 early on. Team Shock taking their level advantage from the early game, but Simply Surreal kind of winning that top lane. Absol already level 6. We're going to have these 8-minute birds pop up soon. This Lucario has been able to get a lot of stacks. The Miraidon's kind of causing habits, and we haven't called it out yet, Pony. It's an XP share Miraidon.
It is an XP share Miraidon. Look at that. That is a little different, but not unheard of. I mean, Miraidon has a little bit of a hard time getting in there and getting secure sometimes, so using that XP share to try to make sure it stays pretty well balanced in levels, but Charizard's coming after this Absol. Absol's trying to get away. Miraidon sees its opportunity to get in there, maybe get a pick on that Mime with its low HP, but it's just not good enough. Serena comes in there, kicks Miraidon back, trying to give Charizard an opportunity to get in there and score, but Miraidon's going to fire off against some of those low HP Mons and pick them off from a pretty good distance away. Lucario's giving chase on that Serena. It's got 1 HP, but no dream as it doesn't get out of there. It's just nothing but nightmares for it right now.
Huge plays for Simply Surreal. That's what you want to see right now. Pikachu is on the defensive. Going to throw some Thunderbolt combinations on the Mewtwo, keep them at bay. They even take some farm, some of the central XP from this Altaria family. Mewtwo is able to clear that out, though. We're going to have a basement Reggie spawning here in 2 seconds. It is a Regirock, and Team Shock putting the thunder on it immediately, but here comes Slowbro. Might be looking for a sneaky steal. The surf's up, and it is not gonna be there in time. Regirock goes over to Team Shock. Not only that, they also take the Slowbro in tow.
That was an attempted sneaky surf, but yeah, unfortunately just didn't pay off. We do see the lightning coming down from Miraidon. Not enough to stop them from breaking that bottom goal with a little bit of an overdunk. And not quite enough to make a huge difference, but it could be at the end of the game. You never know. Shock's still behind about 30 points, so they still need some valuable real estate here. They still need to, score a little bit more. Umbreon's looking to get a little bit more XP in there, but it decides to give it up to the Pikachu, let that last hit in there. But XP share on Umbreon, it wouldn't have really mattered too much. Pikachu probably just needed to carry the extra points on it. It does look like we're setting up for this next spawn of birds in the middle here. And Slowbro gonna catch them in the bushes there, but Umbreon's gonna lock it in with a mean look. He's gonna try to surf his way back out. He didn't really want to get involved in that drama anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah, Pikachu and Umbreon, especially with that mean look synergy that you would have with that. Lucario's gonna pop their Unite move. Pumpkins flying everywhere like it's Halloween. Mewtwo Y is gonna use their Unite move as well, do some damage, rain in from the skies. Charizard also popping theirs. However, Mewtwo Y is gonna make quick work of them, along with that Charge Beam from that Miraidon. It's gonna send Team Shock packing back to their T1, mostly to get the rest of the XP that's down here in this basement pack.
That Charge Beam from Miraidon just has so much distance on it to be firing off through walls like that. Even with Charizard flying after its Unite move, it just wasn't able to get away. Its health was too low. Man, can we talk about these graphics on this skin? These are just some amazing effects there on that Miraidon skin there for, what do they call it, a Crystal Tier Hollowware?
Yeah,
Serena's going to use the Unite
nice
move on the Absol there, trying to take it down.
Yeah, Absol on 1 HP in a Dream. Tetchin able to make quick work of that. Now some points are going to fly in. 29 from the Serena. Basement path, though, going pretty well for Simply Surreal. They're all on this Registeel, able to make quick work of that. We're going to now maybe push this advantage into the T1 pad. Going to fire some basic attacks from this Mega Evolved Mewtwo Y. We have the Psy Strike, lands on the Umbreon. Slowbro doing a great job to frontline the Pikachu. Here come the points. They're going to rain on in. More raining down for them. Simply Surreal pushes their advantage. However, Regieleki was taken by Team Shock.
You can see Absol up there trying to hold off that Regieleki. It should be able to clean that up on its own pretty well, but Shock managed to push back on the bottom lane, holding on to its bottom tier goal, and they look like they may be trying to make their way into the top lane. They're not going to push the Lecky. Absol does manage to clean it up, stop it from getting in. I think they're just looking for some XP. We're at 355 here, so we still have 2 minutes till Ray. We should have another couple of Reggies spawn just before Ray, in fact. So there's still some XP. There's still some team fights on the horizon here. Both teams are kind of close in levels there. We've got the 12 Charizard on Shock's side and the 12 Absol on Surreal side, but they have 2 11s and 2 10s, while everybody else on Shock is still barely hanging on to 10 here. They need to get up a little bit higher there. As far as points go, Shock is only behind about 20 points now, so the match is still pretty close here. Both teams just kind of feeling each other out. Shock looks like they might be trying to push in on Surreal's side a little bit here, but Miraidon's going to catch him out with that lightning and try to push them out of those bushes. They want to scare him out, but Umbreon is going to catch that Slowbro. And Absol is going to fire off its Unite move, and we see a response Unite move from the Charizard and take down Absol instead.
Oh, that was huge. Uno reverse card from Charizard. Unite move from the Absol. Charizard immediately responds, able to get there. But Lucario with a nice little consolation prize, able to take out Charizard in tow. Still a little bit of a point lead here for Team Shock, up 20 points. Another basement Reggie spawning. Another Regieleki going to be spawning shortly after. But Team Shock going to line up this basement path. Simply Surreal migrating there, try to grab some vision. Lucario, Slowbro are going to see that it is being hit by Team Shock. Lucario might be looking for a sneaky steal. Here comes a power-up punch. It is charged. It might be a little too early. There's the close combat. No, it's Serena! Tetchin able to clear that up. Registeel for Team Shock.
It's a great pick with 17 seconds left to go into this Ray fight. Nobody decided to go after that Lucky. They're like, no, we'd rather have this Registeel. And it looks like Surreal is setting up, positioning themselves just around the Ray, getting ready for this final fight. Lucario getting healed up and jumping back in through the top area. We see a call out there. Looks like pretty much everybody from Shock is set up in the bottom area. Surreal just kind of making their presence known. Shock is going to push up towards the top. Ooh. And it looks like we're going to have that famous Charizard Absol brawl again. And Charizard, unfortunately, it's getting low HP there, but it does fire off its Unite move. Man, they're firing them off left and right.
Yeah, 3 members already down for Simply Surreal. This might be a team wipe. Team Shock! They're able to clear everybody. Now they're going to peel onto Ray. They only lost Serena. They should have plenty of firepower. Absol might get back, but it's going to be way too late. A triple KO for Charizard. Rayquaza to boot. Team Shock. They're going to make their way downtown. They're walking fast. They're getting their points in. Double score incoming. 80 points, followed by 100 here for Elo Poppy to close out that gold zone, and this should send Team Shock to your winner's fight.
Yeah, that secure on that Ray was pretty crazy there. I mean, that 5 KO. I mean, we saw some pretty well placed Unite moves in that final match there. Absol's going to try to get this pick off on the Umbreon in the upper lane, but Umbreon locks him in with the mean look to get out. I don't think he got out, though. I think Absol did take him down. And it does look like Shock is going to retreat back to guard their lower tier pad here. They are still ahead about 200 points, so I think they're okay if they can keep Surreal from getting in and scoring. But we're going to see Pikachu just kind of take it back there, hold him off, and we see the surrender from Surreal.
There's the GG. The white flag was waved from Simply Surreal. Team Shock moving on to your winners finals. Great Ray engage there, kind of on the back of Elo Poppy on that Charizard. Looked really fantastic in a few different moments. I think they just pressed their button at the exact right time. Ikea Shoes was trying to line up the KO with the Absol Unite and just didn't quite have as much firepower. And Elo Poppy able to just survive it, get theirs off, and the rest was history. Team Shock, they're making their way to the winner's final.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Surreal was able to get a whole lot there. We definitely see a few higher numbers on Shock's side there. 8 KOs from Poppy on the Charizard, 6 KOs from Pikachu, 9 assists from the Mime. Mime was utilizing its abilities pretty well in that situation with 60k damage from Charizard. You don't usually see a lot of high damage. That 96k that we saw last game was pretty unusual. Serena didn't meet those numbers nearly as much this time around, but we do see they managed to get a lot of damage out on Surreal's side there, 50, 40, 50k, and they did get some picks here and there, the crucial ones where they were needed, mostly on that Charizard, especially from Absol. And there's a pick there from the Miraidon on the Charizard in the replay.
Yeah, huge plays here. We'll take a seat. No. We'll see what's going on with all these replays. This is a great push here from Simply Surreal. It's a kind of a moment where you really thought that they were gonna, put a little bit of experience in their bag, maybe close out their goal zone. They just didn't have enough points. I believe Miraidon just their passive kind of griefed them a little bit, so they weren't able to close that out just in time. And this is that Absol versus Charizard matchup that we've seen a few times.
Yeah, there was a lot of Charizard hate in that match there, but I think they knew what a danger it could be, and they were taking every opportunity they could to pick it off. But the same could be said for Absol.
Yeah, huge plays all around.
Lots of critical picks there on Reggie's for Team Shock.
Team Shock, they just kind of held their own. Like every fight, yeah, you lose Tetchin there on that Serena, but they fired all their Unite moves at all the right moments. This is that big push there, big Pikachu engaged there with the Thunderstorm, followed by a couple well-timed Charizard plays, and yeah, they kind of cleaned that up.
Yeah, that was really well timed there from Pikachu. That slowdown, that stun in that team fight, especially bottlenecking them in that section there, it was super crucial to taking those final KOs that they needed in that moment to be able to get in there, secure the Ray, and finish out the match and take it 2-1.
Huge. Massive. Well, we are going to be going to a quick break here while we load up the winners finals. It is going to be Goofy Goobers versus Team Shock, who you just saw win this 2-1 set. The winners finals are going to be next, so don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back after a short break. We'll see you soon. And welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Underdunk number 47. A lot of Underdunks, and been here for a couple times, right? We have a fourth or fifth time here on the channel, but welcome on in, trainers. We got the winners finals on deck, and we're going down to Bikini Bottom for this next one. The Goofy Goobers gonna be taking on Team Shock, who we've been kind of following a little bit. This team has won some pretty close sets. They've won some pretty clutch moments. Ponyta, how are you feeling about this matchup between these two teams, Team Shock and the Goobers?
I think this is another one where they're going to be pretty closely matched, but I feel like Goobers might be a little bit more on the advantage. Like you said, they've managed to really be able to counter the other team's picks. They've done a lot of their meta research, I think, on this channel, and they seem to really know where their picks need to be for specific matchups, and if not, they really know how to play to their strengths, and that's always a good way to get the upper hand.
Team Shock is kind of riding that hot hand, right? Like, they got the upper hand, now they have the hot hand. Elo Poppy specifically on that Charizard looked fantastic, that fire-type Pokemon, popping off at all the right moments, preventing some KOs from that Absol in that last set, especially around that Rayquaza fight, really carrying them to victory in that last set. And Goofy Goobers, we haven't gotten to see them at all tonight, but from what it looks like, they've been kind of running amok in their side of the bracket. They took down Micro and Cheese 2-0. They took down T2 2-0, and now they're here in the winners finals. One of these teams will be going to your grands, and one of your teams is going to be going down to the lower side bracket where it is a best of one in the losers final.
They're going down to that pineapple under the sea.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm excited to see what these teams line up. We saw this team Simply Surreal target ban a couple of Tetchin's picks, specifically that Zeraora. Tetchin has a lot of different Pokemon that they are able to play, Zeraora being one of them. Cinderace is another notable Pokemon that they like to play. Even Serena, which is what we got to see them play every match last set, and they look pretty good on it. But I mean, I know you're a Cinderace main. How are you feeling about Cinderace in the current meta?
I feel like Cinderace is still one of those Pokemon that's kind of a fallback. There's always better choices, but there's always worse choices as well. I don't know if it's really got a solid place in this current meta, but it does seem to be one of those Pokemon that always manages to dodge rebalancings. So we don't see any nerfs on it, but we also never see buffs on it. Yeah. So I think as the right Pokemon get nerfed, Cinderace could make its way back into a little bit more of a prominent position in the meta. But right now, there's just better attackers. And in fact, all-arounders are just better attackers right now. I'm just a Cinderace fan, so you know when the choice is there, you're still better off playing a Pokemon that you're better with than playing one that you don't have as much experience with.
Yeah, there's something to be said about playing a comfort pick, right? Like, a lot of teams have been pivoting for those backline A presser type Pokemon. They've been pivoting over to Mewtwo Y, but I think a really strong Cinderace can still get the job done, especially one that's proficient on the character, understands the limits that it has, understands how to balance the moves, the boosted attacks, the attack speed combos from Blaze Kick, which is usually the choice that most people go with, at least in the competitive side. And even
I do see a lot of Yeah, I see a lot of Pyro Ball, at least on the ladder anyway, just playing, through solo queue. I was a solid Pyro Ball sender for a long time myself, but Blaze Kick is just the utilization of being able to kite. It's just too strong. And I think that's really where Cinderace's strength lies. A lot of people want to give auto attackers a lot of flack and, call them no skill mons, but being able to kite it's just such a useful thing. Looks like we're going into the bands here. We see Goofy Goobers, Team GG over here in the purple. Looks like they're leaning into. It looked like they were leaning into a Mimikyu pan, but I think they're going to lock in that Psyduck, which is probably a solid choice for anyone, really.
Psyduck, yeah, it's always a good ban. I think it's one of the stronger supports. It's still kind of getting figured out on kind of where it lies within the competitive scene. A lot of teams have kind of placed it into more of that defender role.
Yeah, truthfully, I mean, it has a lot of really good abilities, and it does look like Tetsun leaned into the Blissey, so we're going to see Goobers pick the Miraidon, Psyduck, and Shock going with Umbreon Blissey there. That Blissey might be a little bit of a target ban there as well. AJ Dragon, I don't know what he's going to lean into here, but he's usually supported Defender, if I believe correct. And it does look like we're leaning into the Hoopa. I wish we could see the Rapidash played, but that's just not going to happen this time around. Looks like he's going to lock in the Leafeon instead, going for the Speedster pick.
First pick Leafeon can always be very scary, right? Like, it scales well early. You can kind of cause havoc in the early game, but Team Shock is going to be ready for it. Rodvi, a notorious Eldegoss player, but is lining up the Mr. Mime right now, and we didn't get to see him on it last round, but Tetsun is unleashed. They have the Zeraora.
We're probably going to see a target ban game too after the way he's going to just shock the Goofy Goobers. We're going to see that defender pick. That first defender pick is going to be Crustle, and followed by the supporter pick on Clefable, another comfort pick of mine as well. The back to Shock side, looks like they're going to pick up a defender of their own. Christian kind of hovering over the Blastoise there. A really good kind of hybrid defender there. We see it often take multiple facets there. It can be a defender, it can be an attacker, it could be supporter. So really it falls into just about multiple categories. But instead we're going to see the Ho-Oh, who's really kind of a difficult Pokemon. It's in a weird place where a lot of team comps don't really know what to do with it. So if you have it in your team comp, they know how to play with it.
True, yeah. It's something that you kind of have to play around. You need to make sure that you have your Unite move up at the right moments. Make sure that you don't go down in the wrong moments. I saw Team Shock kind of lining up that Jigglypuff, or Wigglytuff, I guess. Thought that could have been a pretty nice one, especially to kind of combat the shields from the Crab. You give your own team some shields, but I do like the Ho-Oh. Elo Poppy lining up what they want to pick with their last Pokemon. I think you go a couple ways here. A Speedster works, but they're going to go with the Dragapult instead. I haven't seen him on this character.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Dragapult yet, so this is going to be interesting. That's another favorite pick of mine. I just love seeing it. It's a lot of fun to play personally, but I love seeing it get out there and be utilized. Goober's doing a little bit of switching around here, but they did decide to go with the double all-arounder with the Tinkaton, one of the newer Pokemon, and the Urshifu. So it looks like Tinkaton, looks like they've got XP share on the Tinkaton, but they could still do some switching around here. They're doing a little bit of switching around, so we don't know who's going to land where exactly just yet.
We'll see exactly what these teams want to line up. The Clefable is going to likely stay on IMAX. No, as I say that, they back over to the Defender. That's what I imagine that they were going to do. They're just trying to be silly little guys, little goofy goobers, if you may, just kind of doing a little bit of last-minute shenanigans, switching the Pokemon around. But I do like the Crustle and the Clefable combination. A lot of health pools that will continuously regenerate. That could be a big problem for Team Shock.
You got a nice pocket Clefable keeping you well healed. You could do a lot of damage and you can survive a long time. And a lot of teams get caught up in that fight of just trying to KO a Pokemon that they get really close and then it gets full healed and they just get caught up in chasing it. So we're going to see the Urshifu run center here. Clefairy and Eevee going top lane. with the Dwibble and the Tink Tink going bottom lane. On the side of the Goofy Goobers, we're going to see Zero Aura going top lane. Mime making a roundabout, going through the jungle and coming back up from the bottom. Dreepy running jungle with Eevee and Ho-Oh on bottom lane. Eevee does manage to secure that auto-no first early on. Ho is such a strong Pokemon early game.
It's very strong. It can be a really big pest in that bottom lane, has great secure tool, and you're seeing exactly that. But you're also seeing this Tink getting their hammer stacks in, and not only that, but working that attack weight, trying to get their attack stat up. Looks like a little bit of a...
Uh-oh. Did we have a disconnection? I thought it was just on my end for a second there.
No, I think it's I think the feed might have went down real quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh. We'll try to get back in here very quickly.
Little trouble in Big China there.
Little trouble.
Speaking of China, have you seen all of this great stuff going on with the Chinese Pokemon Unite, the auto battler, the chess? I really want to get in on some of this. I've been watching Spraggle's streams, and man, that just it kind of brings me back to the days of this mobile game called Pokemon Duel. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but man, that was such a fun strategy chess type game, and I loved it. I used to play it a ton with my husband back when we were first dating, and he was working nights. We would just sit up all night and play it together. So it really brings me back to that, and I love seeing a game like that. I really wish we would get another Pokemon tactics style game similar to that. I don't know if anybody ever played Pokemon Conquest. That was the tactics style game that we had. I think it was on Game Boy Advance. So it's got a lot of elements of different games that, are nostalgic for me. So it's been a lot of fun to watch, and I really want to get in on it.
Yeah, me too. It looks like it'll be a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of things going on in the Chinese beta. It does look like our observer feed did crash, so we're going to take a quick little break while we try to get that sorted out, but we'll make sure to bring the action to you the second that we have it back in. So don't go anywhere, trainers. We're going to be right back here in a second. Yeah, they're still playing, but... folks. Sorry about the disconnect, so we are going to take you back in mid-action. Goofy Goobers has a bit of a lead here. It was a 203-128 at the 2.5 minute mark, so we got you in just before Rayquaza, but Team Shock is maybe lining up this basement path push. Ho-Oh kind of hovering the bottom path.
Yeah, Goofy Goobers looks like they're in a little bit of a better position here with levels as well. And it does look like Shock might be aiming to try to secure this top Regieleki with about 17 seconds left on the clock before the Ray spawn. That Dragapult able to rip really quickly, secures the Regieleki to push on their middle pad. So now Goofy Goobers has to either deal with it or let it go, and I think they're going to let it go going into this Ray fight.
Yeah, making like Elsa, let it go, let it go. Here comes the team fight. Crustle is going to frontline, try to take out a lot of these Pokemon. We have the Rebel Rouser into the X-Scissor. We're going to maybe see a KO here as two members of Team Shocko get sent packing back to the Pokemon Center. Mr. Mime next on the chopping block as Leafeon is able to take them down. Goofy Goobers in full control right now.
For sure, 3 members of Shock are down. Goobers is going to take this opportunity to start going in on this Ray. They've got a lot of damage on it, and they secure it, and it's a done deal. Signed, sealed, delivered.
And they're going to have to try to get some of their points in. Double KO for Shifu as they make their way to that goal zone. That is going to give them the points lead. Clefable looking to grab their 100-point. Espeon not able to stop them in time, so that 100 goes in. Tinkaton also grabbing a nice 100-point dunk, and this should be it here for game 1. Goofy Goobers has kind of a chokehold right now, over 400-point lead going into this.
Looks like they just called Uber Eats and had those Hundo Burgers delivered the way they're dropping them right at the front door of Team Shock.
Yeah, Team Shock, 4 members down. They'll have a couple Pokemon come back, but not before another 60 gets dropped in by Tinkaton. This is just kind of garbage time cleanup here as Goofy Goober is going to try to farm up their damage numbers by the end of the game. A couple of more KOs going to fly on in. Tetchin's going to look for a KO from Zeraora. Not going to find it. Urshifu cleans them up. I mean, this is all about it, right? I mean, big picks here for Goofy Goobers. They won that Ray fight pretty handily.
Kind of looks like Shock just got behind, didn't quite catch up, and then got caught off in the back end. And that was pretty much the end for them there once Goofy Goobers started to take them down, split them off, and cut them off from each other. They were taking 2-3 down at a time, and their team was all together, and it just was too much. Team Shock couldn't counter it with just 2 or 3 of them up still. So looks like we've got a little freeze here on the end of game screen here. Just seeing that Swablu flapping its wings.
Yeah,
you can kind of see Clefable and Tinkaton staring each other down.
Yeah, they're having a stare down of all ages. Yeah, I think, Pokemon Unite, very well programmed game. There are no bugs in it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not.
Especially not
smooth.
Very smooth. Very, very smooth.
I think that was pretty...
Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to see all the final numbers, but as you can imagine, Goofy Goobers probably came out on top of that, but either way, they're going to win game number 1 here versus Team Shock. 1-0 here in their winners finals. 1 win away from going over to the ground.
Let's see if they'll take it a clean 2-0 if we're going to go to a game 3. I know we didn't really get to see much of that game, but from what we did see, Goofy Goobers looked like they took a pretty good lead and they just held on to that. So despite us getting to see Tension finally get on that Zeraora, we didn't actually get to see any of that action, but we also didn't really get to see an endgame result from it either. Like I said, there's a lot to be said about your comfort picks, but maybe Goofy Goobers just was ready for it and they knew how to counter it and they knew how to deal with it, and that's what they did. They were able to get ahead, stay ahead, and then clean up in the end.
Yeah, I think they might have baited Tetchin into that Zeraora pick. They're like, I think he's going to go ahead and pick that first. Let's build around something that can really counter it, and that's exactly what I think they did with that Clef along with that Crustle. You just can't, like, that's just so much damage. You need to really be able to have some sort of backline pressure, and with it just didn't seem like they had it.
Yeah, I mean, the Leafeon pick early on for Goofy Goobers was a little bit intimidating because, that's a Pokemon that can get countered pretty easily, especially if you're taking it as first pick. But Team Shock decided not to fall for that bait and instead went with their own picks, their own solid comp. And I think that played in Goofy Goobers' advantage where they were just like, okay, well, we know how to counter what you're probably going to pick.
Yeah, and I love watching IMAX on the Crustle. I've seen him play that a lot. And it showed you exactly why comfort picks are great. It looked like Team Shock had an opportunity to take them down, but I think IMAX really knew the limits of what Crustle could withstand, and then popped their Unite move at the perfect time, rained back some counter damage, and really turned the fight on its head at Rayquaza. And Team Shock just didn't have enough firepower after that.
We just skipped all the boring stuff in the middle, took you guys straight to the Ray fight, right to the action. Just like, here's the game, we're going to start out, and here's the best fight in the whole game right here. We're just going to, skip right to the meat and potatoes of it.
Yeah, we saw like the first 35 seconds, and then we got back right in the nick of time, right before Ray. Yeah, there's some like different chapters that happened along the way, some twists and turns, but it all led to the same place, which was that Goofy Goobers game 1 win. Really great Ray fight, and yeah, game number 2 is going to be probably a little bit different. We'll see how Team Shock wants to play it. I don't know if we pick the Zeraora there. Maybe we kind of try to pick something different. Maybe we see Techin back on that Serena, or like we talked about before the crash, before game 1, maybe even the Cinderace. I think Cinderace could potentially work against something like what Goofy Goobers.
Personally speaking, as a Cinderace main, I've had my fair share of Crustles. They can be really annoying, but once you get that damage flow going, even with your own little pocket sort of Clefable or other healer, you could still take them down. Crustles usually end up doing a little Shell Smash runaway number when a Cinderace is raining down fireballs on them. But something with a little bit more sustainability like Serena probably also wouldn't be a bad pick either. Regardless, I don't think we're going to see Goofy Goobers target ban Zeraora the same way that we saw in the previous match. I think they know that they can handle it. They feel pretty confident in that, especially after taking an early lead with game 1 like this.
Game 1, it's very interesting to see like what these teams and what these players are kind of lining up. This is like week 2 of the most recent patch, and we saw a lot of things like Aegis getting buffed. We saw it played a little bit earlier in the night, but we haven't really seen it in the last couple matches. Things like Gardevoir, pretty significant buff, right? Used to evolve at level 8, now evolves at level 7. Pretty significant. Haven't seen it a touch. Blissey, banned every single time. We haven't seen it at all tonight. That Unite move has been absolutely insane.
That Blissey Unite move is pretty insane, but like you said, we haven't seen a lot of the Aegislash, another Pokemon that got critically buffed. I think it's probably because Aegislash is one of those Pokemon that is very similar to Blaziken and that it has a pretty high skill cap. You really need it's more of a technical Pokemon. You need to be good at nailing those combos with it. It's probably another reason similar. I mean, let's see Zoroark played as much anymore. Nailing those combos in Pokemon like that is just so important. And if you're not confident with it, you're better staying off of it. And then, like you said, Gardevoir evolving at level 7. My husband's a Gardevoir main himself, and that is such a great Pokemon. We actually do a lot with him on Gardevoir and me on Umbreon, and maybe that's because Umbreon gets banned so much, but when you get a Pokemon like Umbreon that can lock a Pokemon in, and then a Pokemon like Gardevoir that can just bam, 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 hit him over and over and over again for lots of burst damage, lots of great stuns out of that Pokemon. It's one of my favorites. I so much prefer to see it on my team than the opponent's team.
Yeah, Gardevoir, yeah. I played it a bit last night. In solo duo queue, or not last night, maybe 2 nights ago, but since the patch, and it felt incredible. The early evolve was really nice. Like 8 was like always tough to lane it, but I do feel like at least maybe in non-competitive settings, I think Route still gets punished a bit in the early game. But if in solo duo, it works a little bit better. I think you can play it in Path now.
Maybe if you know how to use those teleports just right,
yeah,
you know?
that's true.
Or if
that's
you got a
true.
good lane partner, you know, like I'm telling you, Umbreon's a great lane partner
Oh,
for Gardevoir.
Fantastic lane partner. I love
Yeah.
a nice Psyshock into a mean look. You don't even have to move around; just sit right there. I think that's like
Right.
Pikachu's also a great partner. Like really, any gauge in mean look is really fun to play with. That's why you kind of saw. Yeah, it's kind of how like you might see or how we saw Mew and Umbreon a lot in Worlds last year. It was a very strong combo at the time.
I love toying with different combos in solo duo, especially one that I've been dying to try, but I'm not entirely confident with my skill level on Delphox, is I would love to run Delphox Gardevoir and just mess with people with Fire Spin. Looks like we're ready for game 2 here, going into the pick bands. Who are Goofy Gurus leaning towards? They're hovering over the Mimikyu, but that's where they hovered last time before switching over to the Psyduck. Kind of hovering over the Miraidon now. Probably not a bad pick, but we do see Team Shock looking to pick up that Blissey ban once again.
Blissey ban once again. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see this Pokemon tonight. And if we do, it's going to be a misplay, in my opinion. I think it's the strongest Pokemon right now. It's definitely the strongest supporter. Goofy Goobers, though, they are kind of picking their support first. They're going to line up that Psyduck. IMAX on it this time.
Yeah, now the Psyduck's not banned out. Instead, the Umbreon getting banned out. Pretty back and forth. Umbreon or Psyduck or Umbreon, one or both is usually getting banned. So they're going to take that opportunity to lock in that Psyduck as their supporter. While Shock is going to, we're going to see Tenson once again take his signature Zeraora and Kristen on the Snorlax. We saw Snorlax get some play last match. This could be another useful pick for them. Goofy Gurus leaning into their defender pick on the tree and going for the Leafeon once again.
Leafeon once again. It looked fantastic in game number 1. From what we saw, the 3 minutes that we got to see it at the end, they had a couple pretty nice picks. I imagine if we saw it play well at the end, it probably played pretty well at the beginning because that's kind of the name of the game for Leafeon.
Especially since Leafeon gets off the ground so quick.
Yeah, it's just so fast. Team Shock does grab a couple electric-type Pokemon, touching once again on that Zeraora.
Yeah, they're leaning towards their name here with the Pikachu pick. Rodvi going in for the Eldegoss for their supporter. Going to give them some heals or some buffs here. Could be pretty crucial in keeping their team alive. Goobers, instead of going with the Crustle like we saw last time, decided to lean in on the Trevenant, another Pokemon with a lot of sustainability, but they're going double Speedster with Leafeon and Darkrai. Darkrai is another one tough to play against, tough to counter, especially when it can lock you into that Nightmare Zone, and picking up Mew as their all-arounder. A great Pokemon. Obviously, it's not going to stay on Salt here, as we can see Salt has no items equipped for it. Psyduck also has no items equipped on IMAX up there, so we're gonna see some Pokemon switched around. Maybe we'll see some items switched around. There's no telling here. They're just probably looking to keep Shock on their toes. But little Poppy over there picking up the Gengar for their Speedster, so they are also running double Speedster. So this is going to be interesting to see. This is going to be a really fast back and forth here on this match between two teams, both running double Speedster. What do you think about that, Kyle?
It's Husky's nightmare. She hates double Speedster. So one team is going to have to win here. And it's honestly, Husky's yelling and screaming somewhere. She hates it. But someone's going to have to win with it. She said only LG is allowed to play double Speedster. Those aren't my rules. Those are her rules.
Husky's somewhere just like, oh my god, my eyes itch. I can't. Why do I have a sudden migraine? Because she just knows both of these teams are over here playing double Speedster. She's probably in the chat right now, just spamming emotes or something.
She's probably sleeping. Tomorrow she has a big day for her professional career. So, Husky, cheer her on tomorrow. She's got a big day. Here we go, though. Game number 2 of your winner's final. Psyduck and the Leafeon go into this top path, while Mew, along with the Trevenant, going bottom. Tetshin Gonna push on forward, might look for some stacks, and Snorlax looking for some snacks. And it is going to be the blue buff, and Christian able to take it. That's our blue buff.
Man, I love seeing these invading Snorlax. They really bring me back to the days of the invading Snorlax. And it just has some really good steal capabilities, and it has the chance to be really annoying. It's really tanky. Gossifleur is going to come in here, give Snorlax a little bit of backup, a little bit of healing, so that it can continue to be annoying in Goofy Goober's jungle and secure the red buff as well. Snorlax just came in and treated this like a buffet. It ate all it possibly could and then headed back out. It's going to pick up some berries to go.
That's a dessert. Yeah, the berries are the dessert on that one. Christian just being a full-on pest here for the Goobers. Psyduck, though, gonna combat that with a little bit of a surf. 850 birds on the menu. Tetchin, we have a 4-person push here for Team Shock. They get the KO and the Phantom. They're looking for more. It's Darkrai going down. Now the rest of Goofy Goobers are here. Nice little surf to push Elo Poppy back to the brink. Snorlax taking a quick little power nap in the bushes, but Leafeon sending them back into the Pokemon Center.
We did see Haunter get pretty low on HP there. That was a really good pick on the Snorlax. That little bit of extra XP does get the Gossifleur evolved into Eldegoss, but that was a nice play on defense for Goofy Goobers in the top lane. Snorlax coming back to aid defense to the bottom lane here. Pikachu still utilizing that Electro Ball to get some secures. Look at all this damage that Leafeon is just able to put out. Early game, such a strong Pokemon. It's going to sneak in and take a score here while these teams head up to the middle and position themselves for these 8-minute birds.
Yeah, big KOs here from Haunter, able to take out the Psyduck. Like you said, Pikachu doing a great job of really clearing out the wild Pokemon experience, able to get those last hits with the Electro Ball. We have a Shadow Ball coming in from this Haunter trying to get a KO, but looks like we had a little bit of an error, but we're back. No worries at all. Nothing to see here as this goal zone goes down. Team Shock able to close that one out.
That was a quick clear on that basement goal there. Shock is being super aggressive in this game here. They're definitely not wanting to fall behind. They're going to try their darndest to take this second game and force a game 3. Leafeon just taking some scores early game here, getting in, trying to get out as quick as it can, but that was just a little too much damage from Zeraora. It couldn't quite kite its way out. Darkrai and Psyduck are going to come back in here and say, hey, this goal is not alone. It's not undefended. You're going to have to go through us to get this score in here. Their goal is completely untouched on the top there. Looks like they've been doing some damage to Shock's top goal, and we're going to see that first set of Reggie spawn. It sounded like a Regice on the bottom, and it is in fact a Regice secured by the Shock.
Yeah, that's a true Pokemon trainer right there, knowing it by the cries. Taking that is Team Shock. Like you said, Regieleki, though, getting tapped here by this Leafeon. They're going to try to clear this out before Team Shock is the wiser, but Zeraora able to respond. There's a discharge, looking for secure. It is Leafeon. They take it down. Zeraora now on the brink. They find a KO on Leafeon. They go down, though. It's a little bit of a push there. We have IMAX pushing forward with that Trevenant, trying to push this Regieleki in, but a pretty good defensive stand here for Team Shock. Got the blocks going in. Got the blocks going out. Now looking to take out this Trevenant. The tree falls in the tall grass.
It's pretty solid picks there for Team Shock. Defending that goal, the Lecky does go in, but they have so far managed to hold back the majority of Goofy Goobers from scoring. We did see Psyduck drop a little bit of points there. It's a 3 KO streak for Darkrai. Only 3 points remaining on that top goal. This may be where Zeraora... no, Zeraora had enough HP to not go down. He's just going to hold that goal. It's not quite enough to break it, but leaving it super low like that leaves Goofy Goobers the chance to take a massive overdunk. Same on this bottom goal here. Not a big overdunk, but still breaking it.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and break it. I think it was, 2-point overdunk down on the bottom side. I think they're probably fine with it, knowing that they, like you said, they can line up a larger overcap on this top T1 goal zone. But they might have just wanted a little bit of space down here, knowing that some of these objectives are going to be spawning. Do have a little bit of a push here. Horn Leech, Woodhammer combo, and Leafeon's able to close that out. Now Goofy Goober's looking to push. Snorlax looking to stop that in its tracks. Infinite nightmares for this Gengar versus Darkrai. Darkrai making quick work of them. Psyduck trying to surf away. Surfing in. Goofy Goobers finds 2 KOs in the fray. Now Rodvi finding a KO on the Darkrai to return the favor. Tetchin is back in the fray. Another great Horn Leech from this Trevenant, but Leafeon's able to close out a KO. This is all out madness up here as Leafeon gets a double KO, making another one. It's Psyduck taking out the Eldegoss.
And Eldegoss was doing a pretty good job in the back lane there, holding the defenders for a while, but that Leafeon coming in was able to just do way too much burst damage. It was way too much pressure. Luckily, they managed to hold them off long enough for backup to arrive in the form of Gengar and Pikachu. Pikachu's just kind of hanging back here, looking to probably secure some of these with its Electro Ball. Is a little missed time there. Instead, we're going to see Trevenant Woodhammer in on that. And it does look like we've got Eldegoss and Snorlax back on the top lane, but we see Tetsun on the bottom lane ripping through that Reggie, probably going to secure it completely uncontested from the looks of the map. And that's a big pick on the Pika.
That is, and that's going to enable Goofy Goobers to push on in on this T1. There's that large overcap like we talked about, 37 points, but Team Shock is going to respond in this basement path with 50 points of their own with 2 Pokemon. T1, or T2 push is going to be coming in from Goofy Goobers as Regieleki is marching on forward. All 5 members are in. We have the Eldegoss Cotton Cloud Crash going to rain down, Psyduck getting taken out. We have Tetchin going infinite with these Plasma Gales. Pikachu's going to respond with a Thunderstorm of their own. IMAX goes down, and it's a little bit of a power nap and a great, fantastic response from Team Shock as they defend that T2.
That was an excellent response on that T2 there, being able to hold off that Regieleki from breaking, being able to stop anybody from Goofy Goobers from scoring. They're only about 10 points, 20 points behind Goofy Goobers now, using that moment of confusion to kind of get in, sneak in some scores. They're holding their bottom lane there, but I think we're going to probably see a stronger push from Shock on the top lane now that both bottoms have been broken. That doesn't give either team the opportunity to fall back and heal in the event of a bottom Reggie spawn. So we're going to have the team fight up here instead, but Snorlax, realizing it's outnumbered, throws up its walls and backs out of that battle.
199, 180, 30 seconds to the left to the final stretch, and Team Shock is in full position. They're looking to catch somebody. There it is. Darkrai going down. Tetchin able to close the door on that. Trevenant now down. 15 seconds till Ray. They're looking for more. Psyduck's headache gauge at least keeps them safe for the time being, but that's short-lived as Gengar gets on top of them, but they live just barely. No, it's the Electro Ball in, and they're going to have to pop their Unite move.
Does look like we see 4 Unite moves on the side of Team Shock and 4 Unite moves on the side of Goobers. Unfortunately, Psyduck having to pop its Unite to get away there. Shock is in a bit of a better position here going into this Ray fight. Already picking off a Trevenant.
Trevenant's going down. Mew's going to pop their Unite move. Mystical Mirage going to look to try to surf on in against this Pikachu. Boosted attack doesn't lock in. Pikachu utilizes their Unite move. Double KO for Leafeon as both teams are trading KOs back and forth, but it's Goofy Goobers on top. 3 members down, make it 4. Goofy Goobers looking to push forward. It's just this Snorlax. They have a lead. They don't need to touch Ray, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, touching Ray in an instance like this, even though Snorlax is the only Pokemon up, still has the ability to secure in that Heavy Slam. The stall is giving enough time for Team Shock to get in here. We're going to see that Zeraora come in here and probably try to do some of this burst damage. They're going in on the Ray, and it isn't secure for Goofy Goobers.
Goofy Goobers, Leafeon able to take it, but there is a defensive stand to be had. If they could stop this Leafeon, they may have a chance. Leafeon is able to almost get the KO. They do, and just like that, Goofy Goobers reining in the points, heading to your grand finals.
That's 3 hundo burgers in a row. That is a big boy stack right there. 500 to 180, 531 to 180. Just dropping some more off. This is a bag of burgers if I ever saw one. They're ahead by 500 points at this place. And just dropping it at the front door.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a crave case of burgers for Goofy Goobers. I mean, 669, 180, 10 seconds left. Team Shock going to be forced to go down to that lower side bracket by the Goofy Goobers. I believe, I'll just see who won the previous match. I believe it's still going on, but El Yoshi Arms and Simply Surreal are duking it out in the losers semi-final, so we may see a potential salty run back if Simply Surreal is able to take it here in that
Look at
lower
that.
bracket. We'll see.
Look at these numbers. That 10 KO streak from Leafeon on Goofy Goober's side, that is a well-earned MVP on that side over there. But 12 assists from the Psyduck shows you, once again, why this Pokemon gets banned out so frequently. There's no numbers to sneeze at over here on the side of Team Shock as well. Rodby and Christian getting a lot of assists on their side. Taking a look at the numbers breakdown, we see the 76 and 73k damage from Darkrai and Leafeon on the side of Goofy Goobers. Some pretty big numbers there. They were definitely getting in there and doing a lot of damage. The speedsters on Team Shock's side in the form of Gengar and Zeraora just weren't able to quite keep up. We did see a lot of pretty big picks. They were both pretty closely matched by the chart all the way up until the Ray. It really was anyone's battle. Team Shock took a lot of picks. They were trading KOs back and forth for a while there. In the end, Goofy Goobers managed to just fire off in the right moments and take that Ray in those last couple minutes.
Fantastic work. Yeah, the Team Shock, I mean, Christian did such a fantastic job of trying to stall it out just long enough, but unfortunately it was the Leafeon that was able to take it. This was like an incredible push here from Team Shock. Elo Poppy looking great on the Gengar once again, finding those 2 quick KOs, but the response from the Psyduck, the Surfs, to kind of push them back was really good.
Yeah, that really was great. We saw a lot of great early game pushes from Shock. They really were playing super aggressive. They were in a great position. Their levels were looking really good. It just took just the right moments. It seemed like Goofy Goobers just took a little longer to get online, but once they did, they started cooking.
They did. Fortunately, it didn't cook long enough. It might have been a little bit underbaked on that Gengar.
A little half-baked.
Yeah. But this Darkrai had a couple of really big KOs too, but I think you kind of saw, like, you know, double speedster on both sides, like who is going to fall a little bit faster. Darkrai doing a lot of work.
Yeah, you can see Darkrai pretty quickly scales ahead in levels, and then once it got ahead, there was no turning back at that point. Leafeon, again, always seeming to dive in at crucial moments when it seemed like Team Shock was getting an advantage. It seemed like Leafeon was able to just jump in there and scare him back, or take some pretty crucial knockouts in response.
Yeah. Big plays here all around, but we are going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get the lower bracket set up. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll maybe go a very short distance, grab a drink, grab a snack. You don't want to miss it. We have the lower bracket finals, and then following that, we will be going into the grand finals where the Goofy Goobers have advanced, and they are waiting to see who their opponent is. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back in just a moment.
Well, at least she did kind of get to use the Bikini Bottom bracket.
Yeah. Welcome back, trainers. Underdunk number 47, and we have the lower bracket finals on deck, where we are going to be seeing Team Shock once again taking on Simply Surreal. It's almost like deja vu. We just saw them in a little bit of a winners semifinals duel where it went to 3 games, and Team Shock got the best of Simply Surreal. Simply Surreal looking for a little bit of revenge. They want to go up to the grand finals where the goofy goobers are waiting for them. And Ponyta, we have so many things to talk about, but the thing I want to talk about is always a salty run back. Do you think Simply Surreal can pull it off?
Oh man, I don't know. Team Shock has been getting more and more aggressive each game, it seems. And I think they definitely, well, nobody wants to be down in this losers bracket. So they've played this match before. Maybe they know what to expect from Surreal a little bit more now. So maybe they're a little bit more prepared to go into this match. We're not seeing the target bans. We're just seeing the typical Psyduck, Blissey, and Urshifu ban, and a Pikachu ban on top of that.
Oh, there we go. And big shout out Pikadiff. Thanks for the raid, my friend. Hope your stream went well, and obviously good luck this weekend. We have the February Cup Finals. Mountain Mew, though. Here we are once again. We're right on first pick. A lot of teams still think this is the best attacker in the game.
Team Shock sure does love their electric Pokemon. We're going to see Ice Cream going for Talonflame maybe? No, instead changing to a different speedster. Looks like they're pretty sold on a speedster here. We saw the switch from Talonflame, but instead messing with me and locking in on an all-arounder in the Mimikyu. And the early pick on the Umbreon, a good solid pick, always one that a team wants to grab if it's not banned. But we're going to see Shock, Tetsun once again leaning into the Zeraora since he didn't get that target ban. But Ravi looks like he might be... Oh no, he's going to surprise us all with a Sableye.
Ooh, I love a good Sableye game. We'll see how this works out, but it's something that can
Those are the
really
keywords.
be a pest. Yeah, you know, it could go
the
one
good
of 2
Sableye.
ways. I do love a leftover Sableye, though.
A good Sableye is hard to find, though. Ice Cream's going to lock in that Hoopa. Great Pokemon for mobility. And is Rosario going to go for the Buzzwole? He is! We haven't really gotten to see a Buzzwole tonight, so I'm super excited for this. This is another Pokemon that got a little bit of a buff and has been showing up more and more. Rodby locking in the Mime. And is Elo going to go for the Charizard? He's going double Speedster instead. So we are going to see that double Speedster once again on Shock with the Zeraora and the Gengar. Is Surreal going to take this opportunity to go for something that has a little bit more crowd control, a little bit of stun in the Espeon? Because they kind of were hovering over that Inteleon. I don't know if they want so much backline when they've got divers like that on Shock. So yeah, they are going to lock in that Espeon and hopefully get some good stun action out there.
I love what Team Shock is lining up. I mean, you have the double Speedster, which again, Husky will hate me for saying this, but I see the vision. You have Christian that can utilize the Chaos Glower, and Rodvi that can use the Showtime Unite move. And then you just blow everything up. You have 3 kind of nukes of Unite moves in Zeraora and Gengar, along with Miraidon. If you time those all properly, it can be really deadly. So we'll see exactly how Team Shock plays these fights, but I kind of like what they're cooking.
I'm with you. I see the vision here, but I see what Simply Surreal is going for here with the Umbreon. We've got a Buzzwole. We've got a Mimikyu who can lock down with its Unite move. We've got the Espeon that can throw stuns out there. They're looking for as much crowd control as they can possibly get on Pokemon like Zeraora and Gengar.
Let's see. The problem that you always have and that a lot of teams face with the double Speedster is if you don't get off to that early level lead, then it could be kind of tricky to find your way back in it, right? Because they thrive when you can scale well, and when you fall behind, kind of hard to find those KOs because most of the time you're a little under level, you're gonna get KO'd yourself. But here we go, lower bracket finals, best of 1. Team Shock on your left.
Now this is a best of 1, like you said, so this is all or nothing here. It's probably going to pay to be more aggressive like we've seen Shock be. We're going to see the double Eevee going into the jungle side on Surreal. And they do manage to dodge what looked like a Sableye trying to sneak in and get a pick. They were ready for that. They sent 3 into the jungle to secure as much of this XP as they possibly could. Mimikyu is going to try to pick off this Sableye, but Sableye is just a little bit too quick popping that XP to get out of there. And stealing double berries.
Yeah, steal the berries, hit the wild Pokemon to kind of force them into the center or the top path. Didn't look like Team Shock was really able to capitalize on it, but I think Sableye has done their job in the sense that they've really been a pest to Simply Surreal. They haven't really allowed them to play their game.
Definitely put Surreal on it. And like you said, they did have to be a little bit more wary there. Looks like we might get a pick on the Umbreon here a little early. Super aggressive plays there from Shock. They do knock that Umbreon off with a 3v1. Sableye coming in to sneak in a few little scores. Espeon's trying to get in here, maybe secure some birds, but it can't really do a whole lot on its own, and it can't manage to stop the Sableye.
Ooh, Buzzwole. Online now, finally, for Zaya. Sableye does get KO'd there off screen by the Espeon in that basement path. We do have a little bit of a push here for Simply Surreal. They're going to try to get this 29 points in. Tetchin is able to respond in time, prevent that from happening. And Simply Surreal just going to have to lick their wounds and figure out the next fight.
Little Buzz Swole there. Getting that smackdown. Taking the Hoopa portal back to base to try to get some heals and come back to the fight healthy and ready to go, but it's just not enough. There's just too much damage on the side of Team Shock, but they do manage to pick off Tetson's Zeraora in that instance there. A lot of damage coming off of that Mimikyu. They're heading into the middle there. Those birds have been up for about 10 seconds and nobody's gone for them yet, so they're going to take this opportunity to clean that up, pick up that much needed XP, give them that little bit of a level boost that we're seeing Shock lack that they definitely needed on. Espeon tried to sneak in that score. Didn't really get it, but it was a good effort. It was a good team play there from the Umbreon trying to lock that Miraidon in so Espeon could score, but Miraidon was able to counter that.
Yeah, I thought
Haunter just kind of hanging out in the bush there too.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be able to do something. Buzzwole does get caught here by Elo Poppy. Now they're going to line up some scores in this top path, leaving this goal zone at 22, now 20. Maybe a 10-point overdunk if they decide to close it down. Simply Surreal decides to close down the T1 goal zone in the bottom path. Now Registeel is on the chopping block for them. That's going to be quick work with that Shadow Claw Mimikyu.
A little bit of a back-forth trade-off there. We did see Surreal take the Reggie on the bottom, but we saw the Leckies now pushing towards Surreal's middle tier goal, and nobody there to stop it. Buzz will get there, but he's just too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late. Gengar responds with a KO of their own. We're going to have Espeon respond now. Gengar going down back to the Pokemon Center. So Team Shock to get the Lecky in, but unable to get anything done with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just couldn't finish out and follow up. Hoopa was guarding it, but enough of their members showed up to back up Buzzwole. Buzzwole managed to stall him out long enough. They get the pick on the Sableye here, who's been just sneaking points in. That is a good Sableye for you there. One that can get in, cause a little bit of havoc. Tetson's going to come in here, but there's just too many members from Surreal in this play. Maybe Surreal has Team Shock's number at this point. Their levels sure say they do.
Ooh, Tetchin. Basic attack from Hoopa is able to take them out. Now they're going to push this T1 pad on the top pad. The bottom side is going pretty swimmingly as this Espeon's going to be forced to Unite move. Doesn't get the KO that they were looking for, but the defensive stand is out from this Umbreon, at least for the time being. Now Gengar utilizes their Unite move. They're looking to get a KO. They find it. They find a second. Now we're going to try to find a third, but unfortunately it's Buzzwole that is responding with a KO of their own. They take out one. They take out two. They're looking out to take out the Miraidon. Mimikyu makes quick work of them. Great response from Simply Surreal.
Yeah, that was a pretty strong play there. Umbreon managed to hold them off just in time for backup to arrive. They chased them off, and then Sableye came in, invisible, cleaned up the rest of that, getting locked down in the Umbreon's mean look. We see Zeraora trying to bounce in after that Mimikyu, who does manage to back up into their jungle and get away from that danger. Tetsun looking to get back in his own jungle and get away from the danger of the Buzzwole. We see the Regis spawn on the bottom, and Surreal is in prime position, completely uncontested. They're going to clean this up in seconds.
Yeah, they get that HP buff for about 90 seconds, while Team Shock is going to respond to this top path where the Regieleki is, but Hoopa's gonna bring the team in. Rings are unbound, looking to look for a secure. It is Tetchin able to take it with the Zero, or they find another KO. Espeon back to the Pokemon Center. They're gonna look for more. Gengar responds. They're gonna look to now try to take out the Hoopa. They do. It's actually Miraidon getting that double KO. Regieleki marching towards this T2 goal zone, but simply Surreal should be able to respond to it. Team Shock gonna back away.
Surreal is only about 40 points behind Shock here, but Shock took that Regieleki pretty handedly, and while the members did manage to show up to put a stop to it pretty quick, Shock took that opportunity to clean up a lot of experience off the board, kind of give their speedsters a chance to catch up in levels there, and it was much needed. The level gap is a little bit closer now, not as bad as it was, but we see our first 13 hit the board on the Mimikyu.
Yeah, the level 13 can be pretty dangerous, especially on something as great as that Mimikyu is against those speedster Pokemon. 3:30 on the clock. We're going to look for maybe a little bit of a sneaky push here, maybe just trying to grab some vision for Team Shock.
Doesn't look like there's a ton of XP on the board right now. Shock looks like they might even be pushing into Surreal's jungle, maybe just putting a little pressure on them, reminding them, hey, we're still here, and we can do some damage. Looks like some Unite moves are starting to come back to life on Shock's side, but we also see about 4 of them up on Surreal's side, so we could be looking at an early team fight here.
Yeah, it might be a little bit early. Umbreon does try to put some Pokemon in a mean look, but just going to delay the inevitable. Team Shock in full position on this basement path. Christian doing a great job of containing and having some map presence on this top path, not giving away this T1 goal zone for free. Mimikyu does close it out, but Team Shock is going to be rewarded with a basement Reggie of the Reg Ice variety.
That's going to give him a good little bit of a healing buff going into the raid. We're about 25 seconds away, but Surreal is in prime position to rip this Lecky. We do see the Sableye kind of hovering around. It could go in there and steal it, but it looks like Surreal decides to back off with only about 10 seconds left until Ray.
That's a huge pick here, Pony. We're going to see some of these Unite moves start to fly out. Miraidon finds the Buzzwole. 3 members are down. Shock is looking to go. Umbreon pops their Unite, but they go down. Tetchin finds a couple. It's just this Espeon alive. Team Shock moving on to Ray. It's starting to get chipped. They are down in scores. Espeon is looking to get into the pit. They're looking for a secure. Are they going to be able to find it? No. Great stun by Christian to prevent it. Gengar, Elo Poppy, Team Shock getting the Ray done.
I think that's probably going to secure it out here. We see Sableye sneaking around the back lane. It's currently invisible. Nobody can see it. It's going to run in. It's going to drop that Fat Hundo Burger on that top lane. We're going to see Tetsun on the bottom along with Gengar. They both got 50 on them. Tetsun's just going to make a break for the front door. That's about 4, 5, 6... That's several drops right there. That's going to bring Team Shock ahead about 300 points. So unless Surreal can make a strong push here, which they're sure making an attempt at it, they're getting in some damage, but those shields are not breaking easily, especially when you got a Pokemon like Tenson on Zeraora.
Play with me just for good measure to make sure Tetchin goes back to the Pokemon Center. Look at this sneaky push. Another about 60 points, make it 56. For Christian on that Sableye, gonna pad the stats a little bit more. Elo Poppy finding a nice KO. Here comes the Phantom Ambush. Where are they lining up? They missed the Shadow Ball, unfortunately. Here comes Buzzwole. They find a KO. There's still 30 seconds left. Gengar finds the Umbreon. There's still a little bit of time, but I think it's gonna be a tall task. We have another Shadow Ball combo. Are they gonna be able to get the KO? Great response from Team Shock. That should close the door. Team Shock heading to your grand final.
That was a pretty good pick right there. 4 of them went down in that push. Espeon still looks like it's trying to get its way in there, but they are just too far behind at this point. And with Sableye and Miraidon, there's no way Espeon's going to get in there.
Big plays there from Team Shock. And this is kind of a pattern that we've seen a lot of teams, start to get ready for. And what it is when the Rayquaza is about to hit the map, if you're able to find a couple of quick KOs, maybe 210, 215, that's the fight. Teams don't have enough time, and you saw exactly what Team Shock did there. They found the KO on IKEA Shoes, and then they just snowballed. That's what Double Speedster needs to do, and that's exactly what they accomplished.
It was looking a little rough for Shock there for a while. They were behind in levels. Their speedsters were lagging a little bit, but once they were able to finally catch up, find some of that crucial experience, do some of that farming that they needed, you can see the results speak for themselves. 78k damage from that Gengar for MVP, but look how close these teams were. I mean, it was pretty close there. We leveled out points. Shock was ahead, then they were behind, and then finally we got that Ray pick right at the end there, which is exactly what they needed. Look at those numbers for that Gengar there. Even 24k heals. That's pretty unheard of for a Gengar.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's pretty massive. Yeah, the life stealer, I guess I always forget what it's called from special
from
attackers.
what is it? The
Vamp,
Dream Eater?
Spell Vamp? Spell Vamp. There we go.
There it is.
We got there, but yeah, huge plays, Team Shock. Like you said, 78k from Gengar. Elo Poppy. We've seen a lot of Gengar from him today, and it's looked pretty good. Yeah, Simply Surreal. They played really well. It was just unfortunate that they found themselves in a tough position right before Ray, and Team Shock just really taking it to them. Thought they might have a hope and a prayer from that Espeon, but Christian did an incredible job ensuring that they got the Confuse Ray to make sure Espeon was not able to get the secure onto the Rayquaza, and rest is history. Team Shock getting it done.
Yeah, for sure there. I sure wish that I had the good Sableyes on my team in solo queue, but
right.
I never get the ones as good as Christian.
Fantastic play. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? We talked about, we'll see if they get it done, and they absolutely did.
It did everything that Sableye was supposed to do.
Yeah, they're just saying, Elo Poppy saying, just felt like playing Gengar today. I love it. But with that said, I mean, we're going to see another salty run back. We're going to see Team Shock take on the Goofy Goobers here in the grand finals. Goofy Goobers got it done in the winners finals. Do you think Team Shock has learned anything from that previous set?
It's possible. I mean, those sets were pretty close. All of those games were pretty close. So, we really could see them maybe have learned something from it. But I think, just before we go into that, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break here, run some playbacks, and then we're going to get ready for, what is it going to be, grand finals now, huh?
Yeah, grand finals on deck. Team Shock, Goofy Goobers. Don't go anywhere. Maybe just go quick little area, because we'll be right back with a little bit more Pokemon Unite. Now
You're
we're
not just
live.
kidding. Now we're live. Just
Welcome
kidding.
back, trainers. Underdunk 47. We are in the grand finals. Team Shock, Goofy Goobers, and it looks like teams have agreed it is going to be a standard set, so it'll be a best of 3 with a best of 1 reset if Team Shock is able to clutch it out and take a couple of wins. But grand finals on deck. This is a rematch, Pony. How are you envisioning this one go?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, we've seen Shock be very aggressive. They have some experience with this matchup. Maybe they're a little wiser going into it this time around. I think these teams are pretty equally matched, but it's one of those things where I think if Goobers gets ahead, they just stay ahead.
Yeah, and that's kind of the name of the game of, kind of how they've gone through this bracket. They haven't been down a lot. We'll see how they go here. They are going to go ahead and ban the Psyduck first, and Team Shock has no inclination to play against a Darkrai, and honestly, I can't blame them.
Yeah, I can't blame them either. We saw what Goobers was able to do with Darkrai before, so that's a little bit of a target ban there. Going for the Miraidon as well. And seeing the Urshifu ban for Shock, so that's going to leave Umbreon open as a pick, and Blissey. Is anybody going to pick up Blissey this time around?
You have to pick
immediately.
It first. Yeah, I mean, that is as fast as you can pick a Pokemon, and I don't blame them. AJ Dragon lining that up real quick. We'll see how Team Shock lines it up, though. I love the Umbreon pick to combat that, because if the Blissey unites at the wrong time, Umbreon could just go ahead and steal some of those shields.
Yeah, and seeing that Blissey try to run in, I mean, I love seeing that Blissey Unite move, especially if there's a good few amount of Pokemon in between Blissey and its target, and it kind of gets that run through that wall of Pokemon while using the Bliss Assist. Umbreon locking a Blissey down with its mean look in that instance could keep Blissey from doing stuff like that. So it looks like we're going to see that pick back on the Leafeon. IMAX going back on the Trevenant. But instead we're seeing Garchomp for the first time on the side of Team Shock.
I think it's partially they want to keep that away from the Blissey as well. You see that combination just do so well in UCS all season long. A lot of teams really love that combination. Team Shock, though, no electric type Pokemon yet. This might be the first time we haven't seen anybody on an electric type Pokemon just yet. Mountain Mew lining up the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, another first pick, interesting pick. But again, like you said, just trying to keep that Blissey away from them. So it looks like they're picking their last two on Goofy Goobers. We might get to see some Aegislash action here.
Ooh, I love it. The Sword, maybe? Nope, we're going to pivot over to the Dragonite, and Luigi is taking the Duraludon, just as we requested. We'll see if it actually happens. I mean, are they going to put the leftovers on? That's the real question. They said I could pick something, and I wanted to see Apple Duraludon. I don't know.
Or see Poppy locking in the Gengar.
I think they win. I think they win here. Just because they're doing Apple on Duraludon. Okay, maybe they're doing it. They took it off. They
Maybe
put the
not.
Rapid Fire scarf on. Okay, that's fine. It's fine.
So let's see here. Elo Poppy locking in that Gengar again. Just felt like playing Gengar tonight, apparently. So why not get the maximum use out of it? See a little bit of switching around going on up there.
Yeah, I like it. I'm trying to see what moveset we're gonna be going on the Blissey. They are relatively tanky, so you might see the kind of the standard healer build on that. You have the eggs. You give them the eggs. Their HP's just through the roof. So we'll see if they go or kind of the popular, flavor of the week, which Helping Hand Safeguard. With a lot of CC on the opposite side, I still think it works really well.
Yeah, either one. But with the price of eggs lately, I can't blame them if they decided to go with that healing option.
Yeah, maybe throw some of those in my fridge, make some omelets. But here we go, grand finals, best of 3. Goofy Goobers on your winner's side. That's a W right there. We're taking the Duraludon to the basement path. We have Gibble along with Mr. Mime heading top for Team Shock.
We're going to see that Dragonite run center on Goofy Goober's side, and Ghastly running center on the Shock side. So it's a pretty standard jungle situation here. Both teams look like they're playing pretty cautiously right now. Alolan Vulpix getting evolved into Alolan Ninetales. Beautiful Crystal Tier Hollowware there. We're going to see some great effects out of that this game. And Eevee looking to pick up just a little bit more XP. They're waiting for that middle Audino to spawn there to see who's going to lock that in. Eevee could use this to get evolved into that Umbreon, but it's not quite enough. I don't believe they picked that off. I think Phantom actually grabbed that.
Yeah, very wise play here from Phantom, a ghost-type Pokemon. 3 members in the top path for Team Shock with an Alolan Ninetales incoming, so it's going to be 4 on 3 for these 850 Altaria family. This Leafeon lining up, trying to grab some vision. We have Haunter looking to try to hunt down the back line. They find the Dream Eater combo. And this Blissey might be on the chopping block. They are. However, we do have another Pokemon almost going back. It's Leafeon, but they're able to grab a berry just in the nick of time, forcing the eject button out for Mountain Mew, but that's not going to be enough. They're going back to the Pokemon Center.
Mountain Mew did manage to score a little bit in that moment. I did not catch if they were stacking, but that was still a nice few points dropped in there. You see a lot of these walls getting utilized from the Blizzard, from the Alolan Ninetales, but also from the Mr. Mime. A little bit of a battle of the defenders going on in the bottom lane here as Eevee is now Umbreon. Phantom would like to find some of that XP and get into Trevenant as soon as it can.
And 8-minute birds hitting the map in the central area. It's going to be a flash cannon Duraludon. Put the circle down, try to keep the team away. Gengar, though, is going to line that up, hit the Dream Eater combo. Blissey's going to pop their XP, try to get back to base, try to get some shields, maybe a berry. And Mr. Mime is going to continually put pressure on this Duraludon. It's Garchomp. It's still a Gabite, able to take that KO. Dragonite. Ooh, still needs to get online, though.
That was a nice Dragon Rush there, managing to back its teammate up and save him there. Looks like Umbreon's barely going to get out here. A lot of healing on that Umbreon there. Leafeon kind of hovering around the grass. It sees the Haunter. Haunter misses with the Shadow Ball. That was big. Missing with that Shadow Ball was crucial. It allowed Leafeon to jump in there and take the knockout on the Gengar. Doesn't look like the walls that Alolan Ninetales is putting up here is quite enough to hold them back. They are holding the goal, but Goovers is looking to set up for this bottom Reggie coming up in just a second here. I believe that's a Regis. Nope, that is a Regice that's spawned there. So
yeah, Regice is held in over to the Goofy Goober side. It's Dragonite that was able to clean that up. We saw Trevenant get knocked out in the central area of Team Shock. They did stall out that time, so probably a really valuable KO, honestly, for them, because it bought a little bit of time and space. Regieleki is starting to get chipped here by Team Shock. Leafeon finds the Unite move, finds the Gabite, finds the KO, and now this Haunter, still not a Gengar yet, looking to try to take down the Blissey, but it's going to go ahead and cure some of the stuns on it.
We can see that Goobers is getting ahead in levels there. That's pretty good for the Leafeon. Pretty bad, considering that Haunter just now hitting level 9, getting into Gengar. They're picking up those middle birds experience. It does look like Goobers is in a better position to pick this Regieleki in the top lane here, and they do. They secure it. That's going to push on the goal. There's no goals broken yet. These teams are pushing back and forth. They're only within a few points of each other. This is a pretty aggressive game. Both teams were playing cautiously in the beginning, but now they're both pushing pretty heavy on each other, just looking for where they can give and take.
Yeah, Duraludon goes down in the fray. Trevenant trying to hold the door on this T1 goal zone. It's a tall task, but here comes Dragonite with the Draco Impact coming all the way down to the bottom path, hitting the A button, taking out the Gengar. There's the Hyper Beam. Leafeon's able to take out the Umbreon. Gonna continually put some pressure on. This time it's Mime going down to the Pokemon Center. Looking to push on forward once again. Alolan Ninetales gonna give out that Blizzard combo. Eject button into the Snow Globe. They're gonna find a KO. No, they do not. Goofy Goobers finds the KOs and they find the goal zone. That's a goal zone down.
That's 2 goal zones down. They managed to secure the top lane as well with the assistance from the Regieleki and break that tier 1 goal. Also breaking the tier 1 goal on the bottom lane. And they pick off the Gengar again. This is not looking good for Team Shock, but we're only about halfway through. Goofy Goobers is probably going to rip through this Registeel within seconds and pick up that attack bonus.
That's exactly what you want to do if you're Goofy Goobers. You have fantastic amount of shred on the objective, and then you have a fantastic secure tool with that hyper beam, and you saw exactly that. They've been able to take almost every objective on the map. If I'm not mistaken, they've taken everything from the side of Team Shock.
It does look like Goofy Goobers is starting to snowball. They're getting a couple levels ahead of Team Shock here. That's bad news for Shock as Goofy Goobers makes their way to the center to pick off those birds in less than 2 seconds.
Ooh, big KO there. Gengar is sent back into the Pokemon Center. It's showtime, though. Mr. Mime pops their Unite move, this time a little bit more aggressive. Duraludon is getting taken out by the Alolan Ninetales, but that's found out by this Trevenant IMAX, along with this Dragonite making quick work of them. Double KO for Dragonite. They take out the Mime. Umbreon's trying to come in. Dragonite's getting out. Huge! Oh my gosh, the Hyper Beam! Not only that, but an incredible cleanse by the Safeguard from Blissey.
That was a pretty massive 4 KO streak there for Dragonite, and it gives Leafeon the opportunity to secure the Regieleki in the top lane, pushing in on Team Shock's middle tier goal here. They're going to throw the walls up with the Mime and try to use the locks, all the walls, trying to keep this Lecky from going in. Goobers isn't looking to push it. They're pretty secure with where their position is at this time. They're well over 150 points ahead, and they're going to drop some more on this bottom pad and get a little bit of an overdunk there, enough to put them well over 200 points ahead of Team Shock.
Yeah, they're putting the pedal to the metal. 315.75 on the back of this Blissey Dragonite combination. Gengar, though, is coming in, looking to take out the Leafeon. They do. They find a big KO there. Level 13 on that Leafeon, so Gengar getting a ton of value from it.
Level 14 on the Dragonite here, so they're going to rip this Regice here. This is a great position for them. Like you said, they've managed to secure every objective on the board and not lose any of their goals yet. Duraludon's throwing down some spikes, trying to discourage them from trying to sneak in here. We're about 30 seconds away from the Ray fight. Goofy Goober's in a great position. Nearly all of them have their Unite moves. They just need to get that Unite move back on that Blissey. They're probably not far off. There's Aeos energy all over this map. Everybody's just looking to pick up and carry as much as they can. That was a dangerous position for that Blissey to be in. It just made it through the gauntlet there. Umbreon choosing not to reveal itself and stay hidden in that moment.
Look at this. They're set up in this pit. They're looking to do some damage on the Mime. They're putting the fire on the bird. Rayquaza already getting ripped. We have Goofy Goobers getting it. It's Trevenant. Just as Rayquaza spawns, it goes down. Goofy Goobers really putting the pressure on.
They want to stay in this winner's bracket and they're not going anywhere tonight. They want to try to take this victory home pretty fast here. Dragonite rushing in, no shield on it, but it is going to drop those points with the Santa hat. It's dropping gifts under the Christmas tree right at their front door.
Huge, massive plays here for the Goobers. 5:15.75. Some KOs are going to be found, but this might be a little bit of garbage time. Unless Team Shock can find a couple of KOs of their own, maybe Goofy Goober stays a little bit more than what they're welcome. Trevenant falls down in the forest, and there's still time on the clock here. A minute left.
We see Duraludon retreat, head back to that top goal. Leafeon heading that way as well to offer some assistance, but Dragonite fully healed, full health, ready to go. Blissey's looking to sneak in and score another 50 points. Dragonite might just back off and let them take this. All 5 members of Team Shock converge on the bottom goal. They managed to drop 76 points, but Blissey is completely unattended. No adult supervision. Just drops 100 right at their door.
Oh, there's a couple of big KOs here, but a great response from Goofy Goobers. They are able to find a couple now, and that should about do it. Duraludon getting a triple 3-piece combo to shut the door on Team Shock here in game number 1. They are 1 win away from being your champion. And look at this.
I think we're going to see a little bit of playing nice here. A little bit of a conversation between the Umbreon and the Blissey. Blissey's like, you know what? I'm here.
Oh,
I might
that's
as well
cold.
just drop this off. That was a little rude, wasn't it?
And that was a deserved KO. there was an agreement that was had. We're just gonna look at each other. We're gonna play nice. No one's gonna do anything, and then the ultimate betrayal of that score, payback from Mountain Mew. But doesn't matter. Goofy Goobers is gonna win game number 1, 651 to 151.
Yeah, let's take a look at these numbers here. We've got 11 KOs from that Leafeon, getting a well-deserved MVP there. Leafeon was definitely putting in a lot of work, but the rest of the team, nothing to sneeze at. And we saw that crucial 3 KO at the very end there from the Duraludon. Look at that 70k damage from the Leafeon. That's some big numbers. But on the other side, Elo Poppy wasn't exactly sleeping on the job with 62k damage as well.
Big numbers all around, but the biggest number belonged to the Goofy Goobers, that 651 in the point category. Maybe a second place is going to be the amount of healing that those leftovers did on Luigi. Maybe not. I don't know if those actually stayed equipped or not. But
I don't think he kept the apple.
that's okay. It's fine. It's... I'm not sad about it at all.
Taking a look at our recaps here, we see some of these early matches here. This one was only about a minute and a half in. Shock was making a pretty aggressive push, as it seems pretty standard for Shock. They're very aggressive early game, and then maybe they get a little overconfident. Maybe they overextend a little bit, and they lose that lead, and that costs them pretty big, especially when they run these double speedster teams. But they weren't running a double speedster team this time around, but they did still have that Gengar. It just didn't seem like it could get online early enough, and when it finally did, it really was putting in the work. But Goobers was able to get ahead pretty quickly and then just snowball from there.
They did snowball, and there's no ice types on the Goofy Goobers. The only ice type was on Team Shock. They were sent shocked, really. I mean, that Dragonite Blissey combo was just so great. Not only that, the Duraludon looked good. It was just like the amount of attack speed that the Helping Hand was able to provide. This is a really good response, though, from Mountain Mew with that Unite move. It just wasn't enough. Got a lot of dunks on in, and man, Goofy Goobers really looked fantastic.
Yeah, they really did. So let's see if they can clean this up pretty quickly. If they can take this next game, there will not be a bracket reset.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, if they are able to win this one, yeah, it will be them as the champion. And this is the play. This one blew my mind. The peel from the rest of the squad, the safeguard from Blissey to get them out, and then the Hyper Beam. And there's the secure on the Rayquaza. It's Trevenant. It is the Phantom Forest that's able to get it. And I don't even know, I don't think Team
It did
Shock
look like
was
the
ready for
Duraludon
it.
for a second. No, they really weren't. They weren't even anywhere near there. They were definitely at least 2 to 3 seconds behind. Did look like the Duraludon had secured it for a second. That was a pretty well-timed laser beam.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah, the basic attack from the Flash Can, I thought might have been the one to do it, but yeah, just a little bit short. You got all the points raining in from Blissey. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic stuff all around.
Solid game. So we're going to get ready to set up for game 2 here. What do you guys think? You think we're going to see this go a clean 2-0 Goofy Goobers, or you think Team Shock is going to at least take one win out here?
I think, I don't know, Goofy Goobers, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't lost a map all night. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at the bracket right now. Yeah, 2-0 versus Micro and Cheese, 2-0 versus T2, 2-0 in the winners finals, and now 1-0. So yeah, they have not lost a map tonight. Looking to close out the clean sheet here in Underdunk 47. We're going to go ahead and ban Rapidash for good measure.
What?
And Decidueye. Okay.
That's
leaves
a little
Blissey
different
open,
there.
right?
Yeah, leaves Blissey open, leaves Umbreon and Psyduck open. So, I mean, we could see this go out with a bang. But what did the Unicorn ever do to you?
What did it? I think it's a target ban on you. I think they just, yeah.
They did. They were just like, you know what, Ponyta? No.
Yeah.
So we are going to see them picked up. All 3 of those Pokemon that usually get a pretty quick ban are both getting picked early game here. We've got the Blissey, Umbreon, the Psyduck, the first 3 picked.
Ooh. Yeah, I love the Umbreon Psyduck combo because you can play that Umbreon like your supporter with the Wish, and then Psyduck kind of like that harasser with the, just the way it's built, right? Like it's a fantastic kind of combination that we've seen a lot of team use.
Looks like Shock's going into the going back to their tried and true electric Pokemon here, and picking up the Snorlax on the way. Are we going to see a Meowscarada over there on Goofy Goobers? We are! That is exciting. I love Meowscarada. And we're going to go for the double speedster. They're going to steal the Gengar away from Elo Poppy.
That's so mean. That's so mean. He just wants to play Gengar, brother. He just wanted to play Gengar today, and Goofy Goobers just taking it away from him. That, you gotta... I don't know. Well, maybe Elo Poppy just needs to learn to share too. I don't know. Either way, I'm sad.
Oh, and look, since Urshifu didn't get banned, that left Goofy Goobers open to be able to grab it for themselves. But we're also going to see Elo Poppy decide to go for Mew. They're going to switch it off to Mountain Mew, the namesake. So probably a well-played character for them.
Yeah, I love the Urshifu here. I'm interested to see if we're gonna go that Wicked Blow build. It looks like it potentially could be. It's got an X attack, so still could be the Wicked Blow, but they're starting to shuffle some items around, so it may be more, the Surging Strikes, which received that buff more recently, and a lot of teams are kind of liking that right now, but we'll see how they play it.
Looks like that Mew is running double specs and Spoon. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be one of the attackers. It's not going to be a Mew. That's going to be a support build there. I love this image you guys have of Galarian Rapidash here for the band. Right? It just looks like it's judging so hard.
They are. It is judging. It's a good one. Yeah. It's a really good one. I love it.
I'm stealing that. If that had been on here a couple of days ago, I might have had that tattooed instead of the one I'm getting done.
Ooh. We'll see here. Game number 2, Team Shock needs a win to stay alive. Otherwise, it'll be night over. Team Shock, though, they are taking this Blissey. It's Chansey right now. Up to the top path along with this Buzzwole. Mew, Snorlax heading down to the bottom path.
We're going to see that Miraidon make its way through the jungle on the side of Shock. On Goober's side, we're going to see Urshifu with some Eevee assistance. Psyduck running up through the center there. Looks like they're going to kind of come down from above. Does not get the secure on any of that, unfortunately. Looks like a lot of that XP went to the side of Shock. Gengar needs to try to get ahead here with its cool little goggles there. They look like they're going to try to pick up this Audino. The XP share on that Psyduck there, Psyduck still hasn't gotten any points on it, but I don't think it's stacking and needs to worry about that.
No, we got X speed burnt from AJ Dragon. Buzzwole just doing a really great job of keeping Goofy Goobers from pushing forward. However, there is going to be a little bit of a push here. We see Sautami heading towards the top path. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Appears that both sets of bottom pathers are going to stay down there. Well, they say that. Snorlax heading north for the winter. Gonna see what these 850 birds have in store. Snorlax trying to find a target. They're gonna go on in. It's Umbreon that's getting in the sights. Miraidon able to take them out. They're gonna push forward. Electro Drift Miraidon for Elo Poppy.
That 4v3 was just a little too much. Even Urshifu didn't want to take part in any of that and decided to back out and preserve itself. They're heading back into the jungle, but they're getting chased by Team Shock into their own jungle, looking to pick them off. Shock playing super aggressively early game here, as we've seen out of them before, and they're getting some pretty crucial early game picks here, getting Eevee into Umbreon.
Yeah, some massive KOs as Miraidon goes down, Blissey went down. That's a little bit of comeback XP early on for the Goofy Goobers, going to allow them to kind of claw themselves back, because they do find themselves in a little bit of a point deficit, 73-0 right now. But the Central Area Altaria family are all there, so their levels still looking pretty good.
They did a lot of damage to that top pad as well. I think all 73 of those points was put on that top pad.
Yeah.
It does look like Goobers is going to move in on this basement pad here, but no, they see the Miraidon, they see the Snorlax, they decide to back off. Psyduck's really low on health there. Buzzwole is going to look to get in here maybe and just kind of defend its goal. Nobody up there, nobody around, but Urshifu looks like it's coming in from the bottom. I wonder if it's going to try to catch this Buzzwole. Nope, they're just going to back up. Both of them are playing a little cautiously now. I think Shock had their aggressive moment. Going in with the Electro Drift from the Miraidon.
Ooh, yeah.
And getting
we got
that
points
21 points
coming in.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
21 points. Breaks the goal zone, 94-0. Nice play there from Team Shock.
Not a great position for Goofy Goober's early game, but this is pretty typical. We see Team Shock be super aggressive early game. Goobers is in a good position here for this Regice, and Shock steals it.
Oh, Mountain Mew stealing the shields, stealing the Regice, and looking pretty good. Team Shock now get both sets of objectives because they also take that Regieleki in the top path. IMAX trying to surf up, but it's Blissey. It's going to slap them back to the Pokemon Center. Goofy Goober's going to be forced to respond to that T2 Regieleki push.
Looks like Goobers is just starving for some farm right now. They're really getting behind here. They need some XP. They're hitting level 9 on their Urshifu, but they're still just a couple levels behind of where Shock is. They've lost both of their ads at this point, but it does look like Urshifu gets that 40 in. They needed that there. That gave him a little bit of XP, get some points on the board, but is Urshifu going to get out? It looks like all 5 members of Shock are here, and they do not want to let this Urshifu get away.
They just might. A fantastic response by the Goobers. They're all going in. 3 members of Team Shock are sent back in. It's just the Snorlax and the Mew. Mew's going to try to surf them off of the pad. Able to do so. Blocks also going to try to push them off the pad. Gengar, though, taking them out. Sending them back packing. And Goofy Goobers with a perfect response there on the T1.
That was some excellent hooking there. They just completely baited Shock into the bushes, and then the rest of Goobers showed up and managed to separate. They divided and conquered. Now they're wreaking havoc through Shock's jungle while we see the meteors rain down from the Miraidon Unite move. It does help them preserve their bottom goal while they get in position for this bottom Reggie, spawning here in about 15 seconds.
Now we have Goofy Goobers maybe lining up a T2 push. Luigi getting a nice little 40-point cap there, uncontested, no jump pad to be found, and Meowscarada likely going to also grab it because I don't see Team Shock really responding. They're just focusing on that basement Reggie, the Reggie Rock, starting to get hit. Goofy Goobers looking for a secure. It is Buzzwole, Reggie Rock, put in the handbag by Team Shock.
It's a nice secure for Team Shock there. Gives them a nice little bit of a shield, some extra XP. They're going to push back, but we see the Psyduck headache trigger. It kind of holds them off a little bit. Meowscarada rips through that Regieleki that's going to push on that tier 2. They do have their pads up, and they're going to take a jump up there and try to defend against it. While we see Goofy Goobers defending their own middle pad here, Snorlax opens up the block to try to back up, but we do see the Miraidon go down in that encounter.
Oh, doing some karate moves on that Snorlax, just taking them down. Here comes another score here, 49 points in. Gonna leave this goal zone with only 2 HP. Setting up potential pretty significant overcap if they're able to do exactly that. And that's also given them the score lead. So Goofy Goobers looking pretty good right now. They are gonna go ahead and break it. Not the biggest overdunk in the world, but to get themselves some time and space.
And it does give them enough points to pull them ahead. Levels are still a little bit... Actually, they're getting pretty close now. We're only seeing a 13 on that Urshifu. So they're catching up. Shock is catching up to Goobers. Goobers catching up to Shock. They're both on a pretty level playing field here. We see the Unite move from the Umbreon. Gosh, it looks pretty with that Hollow Air.
I love that Hollow Air. Blissful Assistance onto the Buzzwole. Probably the last moment to use it, so they just go ahead and decide to do it. Mew is able to take out the Psyduck. A little bit of a scuffle here in the central area. We have all the Unite moves getting flying. Ultra Swole Slam from the Buzzwole. They are barely living, but they're able to, at least for the time being. Miraidon going back to the Pokemon Center. Umbreon is going to be forced to the back line, try to just heal a little bit as much as they can. Or Shifu takes out 2. They're looking for another. They're looking for Mew, unable to get it. They have a nice little placement of that slow smoke. That stops the onslaught.
Urshifu managing to dive out of the solar beam from the Mew there, and it does look like Goobers is in a little bit of a better position to pick off this Registeel in the bottom here. We're about 36 seconds away from the Ray, and it does look like we see Luigi set up in the top lane to try to secure the Regieleki, but more of Team Shock are up there.
Yeah.
Luigi might be trying to sneak in there to try to secure it, get a little steal on it, but just about everybody from Shock is in on it.
Yeah, Shocks clears the Regieleki. Registeel goes over to the Goofy Goobers. We have a nice little back cap by the Umbreon, but they're going to go ahead and get in position. We already have the fight starting to go on out. We have Psyduck popping up that Sai. Regieleki walks in. Buzzwole looking to take out Psyduck. They do. That's the first KO. They're now Team Shock's kind of on the offensive. They don't need to start something right now, but they probably could go in and get the score, but they're going to go ahead maybe push on this Ray.
Goofy Goobers is a little bit of ahead. Both teams super close in scores right now, neither one knowing who's ahead, who's behind. Oh my gosh, we're going to see a lot of crucial... What? Oh my gosh, Kyle. Are you seeing this?
That is insane. Rayquaza already down, and Goofy Goobers with an incredible response at Ray. They found a couple of picks, really well placed and perfectly timed, and Team Shock had a moment to just full send. They could have gone to score. They could have maybe forced their advantage, but Goofy Goobers just popped all of their Unite moves and found them.
That looked like there was a moment of hesitation from Team Shock there that probably cost them the Ray in the end there. I mean, it just happened so quickly. Goobers picked off 1, then 2, then 3, and then they just ran with it. And then we saw the surrender come in pretty quick. I think Team Shock realized it was over there in that moment. Look at this 11 KOs from Sautimi on the Urshifu there, earning the MVP. But we have 12 assists from AJ Dragon on the Umbreon there. Umbreon definitely put in a lot of work there. I think Shock might have been a little distracted by that Psyduck popping off some headaches there. And then they picked that off, and then they thought they were in a good position, but it turns out they were never safe to begin with.
Not even a little bit. You cannot hide from the Goofy Goobers. IMAX, AJ Dragon, Luigi subbing in, Sautami, and the GG squads. They get the GGs. They all win. Big plays here for Goofy Goobers as they are your Underdunk 47 Grand Finals champions. I think this might be the first time that they've won this, so very big congratulations to them.
Yeah, Krabby Patties all around.
Yeah, clean sheet. No losses tonight.
Looking good. I mean, check that out. Congratulations to them for making it to the top. Undefeated. That's excellent.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to ban Galarian Rapidash to get there. Maybe next time you can try using it.
Yeah, very, very good stuff here. So big congratulations for the Goofy Goobers. Good luck to everybody that will be going into the February Cup. I can't believe we're already in February almost. Tomorrow.
I can't believe
tomorrow.
We are
Saturday.
4 weeks away from EUIC.
I know. We have a lot of good Pokemon Unite left in this season. We're just barely halfway in it, I think, is if I'm doing my math correctly. We've had 3 cups, or I guess, open qualifier and 2 cups, third cup.
I think we're only about a third of the way in because we've got EUIC next month, and then we've got NAIC, and the last chance qualifier is in June, just before Worlds. So June is really the end of it. That's literally the last chance.
Yeah, so we got February, March, April, and then regionals. So 4 monthly cups type of deal, right? And then, like you said, NAIC. So we're definitely less than halfway. It's kind of crazy that we have still a majority of the Pokemon Unite season left. A lot of teams that are going to be putting in a lot of work over the next few months. This Goofy Goobers team looked pretty good, but Team Shock also looked good. Plenty tonight, right? Like, I liked some of the comps that they were doing. I liked Elo Poppy on the Gengar. It just, it's kind of late, so you kind of get a little bit tired. So you kind of run out of gas. And that's... Yeah. And then Luigi stole.
Understandable.
So.
But absolutely, I mean, we saw great gameplay from Team Shock here. They were definitely not a team to sneeze at. Very aggressive team, very aggressive play styles, excellent comps, like you said. Great players all around. They were able to really utilize some picks. They were definitely not one-trick pony Taz.
I like it. Well, yeah, we have the February Cup, I guess tomorrow if you're in the Eastern time zone, Saturday and Sunday, and then for those not aware, there is a league that has been going on over the last few months, the Stellar Champions League, that our good friend Draku, who is on the channel today, runs along with a few others, and we're kind of coming up to the conclusion of it. It's going to be next Saturday, so a week from this Saturday. And there's a fantastic opportunity for some teams that want to enter in the final tournament. It is a 16-team tournament. There are only 14 teams in the league. So I just dropped the link in the chat, !SCL. The link is in there. Go ahead and sign your team up. We are having the open qualifiers. It'll be on this channel on Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. Eastern time. The top 2 teams will qualify for that 16-team final tournament on next Saturday, which is February the 8th. Some great prizes. There's a cash prize pool, and obviously some of the best teams North America has to offer. Orange Juicers, Nemesis, LG. So all the top teams are going to be there. So if you're interested in competing, if you want to try to qualify as those 2 teams from the outside looking in, make sure to sign up. We'll be here on Tuesday night. It's going to be a fantastic night of Pokemon Unite, and we're just getting started.
I love watching a lot of these grassroots leagues. Really, they've taken off, and they're such a great place for great Unite action, to see a lot of these teams kind of come into their own. And then I always look forward to watching these leagues. I love casting for them, but I love just watching them. Any of the games that get cast on, especially your Twitch channel, but really any Twitch channel, I love watching them. And then I love seeing these teams sort of make their way to not just UCS, but also to international championships, seeing some of these teams, meeting some of these players in person, in Brazil, in New Orleans, at NAIC. I mean, I love getting to know these players and seeing their journeys, and then meeting them in person. These are really great players out there. This is a great game, and I love seeing it evolve the way it has.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic game. I love the evolution of the game, and we're only getting started. Like we talked about earlier, the Chinese beta version has been dropping some new modes. There might be, the TFT auto chess game. There's so many things that could be coming out over the next few months. So I'm excited to see how that kind of implements in with the current version of the game. But yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. Like I said, day 1 action is never broadcasted, unfortunately, on the official channels, but on my channel, we are going to be commentating as much as we can. Day 1 action, so Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. It'll all be from the spectate function, so I have a ton of teams added on my friends list, and we'll try to get as many games as possible. So good luck to all the teams that are going to be competing then. Obviously, day 2 action is going to be on your official Pokemon Unite Twitch and YouTube, so make sure to catch that action on Sunday, all day from EU to NA. And then, like we said, Tuesday, we'll be right back here for the SCL Open qualifiers. Make sure to sign up, please. It's going to be a great time. The finals are going to be on Draku's channel the following Saturday. So if you don't follow all of us that are in the grassroots scene, make sure to follow my good friend Pony here. Follow Draku, who was casting earlier. Follow Bridget and the Unite Mike's channel if you don't already. There's a lot of good grassroots stuff going on, so make sure to do all that. But we are going to be getting on out of here very shortly. But before we do that, I do want to check in with my co-commentator, Pony Top. How has it been? Any final thoughts of the night?
I think I pretty much nailed it earlier. Just what I had to say about these teams, the grassroots tournaments, and the players in general. I know a lot of people are pretty critical of Pokemon Unite, but I think a lot of people are really forgetting that this game is only 3 years old. We're going into the 4th year. It's still in its infancy. There's still so much to come. We have well over 1,000 Pokemon and barely even a fraction of that on the roster. I think Pokemon Unite has many years to come ahead of it, and much, much more action from great leagues like this, from great broadcasters like Kyle, and great organizers like Underdunk. So shout out to everybody on the production team for every production we see. We could not run these things without all of our people behind the scenes.
Absolutely, yeah. Reminds me, big shout outs to everybody that helped tonight. Obviously, Shavam running the buttons, the camera, the VMix, everything in the background on the production side. Bina to be that wonderful Magnemite in the sky. If you don't know what good observing is, just watch anything that Bina does, and she's always at the right spot. It always makes our jobs very easy. But again, big shout outs to Bridget and Draku who helped earlier on with the earlier sets. Big shout out to you, Ponyta, for commentating with me. And then obviously, big congratulations to the Goofy Goobers, all the teams that competed today. But yeah, I think that's going to be just about it for us. So thank you for tuning in. We are going to be going ahead and raiding on out, but I hope everybody has a great night. Good luck this weekend, trainers, and we will see you on Underdunk in 2 weeks. Bye now.
2 weeks.